Like, if you can get it up to 88 without it catching fire. I've seen DeLoreans a couple times, but yeah, I don't know. It seems kind of like a pain in not a good way. So, but anyway, let's play some dwarfs because some people are starting to get antsy. Speedometer doesn't even... Okay, are we talking about 88 miles? Kilometers. No, they weren't good cars. Okay, well. I will say, the documentary series on DeLorean that's on Netflix is pretty great, though. I recommend watching it. Because that's what that sort of thing's good for, is documentaries. Just like I can't wait to watch the documentary series on the failures and failing of Tesla in, like, 30 years. Do they look gorgeous? Not gonna say I agree with that. You can say hi, YouTube, if you like chat. So, I should state this right now. Spoilers. The only warning you're getting. So we dug into hell. So we dug into hell. Several dwarves died. Several. I need to go and memorialize them all now. I did already make the, what's it called? I did already make the true throne. So we have plenty of, like, adamantine. Well, actually, how much adamantine do I have? Okay, we got 20 adamantine wafers and 8 strands. All right, so we do, in fact, have a decent amount of adamantine. And I mean, I could actually dig around this whole thing and mine out more of it. But, like, realistically, we never got around to it. This is, you know, where the majority of the demons are. There's also tons out here in the caverns. They're also in my drainage, which is pretty great. This is a Fiend of Shadow, which is a gigantic Gila monster composed of ash. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poisonous bite. We've been attacked a good few times, so we've lost... The extended family is visiting. Sure. So we've been attacked a good few times, and we've lost... what's the word I'm looking for here? And we've lost a large portion of our dwarves, as well as a good chunk of our military. I've re-upped on the military, as in I've made more dwarves, joined the military against their will, and my plan for now is we're gonna start digging around in the caverns and down here and seeing how much space I have to set up defenses. Because we have a good amount of space, like going back this way. I could dig through here and over this way, and we could set up a pretty long corridor for defense. Did we name the barf gopher? No, I don't think we did name the barf gopher, who's a current resident. The catastrophe of the flowery? Yeah, no. He just literally is living on top of the top portion of the fort. There's a barf gopher. So this is an archangel. Archangels are not hostile for some reason. This one is an enormous gopher composed of vomit. It has 3 short tails and an unnerving stare. It was created by the human god Sporthrib the Flowery Tuft and is part with depravity and lust. So, it's a cranky vomit gopher. Must smell delightful. Yeah, anyway, he hangs out on the top of my fortress, generally. Kind of goes down sometimes and gives me a heart attack. I can't control him. He just goes where he wants. But yeah, he's got a lusty, unnerving stare. Anyway, we're under attack by cavern dwellers. Or no, cavern dwellers are about to get murked by demons, more likely. Yeah. So that is the current state of the fortress. I do have a lot of dwarves to memorialize, so yeah, the death screen's still empty. It's wild. So I'm going to be a little careful when it comes to naming people right now, but we're gonna read the names of the dwarves that are currently alive. Abel Bacon, a Devilish Potato, Admiral Octalius, Alphonse 2 Brown, 12 Brown, Arkmaster, Bastet, and Baby Bastet's dead, Bonesaw, Kedranos, Cog, Slayer of Divine. This dwarf, by the way, Cog, just look at their kills. They have 3 kills, and they're a demon and 2 angels. This crossbow dwarf has killed a demon and 2 angels, including when he dueled, hand to hand. So the Slayer of Divine, quite literally a Slayer of Divine. I mean, this one over here, Manticore, has killed a Soldier Lord, Kazet's Enforcer, which is pretty great, as well as some birds. Let's get back to rolling through the names. We've got Cossack Makola, Crystal Golem, who's a bit of a problem. He has a habit of killing my dwarves. He's killed 2 of them. Telin and Telin Artho, he's killed, not 2 of them, just one. Telin Artho he killed. So, who is the Mountainous Calamity of Alliances? It's a very long name you got there. They need to turn word wrap on. Let's just say that you're mean, Crystal Golem, but I will keep you around because you're effective. Discocito is also in the fortress. Dr. Niche, Durgan Outraze, Elfie Bean. We're gonna need your services, surgeons. Embertron and Furihiko Casper, as well as Fight Attack, Giant Thief, who stole a giant once. Good Charles, Handless, who has no hands, who's kind of sad. Jesse, XV, and Jetpack Tuxedo, Kaiser the Keen, King the Space, Disco Fox, who is our king and is worshipping, as well as Lyagushka, and obviously Manticore, MB Audio, Mini Big Boss, and MMO Junkie, Mr. Tapok, and Onyx, Osmodium, and Presme, and QN Green Tea, Raging Cave, Ryo Shinkat, and Rock Jitsu, as well as Shark Jumping Walrus, and Sombre, and Super CJ Man, Swimming Carcass, and Terminal Wetness, combined with Suited Giraffe, Ukeep, and Van Ori, and Vinsati, and Walsp, Weeb Trap, and Wiz the God, and Wild Peak. As for royalty, we do have the Monarch. So I am going to be trying to satisfy the Monarch over the next little bit. There isn't too much more I need to do. I just need to turn the mausoleum into a grand mausoleum. I'm not sure how many more gems I need to put on this statue to make it a grand mausoleum, but I will put more things on this statue to make it into a grand mausoleum if it kills me. In fact, I might just start doing these. Just bracelets, you know, like, I've got plenty of bracelets. We can just throw plenty of bracelets on here, as well as some artifact bracelets. As well as a Eye of Teshil's bone bracelet. So we'll just start throwing bracelets, and then we'll do rings, and then we'll do whatever else we have that I can put on that. And I just closed that menu even though I didn't intend to. Damn it! And, death is still gone. Well. So, yeah, a lot of dwarves have died, for whatever it's worth. I'm just going to let the dwarves do their thing for a little bit. And we are going to continue slowly rebuilding this, because this is getting rebuilt. So this is kind of the main thing that we are working on currently. And the plan for today, just the stream in general, is we are going to build defenses and siege hell. The moods are shifting down. Actually, no, they're shifting up. But they're about where they've been for the past 2 streams. So if you haven't been paying attention, that's fair. They haven't really changed much. Like, quite literally, they haven't really changed much. Can they be caught in cage traps? No, they are Trapovoid. They're just like Forgotten Beasts. So I have to be very careful to not accidentally dig into hell. But we are going to dig past this. And the thing I'm going to dig down to is this. Just a bunch of rodents that are getting attacked. So I can turn this off and let the dwarves do their thing. We're going to take a peek. Yeah, but that's cheating. I mean, I could do that. So when people ask me, can demons and angels be caught in cage traps? My answer is no. If the question is, are there any bugs that allow for demons or angels to be caught in cage traps? I will say, sure, because yes, there are bugs that allow you to do that. That wasn't the question. The question is it possible to catch demons or angels in cage traps? Right? Those are two different questions. So if somebody asks about trap avoid creatures being caught in cage traps, the answer is no, because no, you can't do that. Are there bugs that allow you to do that? Yes, but that's not the question. Puphead died. Omas also died. Because everybody wants to be an artist, and you get free beer if you join a Dwarven Fortress. Why does everybody want to be a rock star when they grow up? Why does everybody want to be a Twitch streamer when they grow up? You get free beer. Obviously. It's just like that one Ailstorm song, Yo Ho, Mexico, where he sings about how the alcohol is free. Everybody wants to go there because the alcohol is free. Bunch of snatchers show up. Well, that's kind of funny.
Woo!
Ba-dum-bum-bum, ba-da-dum-bum-bum. Gotta love Ailstorm. Oh no, certainly. So I'm going to go peek in here. And we're gonna see, by that I mean we're gonna smooth this and fortify this. And we're also gonna do the same here. I'm gonna see how much space down here I have to dig, because I have to be very careful to not accidentally dig into the caverns right now. Because if I accidentally dig into the caverns, we are in kind of huge trouble. I also need to pay attention to my population, because if it suddenly starts dropping, it means it's... I have a war grizzly that's biting goblin thieves. Huh. Interesting. Apparently I also need some wooden cages, because a lot of these cages are just full of seeds, apparently. Because they keep getting animals in them. I wonder if I can just do this way. Nope, that doesn't do it. Gotta love how some problems are just still Dwarf Fortress problems. Doesn't matter how old this game is or how many times it gets patched, there's still just weird quirks like this. Like, cages don't work if there's seeds in them. Okay. Clearly not, because these are all empty cages. And now they're getting installed now that they no longer have seeds. Look. See, they're getting taken away. They get the seeds removed, and then immediately they get installed. So I think that answers my question. Human caravan has arrived, so we can trade with the humans. Let's just try and get rid of some crap. The only thing I can't sell is mittens and shields, I think. But clicking this button automatically removes any items that are forbidden for trade by a monarch or a person in charge of a fort. And thank you very much to everybody who got here early. by the way. It is good to see, you know, such a nice turnout at like 10:20 in the morning. All right, let's keep doing this. And I will name dwarves when we get migrant waves, is how I'm going to do this. Just every migrant wave, I'll name 3 or 4 dwarves. But we need to wait for fall so that we can trade, because we haven't been able to trade the past few years, because the past few years I've been sieged at the exact same time by both goblins and elves, right when it's trading time, so haven't had the opportunity to trade with the dwarves for a bit. So I'm kind of going to overdo it with the humans this time, because I need to trade, like, real bad. Like, desperately we need to trade. And I've just got crap everywhere. Okay, those we don't trade. It's right below Pigtail. Yeah. These 2 we don't trade. How's my morning going? Pretty okay. Kind of woke up a little early because I went to bed a little early last night because I kind of needed it. Then just kind of hung around, did a few things this morning. Probably should have taken a shower, but didn't feel like it. Last night I edited a highlight from the stream yesterday. And now today, you know, just here, doing the streaming thing once again. Could be a good day. We've besieged hell. By that I mean we are besieged by hell. So today is going to be the beginning of us going to war with the great underworld. We are beginning preparations as I speak. And also to become the mountain home. And for me, a victory in this fort is building some sort of sealed-off safe structure within hell and clearing out the majority of the demon rush, which is the first big wave of demons that you get. That would be a victory in this fort. We're getting there. We are definitely getting there. And also we need to get to trading again, because currently we are very low on population. You bullied your brain into a sink shower rather than no shower. Good job, you. Oh, good for you. I live alone, so I don't bother anybody if I don't shower 3 days. Also, it's not like I'm doing much physical effort. It just wakes me up faster. Like, I do the, like, do I need a shower check? And it's like, no, I'm fine. Realistically, I'm not going anywhere public. Itty bitty hell library. Itty bitty hell library. The tallest library and the lowest library. I kind of like it, actually. A library on the surface and a library in hell. I feel like it'd be really cool to build a forge in hell. I've never done that. Basically, like, transporting a little bit of lava into a tiny little thingy in hell. To be able to, you know, forge stuff in hell. Like 5 books in a chair. Yeah, it's just a bookshelf and a stool. Okay, Okay, this is the last page of trading I'm doing. We're almost at the bottom. There it is. 1,800 items. Oh boy. Monarch's personal library, something like that. Yep. Can delete this. I need to assign this as a office. And this as a dining hall. And this is going to be for the outpost liaison so that they can at the very least have an office. Which makes them a little bit happier. This is going to take a bit. Suited giraffe. The child has been missing for a week. I'm sorry to let you know, Suited, but there's been an accident. Which is very unfortunate. I will add these to out here. Oh, absolutely. There's DF hack plugins for almost anything. I don't use them, but that's a personal choice. Trading with humans, yes. But we are dwarves. Yeah, no, there's auto dump for used clothing and a few other things. I just do not care to use them. I wonder if they actually... Oh, I'll bet you that goblin just leaving stole. Suited. Although it did say that he was missing, so... Hello, Big Boss. Your dwarf is still alive. Just would like to confirm that. And also, for anybody wondering, gifted subs and prime subs do not count towards this, of course. However, as of right now, we are at 339 Partner Plus points. Which means if I had to bet, we'll have it by tomorrow. Oh, no, we already got the notification for missing. So. Which means he's already left the map. I did see the notification for Snatchers, though. Humans are now unloading. It's a lot of wagons, actually. F's Disco Dwarf Dork. You lost all of your wealth and riches. Such a shame. Also, Dwarf Fortress, 2 weekdays in a row. Peaks over 1,000 players. That's pretty cool. Ultra Static, thanks for now suddenly counting towards that total. It takes a little bit to update, though. But yeah, we will get it. It is basically guaranteed that we will get the Partner Plus shift, which means as of next month, as of the 1st of October, I will be making 70% profit off of every single subscription. So basically, as of the 1st of December, bits are like the same split as subs, which is cool. Which isn't a like ginormous boost currently. I think like I did the math like a couple days ago. Off of my paying subscribers, it'll be like a $300 to $400 a month raise, and off of gifteds, because gifts are quite a bit down from a couple months ago, it'll be like a $200 to $300 raise. Which, you know, no complaints. So it's like an extra $600 a month, basically. Back in December, it would have been like 4,000. But none of that kicks in until the start of October. Hyperion, thanks for gifting out a sub. Appreciate you. That's a lot of dead rats. These humans are bringing tons of rats with them, it seems. Okay, so it is actually a good idea to trade piecemeal, a few items at a time. And the reason for that is your broker gets skill based on the number of trades they do, not the value of the trades that they do. So if you want to like keep track of like the value of your things and you don't want them to get rusty at being an appraiser, you want to trade multiple times per trade caravan. Just a little tip. Just a little tip. Because everybody likes to just do everything all at once. It's actually good to do a couple things at a time. You just turned it on the second screen. There you go.
Let's help out a man to earn his money. Love your content, mate. Keep it up.
Thank you, Sama, for keeping that sub alive for our 4th month. Welcome back. And that's a hype train. If you happen to have a resub or $1 on your account, now's the time to pop it for no real particular reason. There used to be a reason, and it was like, it's because hype trains were fun and you'd get emotes. But now everybody has the emotes, or virtually everybody has the emotes because, you know, they haven't updated them in over a year. But I don't know. It gives you a fun loading bar to look at, I guess.
Say less, fam.
I like how Say No More became Say Less. It's like, say less. All right, I'll stop talking. Is the way it sounds like to me. I don't know. It's essentially the same phrase, right? But I don't know. To me, it sounds like it's like you want me to shut up. Say less. Okay. But thanks for the $1, Alfie. But we're slowly going through all of these items that need to be sold. Uh-oh, I'm gonna ghost Shinira. Game tells me that there's no ghost. I'm calling bullshit about that. I think there very much is a ghost. Foul G, thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. It's good to have you, dude.
Can we get an ASCII tour of the basement?
An ASCII tour of the basement. I mean, I can just scroll through from the top to the bottom. That's the top. I'll zoom in a little bit. Quite like this spot, the twinkly windows. A lot of upset dwarves in this fort. There's also a tantruming child in the middle of here, or depressed child in the middle of here. It's like storage zone. Cavern layer 1. Very, very deep cavern layer. And this area down here with all of the clowns, which then goes down into here, goes into here, and there's the basement. You found a store literally called Do It Yourself and you felt like you were being attacked. That's funny. But yeah, that's the basement. The deep depths of the basements. As the dwarves are trading. Buying some gems. But Ghana Tank, thank you very much for the $1. And seriously, once again, Foul G, thank you very much for the 9th month. And I finally just got a notification about that ghost. Yeah, I've got it memorializing already because I saw the ghost before the notification popped up. Gonna take a little bit for it to get engraved though. Short task, the scholar's been found dead. Well, that was you probably died to the last siege, actually.
Hey, Blind.
Hey,
Just
Yourst.
got back from the anti-LGBTQ+ counter protest out here in Coquitlam. Can we get a trans rights in chat? Transgender pride, gay pride.
I mean, just trans rights, duh. But there you go. In Coquitlam? There was an anti-LGBTQ plus protest in Coquitlam? Come on, Coquitlam, you can do better than that. The fuck? Man, I like Coquitlam. The fuck they doing out in Coquitlam? Weirdos. It's just like when the Surrey Nazi Party had a march here in Surrey, and I was like, I should go to the counter protest for
There are
that.
anti-LGBTQ hate rallies going on all across Canada today, sadly.
Oh, really? Well, I guess this is why I don't pay attention to most of the news. Anyway, I was curious, so I walked over there to, like, see how many people were actually, like, promoting the, like, Nazi Party of Canada. There was 2 people promoting it, one of them with a megaphone, the other one with a sign, and about 250 people on the other side of the street giving them the middle finger. And I was like, all right, I can leave. That's fine. That's all you really need. Perfect. They're good. I could go home. This was like middle of the pandemic too, so I didn't really want to be around a crowd of people. It's very funny. Good time to own or operate a fire hose. Or a fire extinguisher. Why do you need a hose? Just cover them in foam. Silly string. Very helpful. Long-range paintball gun. But no, seriously, that's kind of sad, Yourist. Sorry that you had to go to an anti-hate rally. But, where is... That's the one I was looking for. But thank you very much for the live train chat, the $3 and the $5 in gift subs. And just for reference, you don't need to, give me money to ask for a trans rights call. Yesterday it released. Raging Cave. Extra fabulous today? Where's my boob? I don't know. Where are your boobs? That's a very good question. I wouldn't recommend losing those. I like how we've been trading long enough that my broker left to go get a drink. Broker's just like, this shit's taking too long. All right, I'm actually going to take all my soldiers off training temporarily so that they can help with bringing stuff to the trade depot. It's like another 38 hands or whatever. The CC? What? Raging Cave? What's a CC? Next time air tag them. Yeah, you should air tag your tits needs to be like a thing that people unironically say. Oh, closed captions. Duh. Yeah. CC to me, my brain goes to content creator. I was like, CC. Thanks for the CC. What? Hmm? Where they couldn't be seen? Yeah, that's fair. Well, I mean, so here's the thing, right? There's this thing called loud minorities. At least from my experience, anti-LGBTQ rallies are a loud minority. The vast majority of people don't give a shit. Right? That's scary. It means I'm training it, Elfie. Oh, it still spells it IE, but anyway, like generally they are just loud minorities. The vast majority of the people are just on the planet just go, "Why are you being assholes?" So, you know, at least in my experience, but obviously that doesn't go for everywhere, but at least around here it's generally the majority of people are just like, "Yeah, fine." I've never actually looked at it while I say her name, so I'm gonna say it. Laya Gushka. Like a Gushka. You know, that's even better. That's very funny. So I had an interesting, since we're talking about like people being weird bigots, this is really gonna make some people in the YouTube audience annoyed because why are you politicsing? Anyway, I had a person on a YouTube video, when I uploaded the patch notes video about the beta branch, so I guess like a week ago or whatever. All the loud people are usually oh, absolutely. The most annoying protesters here in our area are part of the PPC, which get 0.04% of the vote for the regions they have for all of Canada. So yeah, very relevant. Anyway, there was a comment that I got on that video when I uploaded it, the news video about ammo and all those fixes and the announcement screen. It was basically just like knocking Putnam for like gender identity. And I literally just sarcastic comment, not worth repeating what the actual body of the comment was, but I responded with, "Oh, look, another person who is bizarrely obsessed with somebody else's identity that has absolutely no effect on them." And they deleted the comment. They deleted the comment. So, yeah. Also, they are done trading, unfortunately. I should put a notification on the they are leaving soon option, but dwarves get back to work. Also, a particularly good insult I find, and I actually stole this from somebody who got banned from Twitter. If you really want to annoy somebody like that, call them a sissy with a C. Just do it. See what happens. Do you want to see someone squirm uncomfortably on the internet? Call them a sissy with a C. And I say this as like a straight white cis male. So just do it. With CISSY, sissy. There's a famous Linux YouTuber who came out as trans, and the top comment was, "Oh my god, I thought you were gonna say something terrible, like you're switching." Yeah, that checks out. I need to let this peach-faced lovebird out of this cage. Keep forgetting it's in there. I mean, I was promoting V Westlife earlier on here. He's part of that community. Oh, never mind. It's not actually my pet, so I can't. I have to construct the cage, I guess. Oh, might as well construct the cage. It's like a copper cage. Peach-faced lovebird. Osprey. Raven. Guess this is my little zoo of birds. Cockatiel. I wonder how Cupo's doing, because Cupo, who's a Dwarf Fortress creator, came out as trans a little while ago, with like a 30-second stream. And then she was streaming a couple days later and was just like, was concerned to come out because some of you are assholes. Was to come out. It's like, I mean, you're not wrong. Some people on the internet are in fact assholes. What's Twitch doing, Mr. Mac? Got a very armed Baroness. Well, you're in the right mindset then to be in this fort. Let's see what we have to work with here. Not getting you gift subs for that amazing comment? I mean, that's up to people on Twitch to gift you a sub. Also, what did you say? Also, hi, Mr. Mac. Oh, did Twitch, like, eat something that you said? Is that what's going on? Oh, you want a gift. Oh, okay. I get it. I mean, it might also, depending on who you're trying to gift it to, it may also be somebody who doesn't allow gift subs being gifted. That or just payment processing is being weird today. That's almost always never Twitch. That's usually actually Amazon. Or maybe it's for something I said. I don't know. Okay, so these become fortifications afterwards. Finished up some work, feels satisfied. What I said, got it. Well, I mean, we're doing okay. Don't worry about having to gift subs. Okay, so I don't want to dig anymore until I see exactly how much space I have to work with. Because I'm pretty sure at this point that the demons can't get in. Also, I'm slowly starting to accidentally, maybe not accidentally, I'm slowly starting to unintentionally fill up hell with lava. I should just keep this burning, shouldn't I? I should just keep this rolling. Because this lava is all coming from here, which is coming from the magma sea down here. And it's gonna slowly start going into hell. Not that it's actually gonna do any damage to hell. But it is starting to bubble over the edge, which is kind of fun. Lava belongs to hell? Well, the thing is, like, these purple zones are like infinite holes in Star Wars. Like, if things fall in there, they get erased from game memory. Which means they're great for trash disposal. But it also means that you can't flood hell. Discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Right, well, there's another fun tube over here, down here in the corner. Could go dig through that if I wanted. That's from this side. Sweet, actually, it seems like we do have quite a bit of working space. We've got all of this here, basically, to work with. Is Magma Sea infinite? Yeah, it's just like the ocean or volcanoes. this way. Someone is smoking a cigarette directly outside of my apartment. Cool. All right, so I'm gonna need to wall this off up here. I'm gonna leave the little tavern up there, but we'll obviously demolish it before the actual fighting begins. We'll obviously demolish it. So I'm going to leave this side flat down here because this whole zone right here is going to be a accessed separately, but this whole zone here is going to be for what's it called? Ballista. So we're gonna have ballista firing this way and ballista firing this way. I'm gonna have sealable doors up here that I can seal manually with a lever. I do have a artifact door elsewhere. Do your forts still alive? What? Is this fort still alive? Yes. I don't understand the question outside of that. So I will be working on that. So over here is going to go up here, come down here. And something else I'm going to do is I'm going to jump back up to the surface up here. And I'm going to build 2 siege workshops. And I'm going to queue up catapult parts. It's by 3s, so let's do 12. And I'm going to make 12 ballista parts. Mr. Mac, thank you very, 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 very much for the 12th month. Come back. Whole year. It's a goddamn long time, dude. The fuck is going on, YouTube, with your comments? I look over at my YouTube video and it's got 0 comments again. The fuck are you doing, YouTube? It disabled comments again. Why is it doing this? YouTube. Fuck off. So all the comments disappeared. Okay, now I can see them, but it tells me that there's 0. YouTube, you're gonna be the death of me. Make sense for 90 seconds, please. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Mr. Matt keeping that sub alive for a whole year? Mr. Mac, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. No, I've had to re-enable them 3 times now. Trust me. It's not me disabling them. I like having comments because it hurts your YouTube algorithm if you don't allow comments. So it is a net negative for me to not allow comments. Let's go to weapons. Anything made of wood, I'm going to set to be dumped. That's an artifact, so we'll keep it. Although I don't have the option, I can't actually dump artifact weapons. All right, let's check my noble. King just needs a nicer mausoleum. All right, well, I think I'm going to make my life a little bit easier and say, okay, I will give you a nicer mausoleum by demolishing this one right here. I will simply make yours embiggens. And also, what's the items you want? 1 slab and 2 shields. Actually, let's make 2 adamantine shields. Now the world is right. There we go. Appreciate you, dude. All right, sealing those off. Getting this done. Slowly building this one piece at a time. There's also always the question of how fancy do I want to be with this thing? Because I could be pretty fancy if I want. Also going to dig through this just to minimize travel time for the time being. In Stone Sense, I would rather not, purely because I don't like the way Stone Sense looks, and I don't think it actually benefits anything. If everybody demands that I do it, sure, but I think Stone Sense is painfully ugly, and it causes the game to crash sometimes. So I'd rather not launch Stone Sense if I can avoid it. Because I think it just takes away from the perspective and the imagination of Dwarf Fortress. Tried Featherwood Sands, they're great, but they tend to break down. Yeah, I like using light materials, but the fact that wooden shields get damaged is kind of a pain. It's kind of enough reason to not use them, in my opinion. Yep, they develop the little X's. They do, in fact, break down. I mean, there is something to be said for obsidian weapons and combined with featherwood shields. There is something to be said for it. So let's jump back up to the surface. And we're going to go to catapults. Actually, let's not put those here. Let's go up to... This is where all the ammo is going to be. Sure, whatever. We're going to just go down to catapult and just do this. Some more catapult parts. I'm going to build the first catapult. We'll just point it down and just start firing them at the wall. Get some trained catapult firers. Also, I'm going to reassign Metal Spear, because because I've got some nicer weapons. Also, got a few nicer shields. A lead shield in the head. That sounds painful. I don't even need to imagine that. Like, I don't want to be hit by that. And they can lead you to justice, yes. And Brander, it's good to see you as well. Hope life is treating you well. All right, so now that we got this, we can do that. Bunch of random crap down here, which I can to be dumped. All right, it's time to make new sets of clothing. Silk. Start off with hood. Silk. Robe. We're just gonna make 200 of each. Silk. Shirt. Silk dress. Silk sock. Silk glove. Silk trousers. I'm just gonna make 180 of each. I'm doing all well, Lightning. I'm doing all right, Lightning Roger, and yourself? All right, let's also go up to here and place some slabs, which are probably ready to go. Undoubtedly ready to go. Go down here. Can be confused as to why certain things ain't working. How catapult even work in DF? You tell them to fire it and they fire it. They put a boulder in it and see this dwarf here is loading. Jetpack Tuxedo is loading the catapult. It's now loaded, and then someone will come over and fire it, and then it fires it at the wall. And the beauty of catapults in Dwarfort is they do not friendly fire. You do not need to worry about dwarves getting bonked by things that they shouldn't be. Do they have a nice lob? They are extremely weak, is what I will say. Like, genuinely, they are extremely weak. But I'm going to use them to train because they don't have friendly fire, which means my own dwarves are significantly less likely to randomly die because of them. Those 7 started to be put to rest. Might as well also give these dwarves something to do. Let them smooth this whole thing up. Or begin smoothing it up. Back down to the second cavern. It's the first time for you in a DF game. A Forgotten Beast spawned on a tree, and you can't get down, and you can't get down. Ah! You're happy to leave it there, I see. I mean, I would be too, frankly. Also get rid of this stockpile. Let's go to bars. We got a decent amount of iron. All right amount of copper. Adamantine, 33 charcoal, bunch of soap. Let's see how much limonite I have. I'm out of limonite. Well, I think I can dig some more up probably. Keyword here is maybe. That's slightly terrifying. I'm just going to assume that they can't get into this cavern lair, because otherwise they'd be in my fort by now. Oh, it's all good, Devil Dawn. All right, let's go. What's an expensive block I could put in here? 2 golds and 1 adamantine block for your floors. We'll do that. That should be enough to increase the value to a grand, I would assume. Yesterday, when the secrets of ineffectiveness of leaders was written, is Gfin a visitor in this fort, and how did I get that notification? Gfin was a visitor in this fort. Is no longer a visitor in this fort. And how did I get it? It just popped up. You'd visited a couple of times. I mean, you are a baron of a different faction, right? But you did make the discovery in this fort. I don't think it's still up here anymore. Let's see. Not profession, it's not military, it's not life changes. Not nobles. Yeah, it's no longer listed. The Forgotten Beast Cadeti Veminin has come. An enormous rat with external ribs. It has mandibles and a bloated body. Its eyes glow scarlet. Its cinnamon hair is unkempt. Beware its poisonous bite. In before it just gets murked by demons. Yep, it's gonna get murked by demons. No, it's discovered. No, he discovered why levers are effective. It wasn't the ineffectiveness of levers, also to be clear. And it wasn't written; it was discovered. So you pondered levers so hard, you discovered why levers are good, basically. I had one dwarf that was constantly pondering levers, and after pondering levers for multiple forts, they came here and then discovered the effectiveness of levers. So it wasn't quite the ineffectiveness of levers. I kind of want to have these positioned a little further back. Just in case they start belching fire through this or something, and they catch fire. which resulted in many nobles mysteriously disappearing. Many, many, many nobles mysteriously disappearing. And the whole time, that dwarf was just sitting there going, ponders lever. Whenever they weren't pulling lever, they were sitting there pondering lever. So siege ammo is what I'm looking for. It's just in here, but under siege ammo. Metal. Sure. 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 Let's see if they started digging at all. I doubt it, but I thought I just saw a dwarf rolling by too quick. No, I didn't. Also, I can start them auto-mining this. Can't figure out how... I mean, nobody can figure out how this spicy water keeps ending up in this noble's room. Just strange, really. All right, so get rid of you. Sure, I'll let you stay for study. That's the only reason I let people stay. Is it there? There is no book. Sorry to like be blunt about that. There is no book. You made the discovery. There is a difference. So you discovered a topic here. You didn't write a book on the topic, right? I've tried to state this multiple times, but I guess clearly like it wasn't registering, or you didn't understand what I was trying to communicate. But there is no book. You made a discovery. It's two different things. Making a discovery does not equal writing a book about a thing. Well, you kept mentioning that you wrote a book, and I kept saying that you didn't write a book. So, yes, you did miss that. You've discovered the concept of lever science, basically. You founded lever science. A mind for the ages. You've discovered the... Also, you also stated that it was the ineffectiveness. It was not the ineffectiveness. You discovered the effectiveness of levers. Was specifically what you discovered. Not the ineffectiveness. The effectiveness of levers. Truly a dwarven philosopher. Nope, it said effectiveness. I'm pretty sure you made that up. Let's see, did that reset the stockpile? Didn't. I mean, you can go and look at the recordings, and if you're right, you're right. But, like, I'm pretty damn sure it was that, and it certainly wasn't a book. Can tell you that much for certain. Very much was not a book. Memory great, and by great you mean horrible? Memory has its benefits. You know, making a discovery just means that you've unlocked the ability to write a book about it. And then once you write the book about it, then other people can copy it. It's not like a one-step process, basically. And it's just a notification that pops up over here. It's a little green thing. says so-and-so has made a discovery. And it's like, oh, cool. Of what? All right, let's jump back up to the surface up here and check this. Fire at will. Also gonna go over here and pull this lever. For sure happened without any doubt. I don't know what people you talk to, but I doubt that. Where's Shanira's mangled skeleton? Weren't you supposed to get a coffin? Yeah, I mean, the two people definitely aren't in cahoots. There's absolutely no chance of that. Was it the ones by the hole? Yeah, I guess I should go through and delete all the empty ones. Are you trying to tell me that all conspiracies are theories, but not all theories are conspiracies? I'm going to go use the toilet because the game is saving. I will be back in a second.
Sandwich!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
All right. I have made a triumphant return. All right, let's see if YouTube has disabled my comments again. This is just like becoming an hourly habit now for me. As YouTube disabled, yeah, oh. Okay, it's allowing comments now. Should be fine. All conspiracy theories are conspiracies, but I think it was based on a joke that was being made by two people being in cahoots to say a thing is true and thus disproving your doubt of the principle of that. Two people say it's true. I mean, I'm just bullshitting around a conversation that's happening in the background, so like, don't mind me. Peter, what up? It's good to see you. So we're making some more tombs over here, which likely will get assigned to dwarves that I can't even reach. Thanks to the, the demonic presence in the basement. Smoothing all of this is going to take a little bit, but, you know, on the bright side, it's forcing a lot of dwarves to run underground, which is actually making them happy. Because this whole, or large portions of the stairwell just have water flowing down it. Lots of rumors being shared. We're into early autumn now, too, so hopefully we get to trade this year. It's circus time? It's been circus time for a little bit. I was intending to dig too deep, but kind of did it a little earlier than I was expecting, so we had to kind of seal things off a little bit. So, yeah, it's circus time. We're defended by an artifact door. And then 2 non-artifact doors. At least one of them's an artifact. We got bridges and stuff, plenty of fail-safes, so I'm not too worried. Also need to figure out where I put that other artifact door, because I also have a green glass artifact door. I might have used it as, like, the king's bedroom door or something. But we're also trying to become the mountain home while we're at it, so trying to get a lot of things done. But yeah, just as a little read around, we got flesh ghosts, which are blobs composed of flame. Composed? Yes. It has a narrow tail and it undulates rhythmically. Flesh ghost is a terrifying term. It has a feathered mantis. It has wings and it belches and croaks. Its eyes glow golden yellow. Beware its deadly dust. And Alphonse has withdrawn from society. Who is haggard. Kind of surprised it wasn't a fell mood, actually. You guys want to see a hell of a bed? I could show you a hell of a bed. Here. If you missed this yesterday. It's a wagonwood bed. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with chestnut and sheep's wool and encircled with bands of wagonwood, oval raw adamantine cabochons, and this object is adorned with hanging rings and of ruby and menaces with spikes of chestnut and panda fiend leather. On the item is an image of a mountainous hands in yak leather. On the item is an image of an elk man in reindeer leather. On the item is an image of squares in raw adamantine. So, not only that, but they just happened to grab the, the rarest wood in the game, which has no real actual value, but a wagon died on this map, and the dwarf used the wagon wood. No, wagon wood isn't. It's the adamantine and the ruby that's valuable in that. That's the portion of that that's valuable, not the wagon wood. 100% that's a kid's car bed. It looks like Lightning McQueen. It was effectiveness. I was right? Are you telling me I was right? I get to bask in the glory of being correct about something completely pointless for like 10 seconds. All right, I'm done. Most of them say... Glad to see wagons are still classified as animals. Only visiting wagons. Your starting wagon is not. Your starting wagon is made out of whatever the most available wood is for your civ. But visiting wagons, so traders, still have wagon wood. But otherwise, yeah, no, they're not. Which makes me kind of sad. But, like, at the same time, I get it. I do get it. Also, chat room, worth noting. Das Tactic is streaming Dwarf again. Just saying. Nice to have DOS back a bit for a bit. Also going to turn on automatic weaving of webs again. Because we're not in the caverns currently. Ask as much as you want in chat. Ask as much as you want. Work secretly. Excellent. Interesting. Is using Estrier's bones. I don't know who that is, but they're heavily worn Estrier's bones. Also using raw adamantine. 2 pieces of raw adamantine, 3 pieces of wood. Cave spider. 4 pieces of... This is going to be a very expensive artifact. 4 pieces of raw adamantine. Did I turn on automatic weaving of dyed thread? That's actually possible. Yes, you are correct. I should have clicked twice, not once. But yeah, that is going to be a very expensive artifact. I'm sure this will go great. Well, that's good. They've seen some organs before. I like making fish cleaners doctors. Because it's like, you've seen the inside of an animal before. I'm sure you know what a body looks like. Certainly. Nothing wrong with doing this. So any bets on what that dwarf makes with the 3 adamantine pieces? That dwarf is at a carpenter shop. I don't know, but I did once have a dwarf lose an eye gelding a male cat. What's the point of all the open space? Okay, so technically or aesthetically? Aesthetically, it looks nice. Technically, dwarves that are not bunched up and close together make the game run better. Bed, chair. Wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow would be cool. Dwarf run by and is just like, artifact wheelbarrow. Watch it just be like a wooden cup. It's just a really, really, really expensive wooden cup. Also, we only need 18 more people to be playing Dwarf Fortress to have more concurrent players than yesterday's peak. Yesterday's peak was 1,118. Today it's 1,100, which is nice to see. Lanix, thank you very much for the 5th month. At tier 2, of course. Appreciate you. I had a question you wanted to ask. One of your dwarves made an artifact lead warhammer. Is it good to account for the fact that it's heavy or bad because of soft metal? I want to say that that's probably the best warhammer you could make damage-wise just due to weight. I'm pretty sure that weight is the only thing that matters there. Oh, that's not what I was expecting. A hazelwood grate. I think, but like, I could be wrong, so you might want to like ask Chad a little bit. For a new player to this, what am I doing right now? I am currently building defenses for endgame. Some people are very sensitive about spoilers, so we are very much at endgame right now. So are lead. I'm not sure which is better, platinum or lead. So I don't know. But I know they're both artifact only. Anyway, Alphonse has created Gidthirst Horast, Alphonse Gidthirst Horast, the scholar, has created Oltundandid, a hazelwood grate, and offers it to the Sky of Rims. Excellent. I can finally make the king satisfied with his tomb. Let's check this artifact. This is a very expensive hazelwood grate. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of wild boar bone and raw adamantine cabochons, and cow leather, and bronze and cave spider silk. This object menaces with spikes of pearwood, raw adamantine, and on the item is an icahedra, and in hazelwood, on the item is an image of Chops, the dwarf in pear wood. On the item is an image of a giant wild boar in raw adamantine. Giant wild boar. We haven't seen any of those here. Thankfully. I will remove one of these floor tiles that I certainly haven't built yet. And see if I put the right one there. I don't actually know. I will check chat in a moment. There it is. Well, the symbols are godlike creatures, not adamantine items. And then the true throne needs to be made out of adamantine, which I've already made. I've also got the 7 symbols already. I literally just need to make that room valuable enough for them. For the numbers' sake. I mean, don't worry about it too much. 1,104 now. Dwarf Fortress hasn't, like, really gotten 1,500 concurrent players since, like, the beginning of summer, so it's been a while. Mostly just waiting for this smoothing to finish, and then work will start getting done quicker again. Well, there you go. I mean, I personally wouldn't use a lead warhammer in war. Unless it's like the most perfect item. If it's an artifact, I generally don't use it. Hammers are about to get funky. I don't even know what that is, that material, so, for whatever that's worth. There is several mods that add a lot more different stone types, including, like, radioactive materials, and allow you to, like, forge uranium and such. But I've never really messed around with any of that. There was also a mod that was kind of interesting a little while ago that allowed players to create magic metals that didn't exist using a generator, and it would basically generate the raws and put them into your game file. The densest metal? I've never heard of it before. Is this something that's, like, only in space? Or is this something that we have on Earth? Learning? I agree. I, too, am learning. I try to learn a little bit every day. And if you're listening to Crazy Frog, then you're learning a ding. Speaking of things I'm happy that died. You know, it's funny. People complain about little kids' music being annoying now. It's like, oh my god. You should be so happy you didn't have to tolerate Crazy Frog. 10 more paying resubs. Chat. 10 more paid resubs. And then we're done. I can get rid of 350 in my title. Ain't that exciting? I think it might be wise. Oops, nope, not that. Thinking it might be wise to have some sort of sprinkler system in here for a very specific reason. It is very possible they could start like shooting fire into here, and if I just have a mist generator in here, it's less likely the fire will catch. I might actually put a mist generator down here. And I have power light right here, right? So I can just transfer power out of here pretty easily. We are going to bring power over there. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do it that way. Because I don't really want any fireballs randomly torching my dwarves, because that seems like a bad idea. How's things, Dragon Man? Things are good. This mist helps us focus in combat. I mean, it also stops you from randomly combusting. Probably a positive thing. Also, I'm aware that I've crammed 2 on this side and only 1 on this side. I'm not entirely certain 2 will be more effective than 1, so. Also, got 31 limonite. Smelt. Limonite. 31. Really hope dwarves... Oh, I know what I forgot to queue up. Silk shoes. Let's do leather shoes. I don't know how much leather I have, but hopefully enough. Fireballs, you were statistically reading the wiki in the first month of getting into the game, and I learned the secrets of the system for necromancers, and I thought that, oh, you could use this to make other types of wizards, druids, priests. And then when I brought it up to my friends who got me into the game, they said, yeah, that's a plan and an update in the works for years, and that's so exciting. Well, there are druids in the game already. Also, congratulations, your fortress is now a mountain home. Proof that any suggestion of hubris was childish nonsense. We've done dids it. Done dids it. So, I don't know, hype or something? Progress. Now domesticate cave dragons. You know, people always say that. I've seen 2 in my entire time of playing this game. I would love to domesticate cave dragons. I've also seen maybe 4 actual dragons. Which I've domesticated, I think, every single one, with one exception. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we're above yesterday's 24-hour peak, so that's cool. We are currently at the peak player base for Dwarf. What is a few pesky demons after all? What even is a few pesky demons? It's literally because of Archcrystal. Archcrystal did it. It's a legendary Dwarf Fortress story. Okay, I must have resized the game accidentally. I'm just going to save and quit and restart the game because I've resized it somehow and I'm not sure how, and the resolution looks weird. Can dragons be domesticated? No. Cave dragons can. Well, maybe dragons can be. But, cave dragons certainly can be. I think dragons can be domesticated. I've never seen a breeding pair of dragons. Demons can 1,000% reproduce. I once had a breed of demon. This was the version 47. They were humanoids made of amethyst that only had quadruplets. Yeah, no, but that's been changed, JBT. That has been changed. Dragons are not adult to childbirth. That was changed 3 updates ago, earlier this year. But I've never had a breeding pair of dragons. I've had single dragons, I've had lady dragons, and I've had male dragons. The lady dragons, we generally end up just making a lot of dragon egg omelets. Which, you know, is its own brand of terrifying. Are they food stockpiles, Lanix, or are they furniture stockpiles? Because barrels are furniture unless they have food in them, in which case they are not furniture then. I love how this is a general stock notification. Yeah, I don't know. Moving barrels around are something that I've always had trouble with. Sorry to not be able to be more help, but genuinely, like, I have trouble with that stuff, so I'm not sure. I don't use mods. I use overhaul mods, but none of the overhaul mods I like have been ported to this version of the game yet. And even then, I use them very rarely for like a week. Managed to find the information you need in the raws for alleged weapons. In terms of how good it is, it looks like it would be on par with steel or silver, maybe a bit better. The only thing that I can say for certain is platinum is better for hammer weapons. Well, there you go. So lead, not the best material for a hammer. I've never looked. There we go. We'll just go with this. Let's use claystone here. I will probably put another row of fortifications here. Dwarf is slowly, ever so slowly digging. I will start installing these. Might as well get all this stuff started while they're digging the thing still. Just be faster this way. Yeah, well, some people just mod their games so that anything is usable as materials. I remember somebody I used to watch on Twitch who hasn't streamed in a very long time would always make gold a armor material. Just for vanity's sake, I guess. Make gold armor for everybody. How long would it take to completely destroy every civilization except your own? I cannot give you an actual answer to that for a multitude of reasons, but the main one being every single world has different population counts, and it would be based on the population count of that faction in that world. So I can't actually give you an answer to that question. I will tell you this. I think world domination in Dwarf Fortress is boring as shit, so I never do it. Like, it's literally the least interesting thing you can do in this game. It takes forever. Can you pump up water directly, or does it require more power the higher you have to pump it? You just need to make sure that you have enough power to power all of the pumps, and that's it. It doesn't, like, slowly get more power needed. I ran out of Bloodthorn. I thought I had more Bloodthorn. Also don't need that. Actually, no, I think I will need that. I'll probably just make them out of wood, actually. That's like 8 that I have right now. Hello, Arrow the. No, there is no copy and paste functions in Dwarf Fortress. There is no blueprinting function. Well, there is a blueprinting function, but you can't copy paste them. And it's only for digging. This. You can make digging blueprints, and then you can, by clicking this, I think, yeah, you can then click and drag and swap them over to that. I never use it. But that is a feature that exists. It lets you plan things out. So some people like having a blueprint feature. It's certainly not the best blueprint feature I've ever seen in a game. If anything, it might be one of the worst, actually. I'm thinking in the middle here I make a spike pit. Just more for my own amusement than anything. It's just going to be one spear per pit. And I will connect it up here to a minecart that will be powered from the same area. There is no default settings. Also, I wouldn't want to set that as default. It just turns it off every time you reset the game. I feel like whenever people start asking questions like this, I'm just like constantly disappointing them. No, that doesn't exist. Be nice if it did, but no, that doesn't exist. Actually, no, I don't want you. I want you in the middle. So I would like a drop right here, right there, drop right there, right there, drop right there, drop right there, drop right there, 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 and then that's the last one. I think I fucked this up. I can fix it later if I did. You just made a new fort after months of not playing. You were waiting for adventure mode, but the new update made you want to play again. Yeah, I think adventure mode's going to be a little bit. So, although there was a post on the Steam forums, which I think is telling is the wrong word. There's a post on the Steam forums which is interesting, which was from one of the KitFox community peoples, basically stating that, hey, heads up, there's going to be an updated roadmap soon. So that's interesting. But still, it's just an updated roadmap, right? I might actually go all the way up to here. Need a little bit more time on in between spikes. But yeah, that's fair. Waiting on adventure mode is fair, but it is nice to see people coming back to the game regardless. I was getting a little worried, I think is the best way to put it. Well, it looks like those are all in the right spots so far. This one's went off. Okay, so material doesn't matter. Looks like I just need, yeah, more corkscrews. Guess I can use the iron ones. It doesn't really matter. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 7 wooden corkscrews. Yeah, me too. I think people are starting to wind up and get excited about adventure mode because there's been enough teases in the recent posts. But you know, it's like anything else. It'll be finished, or anything else Dwarf Fortress related. It'll be finished when it's finished. And that's exactly when it will be ready. Hopefully we all just get to play it and enjoy it when that happens. And hopefully it lives up to expectations. That's my actual concern. Although that was my same concern with Fortress mode. I was like, man, I really hope that this just lives up to everybody's expectations. I just hope nobody's disappointed. It does seem like it's the actual main focus. I mean, Putnam's main focus is bug fixing, and that sort of thing. Okay, so no trading this year. God damn it. Maybe next year? I really need migrants. Like, I desperately need migrants. Otherwise, I'm just going to have to put more dwarves in the military that don't want to be in the military. Which isn't the worst thing I could do, but it's certainly not great. And by not the worst thing and certainly not great, I mean putting dwarves that don't want to be into the military into the military. Definitely not my first choice of things to do. You're sketching out base plans at work? Fun job you got that you're able to sketch out base plans at work. Hell yeah. I think I'm going to move a portion of my military down here. I think that's probably what's going to end up happening. Yeah, I don't know when you played last, but the SDL2 port update made the game run not just significantly better, but like, in my opinion, the best it's ever run ever. I don't think the game's ever run this well ever, in my experience, in my entire time playing Dwarf Fortress. So that's pretty cool. It depends on which government. I'm in Canada, so I don't know which government you're referring to. But yay, taxes. All right, let's let them work on that. So many dwarves super goddamn busy with a billion things. Generally retiring. Unless it's currently under siege, or I decide that it needs to be abandoned. Raven is fighting with one of my war grizzlies. Cool. Well, there you go. Like I said, pretty great job. Plot twist, he works as a dwarf and is actually digging down his own mine. I would love somebody to just be like, actually planning like mine layouts while watching this stream, but I do have I'm gonna say I wonder if any of these locations have workers available. It certainly doesn't seem like it. Now, no, you were somebody I booted out. You were also somebody I booted out. You were also somebody I booted out. You were also somebody I booted out. So all of my helixes are filled up with dwarves that I've expelled. So that's not useful. That is digging a tunnel under their house. To smuggle drugs across the border? Why are they digging a tunnel under their house? But that does sound pretty dwarfy. Well, there you go. That is also pretty dwarfy. I think, frankly, if they didn't allow you the opportunity to, you know, be a dwarf at work, I think that you're wasting everybody's tax money, frankly. Someone did that here. The result was someone died. Ah, well, I mean, okay. Way to take the fun out of the statement, but didn't have a permit. Well, all right. Skull Sweat. All right, I should read some more of these demons. Flame Fiends, very large quadrupeds composed of flames. It has large mandibles and a gaunt appearance. The Mantis demons are, of course, deadly dust mantises. We've seen a few of these. This poor fucker who's stuck in a wall, this is Blackjack. He's a panda fiend. It's kind of a fortress mascot. Scorching Fiend, lots of fire. Lots of creatures composed of fire, which fortunately means they're very brittle. I like how I get all these notifications in an area that I can't see, so I'm assuming demons are terrorizing the cavern critters. What else do we have? There's Tele Beast. It's Flame Spirit. God damn it. Blob composed of flame. There's so many fire things. Monster of Snow. This one values family, by the way. Personally values family. Very large mosquito composed of snow. Fat bulging trunk, and it belches and croaks. Beware its hunger for blood. We were at 230 dwarves, but I can tell you why. Like, just actually don't watch the VOD from yesterday. Just or not yet anyway. Watch the highlight that I uploaded this morning. And also, while you're at it, tell me if comments are disabled on it again, and if they are, I will go undisable them again. Because YouTube keeps disabling my comments, and it's really annoying. Specifically only on that video. Also, we're stuck in an ad now, so I will do this. It's been set to 250 for a while. Also, probably visitors, actually. Looks interestingly populated. It's because we dug too deep. We dug into hell. Okay, hell. I'm sieging hell. I'm pretty sure the title says that too. Yeah, battles with the underworld. It's right in the title. Right on topic. Spoilers abound. If you're allergic to spoilers, you may want to get your antihistamines. Not sure why there's a war grizzly down here, but there's a war grizzly down here, so that's cool. Great. Need one more screw trap component. Question is, am I still making them? We're also giving all of the new dwarves fresh clothing while we're at it, which is part of what's cheering them up a bit. What am I making? I am making a mist generator for this area because there is a slight possibility, because of all of the flamey creatures, they might shoot flamies at us. And if they do that, that could catch my ballistas on fire. So I'm basically making fire, like, what's the word? I actually don't know the word for it because I'm an idiot. Fire protective services? Sprinkler system. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. I'm making a sprinkler system. That's what I was looking for. Sprinkler system. Don't know why it took me so long to brain that one together, but moist ballista. Yes. I have a question, chat. Does anybody actually name stockpiles? Also, PP, I completely missed that resub. Thank you very much for the 8th month. By the way. Sometimes, yes, I do. So I guess I'm not normal then. I mean, I knew that. But... Disconnected. Oh, yeah, no, those actually just need to be canceled. Those are in the area that leads to hell, so those will just get canceled again. Actually, I wonder. Do I have any merchants on the map? No, I don't. I'm wondering if I have any merchants on the map because... You're sus. I was wondering if I had any merchants on the map because I haven't traded with the home faction in several years. Because they got completely killed by a goblin siege. Since that day, we've had no luck in getting traders. There you go. We're all slowly training siege operation by flailing boulders at this wall. Also, it appears that that destroys boulders, flailing them at walls. I wasn't aware of that. No, they weren't wiped out entirely. Just the caravan was wiped out. But that's still enough reason for them to not come and trade, for them to not trade with you for a couple of years. Yeah. Sorry. I haven't been speaking that clearly today, I find. I could be doing a much better job at this, but I'm not. Sometimes I speak way more coherently than others. Minecart's trigger. Let's just get this done. We're done. It's quite a bit sooner anyway. This is getting done very slowly. But hey, it's getting done. That's getting done. That's nice. That's still getting work done. That's still getting work done. All of these are hopefully getting work done. I can place the last one yet. Those, sweet. In order for Gorlax to be a member of your Civ, they have to be part of a performance troupe. So you can't get Gorlax unless they are a member of a performance troupe. Which is kind of a bummer, because wild Gorlax are considered hostile, even though they're like the only lawful good creature in the game. Which is kind of a bummer, in my opinion. But they have to be part of a performance troupe to join your civilization, or a mercenary, which doesn't really happen with Gorlax. That's quite the machine. This is going to take a while to put together. It's going to take quite a while to put together. Although I could maybe speed this process up, depending on where I pop out up here. It's too far away. I will say this will speed this process up a little bit if I dig across here. So that they don't need to walk down and then back up. Give them a little shortcut. When it's put together, it'll be glorious. Yeah, certainly. I can't wait for some of these to get canceled. Because they're like, probably placing boulders on each other's thing. Misty Ballista Battalion? Yeah. Misty Ballisti. We're going to... What's the word? Let's make more wheelbarrows. I feel like I'm running low on wheelbarrows. Let's do wooden wheelbarrow. Let's just do 50 of them. I may also need to hack down some trees pretty soon. How much wood am I sitting on? $589, that's plenty. For right now, anyway. I say, hopefully dwarves are getting better clothing. Yeah, you need new clothing. I also need mittens. Fine, I'll make 145 mittens. Silk, mitten. My king likes mittens, so I can't ever export them. I will be needing more, but not quite yet. But I will be needing more soon. There we go. You're getting done. How do you make elves not hate you? By not selling them things they don't want, selling them things they want, and chopping down less than 120 trees per year. And then eventually slightly less than 120 trees per year. Basically, use magma, be sparse with your coal, and don't try to sell them weapons or animal products, and they won't hate you. Elves are actually quite easy to be friends with, believe it or not. People are just very bizarrely obsessed with making the elves hate them, which, frankly, I will never fully get. Okay, I actually just want to put a hatch door up here. Also, this gets canceled right here because I kind of fucked up. I need thingy in the middle. An axle going up to you. And then an axle going up to you. Heh. That's amusing, pixelated wanderer. A+. Actually, A- for bad taste, but A+ on the joke. Dwarves hate elves for living in their mortal enemies in the trees and not being tough and stout. Yeah, I don't know. I don't fully get the anger about elves. I fully will. I think elves are pretty cool, and I think that the version of elves we have in Dwarf Fortress is a pretty cool version of elves. Did I never make a silk stockpile down here? I guess not. Because most of the clothing stuff is going on in a guild hall. Which is right here. I should put a silk stockpile up here. This will actually speed things up quite considerably. Cloth. No, absolutely. Elven Wars could totally be on the table for some. I just don't understand the visceral hatred of elves. But that's all. I don't know. I'm not going to dive into it much deeper than that. People on the internet make it weird. I'll just say that. Also, foreign clothing seem to offer the best protection. The count of layers. Now the question is, does a full layer armor work now? Yes, that's always worked. Or are they still putting on one sock and one boot? They've made, like, armor has worked for, like, the last 4 years. Full armor is not 4 mails and 16 cloaks. That is not the case. If you're talking about full armor as in, like, technically covering the entirety of a body, sure. If you're talking about full armor as it's designed for the video game, which is a set of armor, obviously what you're asking for and discussing isn't going to work because that's not how the game is designed. I know what you mean, but it's not fixed if that's not the way the game was built. So, no. You're asking to make the game do things it wasn't designed to do. So that is not going to be fixed. Yeah, but adventure mode does not equal fortress mode. Right? They're 2 different modes. They're 2 different games. Dwarves aren't going to do it properly because that's not how the game works. I guess my question is, why do you want your entire fortress to be filled full of literally impenetrable machines that make the game very boring? At that point, you might as well defend your fortress with drawbridges. Like, why? Why would you want that? And if you care that badly, just force it with DF hack or mod your game. That's not something that's going to be fixed. It's not even on the to-do list. This is something about the Dwarf Fortress community that will perplex me for all eternity, is when is insert problem here that isn't a problem going to be fixed? It's like, well, it's not a problem, so why would they fix it? I'm not saying you are, JBT. I'm talking about Do and Blade. Chat here. I'm just gonna stop talking to you, Duin. You play the game the way you want. But I give up. Alright, where was that bolt? Was there a bolt floating in midair? No, there is. They won't equip it, Callias. Let's do this down here. Let's do this. And this. Not needing to haul body parts is your only goal for invasions after a while? Set up a minecart system and only allow your soldiers to haul. Your soldiers are the ones that are going to be the most equipped to haul. So use your soldiers to haul. Also, we're being sieged by elves. I was wondering why the frame rate was dropping. Specifically, a single horse. The ambushes begin. Crossbows are going to patrol back and forth up here, and they will spot enemies as they come in. Kiddo's playing make-believe. That's okay for the current moment. This is enough to do the holy drop, I would say. I somehow managed to resize my window again. I've done that like 3 times today. Where are the rest of them? I'm not actually seeing them. Oh, I see. They've got war grizzlies. Don't want to walk away there, kid. I mean, you are stressed, so if you wish to cease existing, that's fine. I mean, I'll tell you this, JBT. If you 100% min-max Dwarf Fortress, and I know that you're just talking about testing stuff, and just chat in general. If you 100% min-max Dwarf Fortress, this game is fucking boring. Because you always win. So whenever people start talking about stuff like this, like, why can't you do exactly what you can do in adventure mode? Because adventure mode is a different game. Right? Adventure mode, the goal of adventure mode, if we're like going to be like very strict on the definition of goals, is to build an adventurer, survive, and become a demigod, right? You're supposed to become a Terminator, basically, if we're actually going for the end goals in adventure mode. The goal in fortress mode is to dig too deeply and die. Or dig too deeply and just barely scrape by and win, right? Or if you want to be even more strict on goals, the goal of fortress mode is to become a mountain home, which you don't even need to dig too deeply to do, right? They're okay. Spoilers for adventure mode for a second here. In adventure, when I'm not full screen, I'm gonna stop talking about endgame adventure mode for stuff for people who care. In adventure mode, you can enslave demons. So in adventure mode, you go to a fun spire, which is a spire. It's what is thrust up at the beginning of every single goblin civilization. A demon inhabits it, an archangel inhabits it, and there's angels throughout it, which are equipped with various weapons, and they're randomly generated like humanoids, essentially. The goal of adventure mode is to take over those. So you need to be an unstoppable killing machine already, and then you fight your way all the way through the towers, and you either kill or enslave the demons at the top of them, which throws the goblins into chaos until they find a new leader, and gives you a literal god as a companion in adventure mode. That is that's one of the end goals in adventure mode, right? It won't give you credits, but it's like the equivalent of digging too deep in fortress mode. So when the goals are completely different, what you're able to complete is also completely different. Also, the dwarves in your fortresses are considered peasants, right? Which is a thing that you can start as in adventure mode. Not demigods. They're not heroes. They're just peasants. So obviously you can't get a dwarf to equip 16 different pieces of foreign armor easily in fortress mode. Because they're different games. So anyway, done with my blabbity blab. Well, the thing is, Dew and Blade, this is a question I get every 2 to 3 days. Oh, hey, look. The Flowery is going to go fight, probably. We're fighting the traitor? Yeah. Oh, I see. Duh. How goes the war? We're being sieged by elves right now. I'm currently... the Flowery... the catastrophe of the Flowery is fighting with ravens. That's funny. Yeah, we're being attacked by elves. As for where they are, well, we haven't spotted most of them yet. My dwarves are all stuck inside. I don't trust you, man. This guy makes me so friggin' nervous. Running back and forth. Giant vomit gopher. Maybe this cat will discover stuff for us. What is that? That is a bugged demon who is friendly. Wait, also a snatcher? Goblin snatcher? Hopefully we'll start seeing them. Hopefully. It is actually just Steve. Steve is in fact friend. Although Steve gets a little bit ambitious sometimes. There we go. We've got elves showing up now. We're going to hear that a lot in the next couple seconds. My crossbow dwarves up here. Double check that they are decently equipped. Yep, they're decently equipped. Some of them are missing gloves, but that's fine. And also the reason these are yellowed out, they are actually wearing boots and gloves. I just screwed up a thing in designing it, and the result is also you clearly can't find your weapon, so let's let you equip a crossbow. The reason they don't actually, it says that they don't have them applied is because I screwed up slightly while designing the uniform, but they do all have boots equipped, which is fine. Okay, so I'm going to have to drop a lot of stuff on these guys' heads in a second. They're kind of spread out, which I'm not a huge fan of. Steve is starting to fight with them. And Elfie Bean appears to be running into combat. Elfie, why are you doing this to yourself? You don't have to go die. It's like, if you insist on going to go die, then that's up to you. But I wouldn't recommend going in to die unless suddenly they're all just enraged at everybody. I mean, I could just drop the Splat Plat on you, but I'd lose Rock Jitsu and Elfie Bean, which I'd rather not. I can't, no, Steve is a completely uncontrollable, independent entity. So I have absolutely no control over Steve. All right, well, some of these are just bards. That's Embertron, who's also... Wait, what? What are you doing? I don't have a... Why are you pasturing a cat? That seems like a bad decision on everybody's counts. You're about to die, Embertron. You decided to run into the enemy siege. So I think I'm just going to pull this lever and then send in the squads. Because... Well, that's unfortunate. Let's just station them down there. Bring in these splats. These cage traps are pathetically empty. We're gonna lose a bunch of our dwarves and possibly the demon in the process. Unless I just see how much the... Chat, okay, I have a question. Do we see how much the demon can do? Or do I drop the Splat Plat? Let him cook? Okay. We'll let him cook. I will cancel the lever. And instead station my military right here. I mean, we have lost Rock Jitsu, Embertron, and Elfie Bean in this fight. Because the dwarves are deciding to go full suicidal. For some reason. Ah, never mind. The Flowery is now no longer friendly with us, so we have to kill the Flowery now. We have to kill the Vomit Gopher, and the Vomit Gopher is probably going to kill my whole army. So this was a terrible decision. We lost Abel Bacon already. Chat. Going back to a save. My military is too valuable, and unfortunately, I literally can't do that. If you call me a cheater again, you can just kindly unfollow and leave. I don't care. I don't agree with how that's gonna go. It's also what happened to you. Yeah, that's fair. They're gonna get attacked anyway. Lock the Vomit Gopher on the roof? Possibly. Wait until he goes up here. Where's the Vomit Gopher at? It's out in the river right now. We'll wait until he walks into a room and we'll lock him in there. YD Trader? Good question. Probably because he got aggroed? This is a bug. By the way, these aren't supposed to be friendly in the slightest. But yeah, I genuinely do not care about, like, your save scumming religion. We'll do it whenever I deem it necessary. But no, I genuinely need my military if you guys want me to have any hope of surviving fighting hell. So. No. Missed nothing. Let's go Dwarf Torque. What's Steve's description? He's a... This is the 85th time I've read it. An enormous gopher composed of vomit. He has 3 short tails and an unnerving stare. He was created by the human god Sporthrib, the flowery tuft, and is part with depravity and lust. Chat named him Steve. I didn't name him anything. Actually, that's not true. I think maybe I called him Steve. But I didn't actually name him Steve. Just chasing ravens around the map. That's it. All right, so now we're back at this point. Oh, that's interesting. They're coming in this side. They're already in my base. Interesting. Curious how that happened. This is 1,000 times worse, actually. It's fine, we can fight these back. I just can't fight Steve. Lord, that was loud? Yeah, it's pretty loud. Can I name it Steve in game? Yes, but no. Yes, but it will erase what it is, which I'd rather not do. You can just refer to it as Steve. It's a lot of elves? Yep. And I have very, very little military due to losing the majority of them when we opened Hell. So I am prioritizing my military over literally everything else right now. I don't, frankly, give a shit. Okay, let's do that. And then turn this on. Get all these dwarves inside. And get you two patrolling the top side. No, not you two. You two. You two. Back to training. Turns out, yeah. Even if they survive, it's like, oh, great, debilitating injuries. Yeah, you're right. I should just reset their equipment anyway. Or maybe just yours. Supposed to be using an artifact crossbow, but he's clearly lost it somewhere. They're pretty weak, actually. It's their animals that are strong. And their sieges are generally half the size of the goblin ones by default. The difference is they bring a lot of animals. So instead of, you know, bringing 200 or whatever goblins, they will bring like 90 elves and then an additional 90 bears or whatever. So I don't actually think they're that bad, the elvish sieges or the elvish invasions or whatever. But, you know. I was supposed to put an animal up here. Let's just put a cougar up here. I think they can get up there. I think. I assume. I hope. Not if they're mangled. Mangled corpses generally can't be butchered. Although I think that that's exempt for Forgotten Beasts. So the frame rate did slow down. Let's see. Are they on the map? Yep, they are on the map, so they're coming. They coming. But yeah, no, the biggest siege I've ever had was I set the siege cap and animal cap to the maximum, which is 999. It was like 800 something goblins plus like another 800 something beak dogs is the biggest siege I've ever had. So that was pretty dramatic. Where's our gopher? Keep an eye out for Steve. So here's what I can do, by the way, in regards to renaming him. I can name him Steve, but it'll hide the name of what he is. So what I'd have to do is I'd have to type in Steve : catastrophe the flowery. There you go. Now it's Steve. You're welcome, Chad. You've been butchering some mangled, mutilated giant gray langurs recently? Well, there you go. Yeah, sometimes you can. I don't know what it is. I don't know exactly what, like, the limitations are there. But... So he's going to go end up fighting with the elves regardless, I think. It seems like he's already heading that way. Killed an agitated kestrel, which is interesting. He's got no kill logs. Even though technically he killed an agitated kestrel. I like how he's using my stairs to get into the trees, trying to pass through the trees and then falling down. What are you doing? Yeah, but neither are Forgotten Beasts. And you can see their kill counts. Same with, like... Oh. Iron Bolt. No, okay. I thought you were just fighting with something, but no, there just happens to be an Iron Bolt there. Goddamn barf ball. No, about 12 actually. It was about a dozen frames per second that we were getting. It wasn't too bad. This was right as the multi-threading stuff came in. Got a snatcher right now. Who hasn't been shot at just yet. I'm wondering if I tell you two to stand right here. I feel like they're more likely to reload their ammo correctly if you get them to patrol. But there you go. Why? Should be soon, I would think. That's like massive, impressive. Well, they don't think. I don't think. They don't think as much as dwarves do. The main cause of lag for invasions of that size, to my knowledge, is actually just... oops. The main cause for lag for invasions that size is actually the amount of gear that they're wearing. Because each unit, each enemy sieger has a full set of armor, and a weapon. So if it's raining when they enter the map, the frame rate's going to take a bigger hit than if it's sunny, because suddenly all of their gear is then contaminated with water, and the game is tracking that and following that. If it's very hot or very cold, you are much more likely to get a big difference there. Stuff like that. You know what, screw it. We'll just get rid of all this stuff. So it highly depends. I know that they're on the map. Where the hell are they? Oh, there we go. There we go. Now, where's Steve? That's the other question. Steve's on the other end of the map. So hopefully Steve stays friendly, but we'll see. This is some random bard. It's time for the siege to begin. See my dwarves. Are you firing bolts? Nope, not currently. I'm going to go stand up here. Yeah, they fired a couple. I don't think they can see that guy right there. Yeah, you fired a couple. That agitated dude. Oh, I see. You've got nothing in your inventory. I see the issue here. They don't have access to ammo here. Well, that's brilliant. Some of you do, though. That's good. Well, they've certainly hit you a couple times. Yep, flying iron bolt. Hits him in the leg. He's bleeding. How about you? No one's hit you yet. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this lever right the hell now. Let's hope whoever decides to pull the lever does it quickly. I'm actually going to look and see where is the person who is currently pulling the lever. Tracking coatings when they are injured and their gear gets covered in blood. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's why it slows down during fights. Sweet. It's a kid who's very close. Just as we like to see it. Unless you see something that terrifies you, in which case then you cancel it, which you just did. Okay, then who's going to do it now then? I really should just have something chained up right there to pull the lever. Okay, it's somebody on the other end of the map. Well, again, I have to be very careful so that... Okay, you know what? Let's just pull this lever as well. Lock the door. Also, they've sent spies. They're all avoiding my traps now. Which is very unfortunate for us. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck, please? All right, I got 2 dwarves coming to pull the lever. Assuming you are the one who's trying to pull the drop lever. They are currently getting spiked with flying iron bolts, so my dwarves are actually doing their jobs. Actually doing quite a bit of damage, jeez. Like Cog here, struck an elf in the lower leg, struck an elf swordsman in the upper body, fracturing the right ribs. Yeah, no, they're doing damage. Look at this. They're doing damage. Very much so. Urvad's done nothing of value. Cool. Tosid's done nothing of value. Cool. This dwarf hit a elf bowman in the lower body. Excellent. Recently started a 4th called Earth Burns. Cool. Burning in Dwarvish. Gotcha. You accidentally blasted all 30 of your dwarves with miasma because someone left some sandwiches on the floor. Well, sounds like you need a bigger food stockpile. Or more haulers. More likely the second one. Maybe. Okay, here comes Udib, who's coming to pull the lever. What is causing them to cancel this? All right, that's it. I'm getting desperate. So I'm going to move to the layer above. We're going to pull this one. I'm going to drop both of them on them at once.
Cheese for everyone!
Also, our door is shut, so there is that. Let's just drop both of them on them at once. I don't know why this is happening, but it is. I'm just going to drop both of them on them at once. Let's hope it works. Hi, Oh, I see. You haven't actually been pulled. Have you? Nope, you haven't been pulled yet. So hopefully there will be a big cave-in a moment. Hopefully. There we go. Finally happened. Did both of them fall? Yep, looks like both of them fell. Nope, nope, only one of them fell. So this one I can finally say, no, don't pull the second one. Okay, there you go. Excellent, finally. All right, so that was pretty effective. Are they leaving now? It definitely looks like it. That was slightly stressful. This is peak Dwarf Fortress? What, like, oh god, I gotta close this. Oh god, I gotta close this. Oh god, I gotta close this. Where's Steve? Whew. Steve is far away from the baddies, and thus is probably still friendly to us. Anyway, splat! For anybody who's wondering what I did, I dropped about, I don't know, 1,500 boulders on their heads. Is the simple terms of what we did. I mean, upper body takes the full force of the impact because got hit by a bolt, okay. And then gets hit by a billion boulders, basically. I'm so confused. That's very annoying. Knocked out by a cave-in. I'm so confused. That is very accurate, yes. So fun. I can now turn this off. Let's just wait until the elves have left. They're all still slowly leaving. This is so... I mean, it is technically a stonefall trap if you want to be very, very, very reductive as to what it is. I actually need more fire clay, which is the insanity. Yeah, I don't know what was causing them to go into combat up here for this lever. Is there like some sort of entity on top of the tree? Maybe I should move this lever. I guess I should do that. They were finally able to pull it, but it's clearly not a good idea to use this lever. What would be a good feature for work orders? Let's go up to... Sweet, none of those are forbidden. Awesome, awesome. A work order and its conditions and put it into another workshop so you don't have to remake complex conditions. To copy a work order. Yeah, I mean, there's tons of things that would be very useful. There's tons of things that would be extraordinarily useful. All this stuff's getting put together slowly. Also, another thing, I'm just going to go right alongside this. Right alongside this and right alongside this. Also right alongside this down to here. Reason I'm doing this is I'm going to set this as priority walking so that they don't stand on this. It's easier to get these done. Otherwise, this is never going to get finished. Yeah, I don't like making workshop-specific work orders. In fact, I almost never do it. I only ever use the bulk screen, and then I'm specific by like how many workshops use it. And then sometimes I'll go into specific workshops where I don't want it being used, and I will disable them. But that's it. I don't specify outside of that. I mean, like anything else, it just comes down to a matter of how important is new features to you for Dwarf Fortress. For me, new features are very important. I want new features for Dwarf Fortress. If new features aren't important and quality of life is important, then yeah, you'd want that. I would rather take new stuff over quality of life any day because Dwarf Fortress is fine quality of life-wise, in my opinion, which I'm aware is not the general current opinion of the game. A lot of people are indefinitely annoyed by how this game plays. And, sometimes I agree with it, sometimes I don't. You know what, actually, we'll keep these. I mean, yeah, you can. You can go into workshops and pause them. You can control what general work orders get taken. You absolutely can. Just have to go into the workshops and pause them. Is it the best solution? No. But can you control them? Yes. And I do that all the time. Like, what I'll do is I'll build, like if I need to collect a bunch of clay or something, I'll make, like, let's say I need to collect a bunch of sand, but I don't want to make a lot of glass, but I need a lot of sand. I'll make, like, 40 different, an animal's grown to become a cow, that's fine. I'll make 40 different, glass furnaces. Put 2 of them on lava, so make 2 magma furnaces, and then the rest of them are just normal charcoal glass furnaces. I'll pause all of the jobs on the charcoal ones, and then the dwarves will just use the non-charcoal ones. So just make sure that the 2 jobs that are charcoal, or that are not charcoal, are being taken care of by lava, and everything else is just collecting sand. Yeah, no, they need the workshops for it. But these are going to be sets of 10. These ones are just sets of 1, which is fine. And these are going to be connected to alternating, so it's going to go around in a pattern. So it'll be dunk, 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 dunk. All right. Really, I need to get some food down here. There we go. You can go this way and fire at Will. Poor Will. He's getting fired at. Pull this lever twice. I really, 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 really need some migrants. Migrants? Migrants. I was figuring out why they're failing? That's what the job fails menu is for, this. Like, it makes things significantly easier when you can just figure out which order is there and why it's failing. Another thing that I find makes it way easier to figure out what jobs are failing and why they are failing is go to the, like, say it's a kiln job, right? Let's say it's a wood, or not, those are wood furnaces. Let's say it's a glass furnace job, right? Go here, select the job manually, and then cancel right as the job goes through, and then it pops up and says why the job's not working. And then there's only one there, so you just look at that and go, oh, okay, and then you fix the thing. It's a really easy way of, like, backing up through that. 200 fire clay right next to a kiln. Yeah, I need to collect some fire clay. On that topic. Let's just do 150. Because you need to add a staircase to a tree? No, you don't. Just make sure that, okay. So if you're gonna do tree gathering, right? Be specific about who gathers plants. Also, I didn't realize I literally only had one plant gatherer left. Be specific about who gathers plants, okay? And then simply make enough footstools, you know, step ladders. Make sure you have enough step ladders that the dwarves going up in trees won't take one from somebody else. Because they'll only take one from somebody else if there's no step ladders available. And that's why you end up with dwarves up in trees. So if you're telling them to gather stuff from trees, don't do that. Unless you have enough step ladders. Unless you have one step ladder for every dwarf. Don't do that. This is a fixable issue, as long as you're aware of this. Then you should clearly be selecting a safer place for your dwarves to gather fruit from trees, but I digress. Speaking of, this gathering area can go away. Also, something that I really like, I don't know how many of you guys listened to the interview I did with Putnam, but the patch note about made it easier for dwarves to get out of trees, literally the thing it did, the thing that update does, is it makes dwarves more likely to prioritize climbing over almost anything else if they're stuck somewhere. And the literal second I updated to that patch, I had a dwarf on top of this tower, climb down it. Climb down it to about right there, and then walk, and then climb down, and then walk in here, and then down. So I just want to say that that's a hysterical change, and I really like it. Just makes dwarves prioritize climbing more, if they have any skill in it. Well, we're not on beta anymore. The patch is now in the main branch. It's not the beta branch anymore. Alright. Happiness is swinging up, which is good. A couple dwarves' chests that never got them. Some of your dwarves are Nicholas Latifi? Can't say I've ever heard that one before. There's a lot of lava in here. Although it's finally starting to drain off the edge. I could turn this lava off, but like, where's the fun in that? I mean, like, seriously, where is the fun in that? Trying to make another lava sea under or above the lava sea. Well, this is making progress. Suspended for some reason. Progress is being made up here. All this stuff got done. Excellent. This one's probably still forbidden. And we're stuck in an ad. Andadasi. Are you stuck in an ad, Ace? Because if not, I can answer that question. Top priority for a successful fortress? I would say stress, if you're not stuck in an ad. If you are stuck in an ad, I will say that again in 60 seconds. Do you not having made an exit yet? Not having made an exit to what? It would be kind of cool if you could mill items. That'd be neat. I'd be here for that. All right, there we go. We're back. What is the highest priority for a successful fortress? Stress. Stress. Stress, stress, stress. I mean, most people would probably tell you food, but food in Dwarf Fortress is so mind-numbingly easy that, like, I wouldn't consider food a top priority. Like, food and farming, like, painfully simple. Stress, on the other hand, is a little less than painfully simple, I would say. So this is turning, which is good. We just need this one done, and then this whole thing should spin. This down here is getting things done slowly. Make sure that all these are not suspended. There we go. One piece at a time. Getting constructed. If we are talking about order conditions, I don't know because I barely ever use order conditions. I also barely ever mill plants, so I'm not the person to ask. No, I saw that you already sent the exact message earlier, but I'm just reiterating on my answer. Let's just get these boulders out of here. Hello, Infinity. How are you? Yep, they do in fact visually indicate how many spears, and then they bug out if there is too many different types of spears and do this. Pretty sure they did that in older versions too. Or at least if you clicked on them. Well, I mean, I agree with you on boats, but to me, boats are, or should be a low priority, which they are, which is why they're like 5+ years away, likely. Because while they would be nice, and I certainly agree, they would definitely be nice. I think having them as a necessary thing is maybe overly exaggerating their necessity. I mean, I don't think that we're directly benefited from having large worlds with multiple continents currently. So I don't know how much I agree with that. This fort is pretty. Thank you. I like the tower portion. I think the underground portion is pretty ugly, but the tower portion is pretty. I'm pretty sure a lot of the reasons people want boats is memes. Because, but, you know, there's 1,000 things I want before boats. Like, if we're just talking about, like, features that we want in the game, I really want better diplomacy. I could give two shits about boats. Boats would be great. Like, don't get me wrong. Guns is literally never going to happen. I don't even know why you're saying that. Guns is literally never going to happen. And there is a very particular reason for that, and that is the developer's politics, which I tend to agree with. Don't want guns? Not gonna happen. But that being said, I really want better diplomacy. I want to be able to stop a war with humans or elves once it's started. Like, there is world gen diplomacy right now. I think it should be hard. I think you should have to send diplomats or messengers. Maybe, like, I think it should be something you need to have, like, at least a monarch or, like, some sort of, like, higher ranking noble or official in your fortress in order to be able to pull off. I want to be able to send out trade caravans to other civs. There's lots of things that I want to do in Dwarf Fortress that I think would be significantly more impactful to the gameplay than, you know, what's the word I'm looking for here? There's changes that they could make that would be significantly more impactful to the gameplay than just boats. Because boats are great, and they would allow us to travel across continents. But I think it's more important to be able to control what's going on your own continent. So, like, just the trading statements is like, well, that's one thing. I want the feature that Tarn has talked about 1 billion times, which requires the map rewrite, which is before boats. And this feature is pretty simple. Actually, I don't need this one. What am I doing? And this feature is pretty simple. It's once we get the map rewrite and the whole map is more interconnected instead of sectioned off in fortress mode, I want that feature of, instead of starting a fort in fortress mode, you start as a wagon. And then you drive your wagon. You tell the wagon where it's going to go in the overworld. And then you play a mini game where you drive the wagon and your dwarves, or like an adventure mode light or something, to get to your location. I want that. I want to be able to pick where exactly I put the wagon on the Embark map. Like, there's so many features that are planned for Dwarf Fortress that it's very easy to just have a very big wish list, right? But I think of all of them, for me personally, boats are a very low priority. Yeah, I mean, Dwarf, Tarn's statement on it is literally just like, what if you could play Oregon Trail in Dwarf Fort? Like, Dwarfigan Trail, basically. Which I would be all for that. I think that would be awesome. So I don't know. Like, there's a lot of features that are, like, I guess, air quotes, in the works for Dwarf Fort. But when it comes to boats are one of the ones that I go, yeah, I mean, boats will be nice. Don't get me wrong. Boats will be nice. It'd be nice to have boats. It'd be nice to be able to go other places and connect the continents. Or you could just simply generate worlds that don't have oceans. Like, there's already kind of a solution to that. But honestly, unless it comes with better diplomacy and trading, yeah. Your dwarf died of dysentery. Yeah. Your dwarf died of miasma inhalation. It's like, why did the gears stop moving? Because the game was paused. Are you carrying an iron one? You're carrying an iron pipe, you poor dwarf. Store's like, I've had to carry this for 10,000 miles. 10,000 tiles, more like. Uh-oh. Cavern dwellers. But let's take a peek. Ah, I see. Demons found some unfortunate souls. All right, let's see how we're doing on iron. Ours, 329 iron. All right. So, let's make iron, ballista, arrow, head. 300. Let's make iron, ballista, arrow. 300. That's a furniture shop, so let's scroll up to the big everything goes stockpile, which is up here, I think. I wonder if we even have the ballista arrowheads already. Also, it's time to hack down some more trees. Elves already hate us, so it's fine. I actually didn't start the war with the elves either. It's like the last 2 forts I've done, I've been at war with elves just from the start. I didn't even piss them off. Tantrums on the trail? Exactly. You don't want tantrums on the trail. Also, like, on topic of other features that I think would affect the game more, I wish that animal people and the other intelligent creatures in the world had way more agency. You know, like, I would love to see, like, kobolds do more than just steal shit. I would love to see humans have more variety versus elves, or elves and dwarves. I would love to see whoops, ghosts. Stone, aka Seashore's Wall, Master Lasher has risen. Well, that's somebody we need to deal with. Porcelet, how you been? I would love to see like giants being able to have more agency in the world instead of just being scary thing that show up and attack you. Want more Gorlax or procedural civs? We're gonna get procedural civs as part of Myths and Magic. So that will technically come before that. All right, well, I just saw an article that made my brain hurt slightly. Scary things are still happening in the basement, yes. We're still working on actually fighting them. Yeah, and boats are after that, Jankles. Legitimately, boats are after that. I'm doing all right. I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce the name. Playa Coherif? Hi. Oh. All from Canada. God damn it. Did YouTube... Did you do the thing again? Motherfucker, YouTube disabled my comments again. Why is it doing this? Canadian Thanksgiving is in October. What you on about?
NANI?
You've yet to have a gremlin in your fort? You want to see that happen? Gremlins are something that was super common back when the game was 2-dimensional. And now that the game is 3-dimensional, it's extremely rare. This is bizarre. Why is the video I uploaded this morning keeps on getting its, like, comments disabled, and I don't know why. It's driving me a little mad. Nani means dwarves in Italian? That's funny. Thanks for the little tip. I had no idea. Wait, I've seen gremlins a good number of times. Also, in regards to gremlins, there is a specific notification that you can enable to see when gremlins show up, which is very easy to enable now that the notification settings are right here. It's under Fortress mode, I think, but there is a like gremlin arrival or whatever, and you can turn on a notifier for that. So if you happen to encounter a gremlin on your map, you can have it pause and redirect there instead of getting the tiny little notifier up here, which will make it way more obvious if that's a thing you care about. All right, I'm going to get my 2 main squads to assist, and one of my range squads to assist. I need more hands on this construction. This is taking too long. Although they may just go socialize, which is fine. They're allowed to socialize. I'm also actually going to remove this center bit from the tavern. Also, where's Steve? Steve, where'd you go? Steve just lives over here. Maybe I should build a wall around Steve. Or just wait until Steve walks into my fort. And then lock Steve in a room somewhere. Because there's no way I can coax him anywhere. It's not part of my faction, so I can't, like, assign him to a chain. If I had web traps set up, I could do that. I don't want to fight Steve. That's the problem. Is Steve could kill my entire fort. And if Steve decides to go aggro, then we're in trouble. So I'd rather Steve not go aggro. Which means fart in Japanese. There was like there was a period of time where there was a thing between couples where couples would refer to their significant other as bae. I don't know where that came from or how long it lasted, or if people even still say that, because I'm old, apparently. But when that was a thing and everybody was doing that, people constantly like to remind people that in multiple languages that word means butt. And in one language, it means poop. And no, he's an archangel. We dug Steve out of the basement. They're always not hostile until they get attacked, apparently, because it's a bug in the game. But it's a bug that I like. I like that bug. I like bugs that make funny things happen. If anything, I think that should be, like, a feature. They should just occasionally be friendly. And let's just put a lever right here and connect it to this. Demons just want to have fun? Is that what you're saying or suggesting? Stone has been properly memorialized now. We're loading ballista. There we go. And also, just put 3 wheelbarrows on this. But it's faster to get these loaded. Can I set these to give to something? playthroughs. That's a shame. That's a shame that I can't set it to be linked to. Oh well. I don't know, there's plenty of bugs in Dwarf Fortress where I'm like, that benefits the game, I think. And I certainly enjoy bugs that benefit the game. Also, believe it or not, constructing this area down here and forcing the dwarves to run up and down and up and down and up and down constantly, very good for their mental health. Because they are forced to run up this walkway. This walkway has water dribbling down it from up here, but also has water dribbling down it from this mist generator here. So it is very beneficial that they're running up and down constantly. They're having to run past multiple sets of bedrooms every time. Also, pro tip, if you get easily annoyed by bins, I recommend that you make all of your bins out of metal so that when you want to get everything out of a bin for any reason, you just melt it down. Speeds things up quite considerably, in fact. Because I feel like a lot of people have trouble with bins, and I think it's like not necessary. Like you don't need to have such trouble with bins. Did I do this correctly? You're linked up to that. Linked up to that. Okay. Nope. Dumping it would dump everything in the bin. So it would not have a similar effect. I'm actually not sure that these are even going to do anything. It's just going to entertain me. So I'm doing it. Tip of the year? I didn't come up with it. Somebody in the community forts did. So let's do this. 2 siltstone doors. And build a... diorite bridge is fine. Lever back here, this is going to be connected to that. This is a slow process, turns out. It'd be real nice if we had an extra 40, 50 dwarves in the fort, but what can you do? Turns out not much. Also, once we're done making all of this clothing, this will speed up. We've still got another 82 silk mittens, silk trousers, silk gloves to do. I'm envisioning a series, MB Audio. It's called Quick Tutorials. Most of these tips are in that. Also, that isn't a series. That's just like a video. Like a top 10 video. And also, like, that's not a new tip. Saying that tip for quite some time. It just turns out not that many people actually listen to my tips, even when I say them on stream. Because, like, my videos are a very, very, very small minority these days of people who are playing Dwarf. Back at the beginning, it seems like it was a pretty, like, borderline majority of people playing Dwarf were watching my videos. But these days, it's... New patch was live yesterday, fam. Yesterday it was live. Literal notes? Yeah, but you're on the fringes. Nice improvement frames? What? I mean, like, there was a couple small, like, FPS improvements, but no, the FPS improvements update was, like, 2 patches ago. Sure, but you need to melt down a bunch of divine metal to do it, and you get, like, 0.4 of a block, of a brick per item you melt down. It can be divine metal, but I just make it out of adamantine because it's easier to get in large quantities. And you need like 7 bars to make one, so. Got a lot of cats and kittens specifically that need to be slaughtered. Yeah, well, clearly you read the patch notes, right? So yes, but that was a addition to previous improvements that were made on the previous patch. So it was kind of like a fixing bugs related to a patch that came out 2 months ago. So I've noticed almost no frame rate increase on this patch. Maybe a handful of frames, at least on this particular fort, but every fort's different. Divine metal objects are the symbols, and the true throne is generally adamantine. So anything that pops out of a random boulder that is named. Not the items that can be melted down that are being carried by the angels. No, well, if you've got a work order for a boulder, you can scroll through the tasks list and find the dwarf who's hauling the boulder for whatever reason, and almost always you can cancel or pause the job. Almost always. There's a few instances where you can't. Not sure why that corkscrew's right there, but... Doors down. I think I may also make another one of these fountains. I'm thinking like, maybe even like right here. Maybe even over here. Any kind of mist generators are helpful right now. Are they worth it now? Mark's dwarves are now identical to the way they were before. Meaning, still the same AI quirks? I guess it depends on what you mean by worth it. If you mean, do they work now? Yes. Did they work before? Not really. Do they still have the same quirks as they've always had? Yes. Because it's simply making them equip ammo correctly again. Are they worth it? They were always worth it before, so I would say they are worth it now. But once again, it depends on your definition of worth it. screwed this up by one tile. I mean, if you read the patch notes, you would know this, right? But Mark's Dwarves have always been worth it. They are extraordinarily strong, especially when it comes to taking out creatures that are on fire, creatures that shoot webs, at a distance, without having to just maul all your dwarves into a wrecking chamber. So, I would say they've always been worth it. They just didn't work in version 50. So they just haven't worked for the last 10 months or whatever. Yay, there you go, Bird Bones. Yeah, it's just T. It's a menu that, like, a lot of people didn't know existed in older versions of the game, and I would always tell people it existed. Yeah, no, you can use default uniforms, and you can make custom uniforms for them now, and they all work. The advice that I would give you, Jess, is they like to jump through... Is it Jess or Jessie? Anyway, they like to jump through fortifications to get to enemies, so do not give them the ability to jump through fortifications to get to the enemies. So build a tower for them, isolate the tower from the rest of them, make sure there's ammo in the tower for them, and give them an overhang at least 1 Z level up, and they won't jump out. They won't vault through. If there's an overhang, if there's like something stopping them from jumping through. No, it's literally just YouTube's backend's fucking up. It's got nothing to do with the comment guidelines. If I broke the comment guidelines, it would be disabled on all of my videos. Besides, it's not like I'm, you know, accusing people of being PDF files or something. Not like YouTube's gonna go after me for that. Just literally just Dwarf Fortress shit. Yeah, make sure they have a roof, make sure they have fortifications, and make sure they can't jump down through the fortifications. Yeah, it gives you a reason to make, like, you know, cool additions to your walls, essentially. Yeah, it gives you more reasons to build castles and build cool trenches with, like, defensive pieces on either side. Like, there's lots of reasons to enjoy Mark's Dwarves, even if they aren't the most effective thing the first time you try them, is what I would say. Because it might take a couple attempts to get them to be effective. But once you're able to get them effective, they are very strong, especially if they're using, like, iron bolts or steel bolts. It's like having a long-range sword. Like, I had a dwarf two-shot a flaming fire fiend from a distance, which was quite helpful.
Over here, he has a sword!
I don't think so. Does somebody have a sword, chat? Crimes are also down, which is nice. Aside from the fact that I'm mass slaughtering kittens, which is its own kind of weird crime. Okay, let's see what I'm missing. All right, screw trap components. Wooden corkscrew. You're getting her done slowly. How in the heck did... Okay. That went there, 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 there. You. There. Middle. Outer. What is a knife but a baby sword? Well, in order for it to be a baby, it would have to be capable of growing up. I'm pretty sure knives don't grow up. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think knives can grow up. Seems just kind of like a waste of time here. I've got just way too many jobs running right now and nowhere near enough dwarves to complete them all. Did Pixar grow up? Was Pixar a baby? Speaking of bins, I love how I made a bunch of bins because I actually need them in certain spots. Yet at the same time, they've managed to get bins in the least important place possible in the whole fort. I might actually just deconstruct this stockpile. It's probably the easiest way to do it. All right. You connect to that. And maybe also these two doors. Pretty sure they'll be locked open. No, actually they won't be. I'd need to do it on 2. Yeah, but that doesn't exist. So if we specified, is a Thran knife a baby sword? Sure, certainly. Until we have like functional biomaterials, I don't think anything can be considered a baby sword. Chat, the game is saving, and I'm a little bit hungered, so I'm gonna go get me some foods, and I will be back in about 90 seconds. If I could get a round of beers, and if you happen to have sound commands to entertain the chat, that'd be cool. Back in a mo.
Sandwich!
Over here, he has a sword!
It's a Unix system. I know this.
I did say it would be quick. I have a cheese sandwich.
Cheese for everyone!
No, not for everyone. Just me, actually. Bark, 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 bark. Also, hey, glass half empty. Bark, bark.
take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
I'm very confused as to why this upright spears trap looks like this. It wasn't a weapon trap. An upright spears trap. Did I build the wrong thing? Yeah, I don't know. Weird. And this thing is just still perpetually burning. I feel kind of bad for all of the cavern critters in here that I've just, like, completely obliterated their homes. Like, sorry, not sorry. Very much not sorry. I'm also slow. Oh, wow, I am actually pouring lava into hell now. That's funny. Look at that. It did, in fact, say that, yeah. I kind of feel that hell in Dwarf Fortress is like a cold hell instead of a hot hell. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's the place that you go where it's just like, it's icy down here kind of deal. All right, speaking of jobs, I'm gonna go to work orders. I'm gonna go to rock blocks. I'm gonna say it's 2 shops max. We got too many people making rock blocks. Like, it's a useful thing. We need it. We need it. Got too many people doing it. So hell with one eye. Hell with one eye is cold hell, whereas hell with 2 L's is hot. What? I mean, I made friends down there by letting them out. We'll place that there. And then this gets connected to the lower one. We don't need to worry about running outside anymore. Can you build in hell? Yes. It does perpetually spawn clowns, but it only gives you that big rush. So when you break into hell, about 100 to 200 demons come flying out. Once that initial wall of demons is dead, it becomes like any normal biome, except with demons. So you'll have random groups of, oh really? It's the North Underworld? Well, today I learned, the demons that spawn down there spawn in groups from like 3 to 5, and they just kind of walk across the map like any other wild animal, except when aggroed, they're significantly more dangerous. They're still considered underworld residents. They're like any other creature in Dwarf Fort, where there is limited populations of them, so they can be forced to go extinct in your region, but you have to kill a lot of them, and that's not including the initial like wave of 200. But aside from that, hell is like any other area, except you can't mine the Slade. Well, I mean, any animal in Dwarf Fortress can go extinct. There's some very obvious examples of this, like with Yetis. only like 10 to 15 spawn in each area. So if you settle on a glacier that has Yetis, and you kill them, and you kill like 20 of them, odds are pretty good you'll stop seeing them. Because unless they're migrating in from somewhere, or unless there's a pair that's off-map making babies, which is probably unlikely, you'll kill them all pretty quick. Which is why sometimes you'll go to a map, and let's just say, big cool animal walk by. Uh-oh, game is frozen. Big cool animal walk by. What's my frame rate doing? Game decided to nope for a second. Well, it's not elves. Something's going on. But yeah, any animal can be made to go extinct in the region that the player is playing in. Which is why sometimes you'll see like an elephant walk by and you'll be like, oh my god, an elephant! And then you kill the elephant. Or your hunters kill the elephant. You're like, oh god damn it, I killed the elephant! And then you don't ever see elephants again, because it might be the last one. For that particular zone. In fact, that's likely. Demons are considered wild animals. So, like, if I jump down to the underworld, right? Let's take a peek. This is a male flame fiend, right? This right here is a female flame spirit. That's a female flame fiend. See, we can see here. Whereas this mantis demon. So this mantis demon, this caddisfly devil, and the scorching fiend, they can't have kids. Because they're asexual. But the flame fiends, the flame spirit, and the flame spirit, they can have kids. So this stack here is actually quite dangerous right here. Because they could just randomly start making babies.
This is Sparta!
Wild Demons, new stage name.
New stage name. You mean like singer, songwriter, performing artist stage name? I could see it. Also, Neon Demon. Not a movie I recommend you watch. Interesting movie. Creepy beyond all reason. It's the creepiest Keanu Reeves I've ever seen in a movie. It's weird seeing kind of character actors who you're very used to playing like protagonists playing an antagonist. Super weird. Same reason Green Room is such a weird movie. Of it, as a fun curiosity, you didn't think of the fact that you could have Oops 200 Crundles in the same tile problem with Emerald Devils? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I think egg layers are by default asexual, because I've never seen like an insect or a bird demon that could multiply. But like, any of the ones that are just like, it's a normal monster, or it's a normal creature that exists, or a mammal, I guess is what I'm looking for here, not normal. It's a mammal, or it's, you know, I don't know, word. What if you chuck some nest boxes down in hell? You know, I've never done the science. I mean, we have mantis devils, so if I can trap a mantis devil on a nest box... Well, I mean, I doubt it, because, like this is a mantis demon, right? Doesn't have... It's not neither male nor female. So because it's neither male nor female, it's not gonna lay eggs. So, I don't think it matters, actually. I feel like they'll just topple the nest box. They'll be like, fuck it, shit! Flip it. Yeah, they'd probably just topple the nest box. Yeah, you'd need... Or, yeah, up the ante. Artifact nest box. Gotta up the stakes here, you know? Some of them have building destroyer. Which is why I'm kind of amazed they haven't ripped these doors off, but I'm assuming just locked buildings still can't be toppled. I'm actually just gonna seal this up now because I'm getting nervous about it looking at it. I'm wondering if putting roads down here would be a good idea. Because it might stop them to topple them, actually, on the topic of building destroyer. Also, the concept of toppling a road is hysterical to me. The discussions are utterly insane. Yeah, no, absolutely. And you could take most of these quotes out of context and it would just be like... And then that's about it. All right, so you up here. Along. Sprinkler system down here coming along. Slowly, slowly. But hey, people are actually working on them now, which is good. I've got far too many jobs. All we can really do is just follow a dwarf. Just came back too and you walked into a weird conversation. Yeah, I mean, so, like, but that's also just the problem of this stream, right? Is it a weird conversation because Dwarf Fortress is weird, or is it a weird combination because that's just the stream that you're watching? Like, there is a non-trivial chance that you come back and just, I'm talking about something completely inane. You know, like, that is a non-0% chance. Because, like, this is still a blind IRL stream that we're talking about. It's not a blind IRL stream unless, like, I randomly fall into some really weird political discussion or some esoteric genre debate. Or, like, God forbid I start talking about metal. Or any music, for that matter. Ooh. So... somebody posted this in pet pictures. On my Discord. I'm trying to figure out what the pet is and where the pet is. But this is a pretty looking bowl with nice little waterfall. I like. But I'm trying to figure out what and where the pet is. Frog? Where frog? Trying to spot frog. Definitely pet rock, yes. Where frog? One fine frog. Right side? Are we talking about that little blop? I think that's just moss. That looks like something. Maybe a turtle? That blob is a frog? It's a very blobby frog. Where a frog? Don't get bit. Also, I gotta say, it's real nice to see Dwarf Fortress hit weekend player counts on a weekday. 2 days in a row. Generally, weekend player counts are like up to 1,300 usually. But recently, weekdays have been like 800-900, and weekends have been like about 1,000. And today we've peaked at 1,195, which is nice to see. I mean, for reference, who posted it? It's posted by Thorn, so I don't think they're in the Discord. But I see my Discord in under pet pictures. I feel like if Dwarf Fortress wants to get into the press, right now what they should have done is alongside of their patch notes, they should have posted something about Unity. Like added Unity something, like just a feature in Dwarf Fortress called Unity. Just to like get caught into the news cycle. Sometimes you just gotta get clicks. The bull is a pet mimic? That's terrifying. I gotta say, mimics are one of the things that scare me the most in video games. That immediately causes tantrum spirals. There you go. Sort of like how that time that Vampire Survivors added an NFT. I'm out of iron bars. Okay, so I got 48 ballista arrowheads. And and 17 ballista arrows. And most of them just live up here, currently. And I'm hoping that they end up in the right stockpiles. I'm going to follow this ballista arrow because I've been playing in this fort for a while. I've made a lot of stockpiles. And I want to make sure that they're going to the right place. Because if they're not, I need to remove permission from them to be there. Dwarf Fortress exists longer, has existed since like 10 years before Unity, so. Unity, like when did Unity start? Unity engine. 2005. So yeah, Dwarf Fortress has been in development longer than Unity. Apparently the initial release date was 2005, at least according to Wikipedia. So Dwarf Fortress started development in what, 2003? Although the copyright on version 23A says 2002, so. But I want to say it was 2003 where Tarn announced that they were going to stop working on Armok and start working on the Dwarf game. Another pro tip about Dwarf Fortress. Things can get stuck on statues. And then they can't be removed from the statue unless you deconstruct the statue. So right now, every single time they walk past it, they see Irul Pangadal Ismer Zinger's upper back tooth. And also this agitated raven corpse, which is probably upsetting them. Yep, they just saw the Ettin's body, that tooth, and this dwarf also just saw that raven. I had a bunch of dwarves found dead. QND, green tea, Wiz the God. There must have been a tantrum. Or in the clother. Ah, is a soldier. Must have tantrumed. That's a bummer. I really hope that my faction trades with me. Yep. The clother beat the crap out of my hammerer so bad, my hammerer is in hospital even. That's actually kind of funny. Well, at least I have all the bodies accessible so we can bury them. I may need to make more coffins. Yep. 1000% I do. Welcome back, Elfie. Bark, 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 bark. Let's actually make like 30. Let's make 50. Oh, sweet. They are ending up in the right place. That's good to see. What's up, Budgie? Well, that one's not done yet. So once that one's done, then I can connect that. And you can be connected to that middle one. Then I just need to put a minecart on this. And then that's it. Easy enough. And this up here, you connect to this, so I can turn the thing off, and we're going to pull the lever. We are in an ad right now, but I'm just constructing stuff so you're not missing much. Clotho's been found dead. Oh, the dwarf that did the crime of killing everybody was found dead. So justified? Shoutouts to Steve, who is in fact... Yeah, so one of my cops came and killed him. Justified, I say. I need a new captain of the guard. So I'm gonna give to Mini Big Boss so we can double team or double task these. Which is also a really good name for a dungeon master. You feel avenged? Well, someone was enthusiastic with the whip. Although usually they don't actually whip them, they just punch them to death, which I think is kind of funny. What are we doing on ghosts? Currently null. Well, that's pretty good. Somehow. Why are we here just to suffer? That's a good question. That's a very good question. Sounds philosophical. And as somebody who is not a smart kid, I don't philosophicalize much. Or I don't think philosophically. Oh my Armok, I think is what you intended to say there. Sweet, this is almost done. We just need one more of these done. And you just need this done. So we are very, 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 very close to being able to turn on both of my new pump setups. Should probably also just put one here for shizzles. Frankly. And also, I'm going to do this at a lowish percent. Oh, 4 is fine. I'm going to go all the way along here. Make sure that the demons get to witness some art before they die. Thing you just noticed while picking a guy to be your Baron guy who dreams of mastering a skill, it doesn't say his dream was realized, but he was literally legendary in 4 skills. That seems like a bug. Could be wrong. I always say that when it's something that could be a bug. But that sounds like it could be a bug. Curious what you're hauling. Creative impulse is so valuable. What is my purpose? You serve butter. Well, I mean, if you serve butter, then your purpose is to serve butter, right? It's a Rick and Morty quote? I'm sure it is. Certainly sounds like a Rick and Morty quote. As somebody who's never actually watched a single second of Rick and Morty, most of those bounce off my head. All right, these are working. Let's get this started. And also, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make A stockpile right here. Specifically for diorite and dacite. Bars and blocks, that's it. Diorite and dacite right there. That's going to bring a lot of hauling jobs down. Forgotten beast named Gasir has come. A great humanoid is composed of clear glass. It has a bloated body, beware its webs. Right, well, it's up on the main level. That is quite scary. Although, chat, we should have some fun. What do you think? You want to see if we can have some fun? The fun that I'm referring to here is on this same level I have Anayu Fatal Wave, who is a quadruped composed of coral. It has a curling trunk and it undulates rhythmically, beware its webs. I have two options. Trap both of them. Option A.
Cheese
Option
for
2,
everyone.
make them fight. I think we should trap both of them. The reason I think we should try and trap both of them, if I can, I mean, obviously, like, I have no idea if this is even possible. But the reason I think we should try and trap both of them is if I am, in fact, able to trap both of them, I can use them both as defenses against the baddies, which is kind of my hope with that one. I haven't said anything about it, but, like, kind of thinking about putting it in a walkway next to the baddies. Option 4, well, that would be option 4. Make them fight after they're done defending the realms of hell from us, for us. Why am I looking at the completely wrong screen? It depends on if it makes it, because it has to get through a bunch of. There's like 90 cavefish people in here. Snow bronze colossus. That is true. It's fighting with cavefish people. Because it's got webs, cavefish shouldn't be too much of a threat to it. What? No, Forgotten Beasts don't leave statue corpses. Only, Iron Men, and Bronze Colossi do that, I think. Could be wrong. If there's another creature that does that, let me know. But to my knowledge, very few types of creatures actually do that. Iron Men, yeah. Mm-hmm. I wish I was making that up, but... An Iron Man. Eurus likes Iron Men for their stern appearance. They are immortal. They're building destroyer level 2. You find them in underground depth level 3. I've never seen them. If they exist, I'm sure they exist. I've never seen one. I have seen firemen and blizzard men though. Why would I make up something like that? Like, come on. This is me we're talking about here. I wouldn't lie to you about Iron Men existing in Dwarfort. Uh-oh. Did it die already? Shit. Yep. I mean, it was Gasir, right? The fishman stabs the forgotten beast in the upper body with his silver spear, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Well, it wasn't able to make it through the cavefish people. Rest in peace, you stupid beast. Or in multiple pieces, even. All right, but what I will do is start digging this down. I don't know why there was a horse in my walkway, but there was a horse in the walkway. The queen consort withdraws from society. All right, this one I gotta pay very, 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 very close attention to. Madame Queenie. Actually, chat. Who wants to be the queen? Claims a clothes shop. Give me one reason why you should be the queen. And I will pick somebody who I think should be the queen. You get to be married to our king, King the Space Disco Fox. And your eldest daughter is dead. Your youngest son is Abel Bacon, and in the military. Elfie Bean's your niece, apparently. Freddie Mercury. You know... You know... We should just name it Freddie Mercury, shouldn't we? You think ABBA should be the queen? Freddie Mercury is particularly secretive. She often finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else. Doesn't get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, and she is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world, and she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she often feels lustful. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she often feels envious of others and tries to not get things done perfectly. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore and tenses up when she's nervous and dreams of mastering a skill in this dream was realized. Personally, hates those who wield power over others. Doesn't particularly care about craft storemanship. Please. She likes dolomite, pig iron, and peridot bolts, backpacks, and rings, and when possible prefers to consume skink and char and dwarven cheese, and sand pear cider and rope reed seeds. And absolutely hates blood gnats. She has what was... For a second there, I thought that we were about to get a party song. She has what was once a very thin frame, now bearing enormous thick layers of fat. She has a very deep voice, and that's not true. And her tall ears are broad and splayed out. Her nose is quite long. She has high cheekbones, and her head is extremely tall. Her heliotrope eyes have large irises, and her short hair is neatly combed. Her lips are thin, and her eyelashes are short, and her nose bridge is somewhat concave. Her hair is greasy. Gray, mixed with white. It's actually a true quote now. There is no Queen of England. We'll make a supersonic man out of you. This is true. Fire clay, cave spider silk, willow logs, cave spider silk, puppy bone, cave spider silk, dog leather, cave spider silk. Raw green glass. One of my Mark's dwarves is stumbling around obliviously, so that's unfortunate. I'm really curious to see how many people play the game over the weekend. Also, let's see, did YouTube shut my comments off on my video again? I'm gonna keep checking like on the hour, and eventually I'll give up. Yeah, okay, comments are still allowed. That's good. It's probably hurt that video because comments aren't allowed. I should probably just re-upload it, but honestly, I don't actually care enough. It works secretly. Cavern dwellers. Getting wrecked by baddies, I assume. More of them are getting wrecked by baddies. There's so many mats on that artifact? I don't think there's that many. So this is good to go. This area, whoops, did I screw this up? I really actually totally did. Well, that's fine. This area is now a very good boon to Happy Thoughts. Finally been able to play on Linux after the update, and you can't seem to figure out the best way to deal with dead. Your coffins work different in the graphical version, it appears. So coffins work exactly the same way as bedrooms do. I actually need to place a couple. So there's two ways you can assign them. If they are in an enclosed room separate from everything else, instead of clicking on the coffin and setting it as a tomb, you go to the zones screen, you grab tombs, and then you can either paint them individually over top of the coffin, which doesn't require you to have separate rooms, or if they're all in separate rooms, you can click the multi button and then just click and drag and it makes them all for you. And then they're automatically assigned as dead dwarfs pop up. Stone died, feels bad. Yep. So did Wiz. Lost a couple dwarves already today. Mostly to tantrums, oddly enough. Because the dwarves in this fort aren't super happy for strange reasons that I can't quite figure out. No problem, Worf. Glad you can play the game. And down here, I'm going to add... Queen Consort has created a cave... Freddie Mercury, the Queen Consort, has created Mokez, Lunrod, a cave spider silk thong, because of course she did. And now offers it to the Skyrim. Oi. I'm okay. I'm going to put a minecart right here. Long live the royal bloodline. Yep. So I assign it to her, right? I mean, this is a cave spider silk thong. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality, is encrusted with fire clay. I don't like thongs being encrusted with anything, but that's besides the point. It is encrusted with fire clay and decorated with cave spider silk, dog bone, and table cut green glass gems, and encircled with bands of cave spider silk, willow, and dog leather. It is made from cave spider silk cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of cave spider silk and menaces. Did my broker die? I guess my broker died. Shit. And menaces with cave spider silk cloth. And this object is adorned with hanging rings of cave spider silk and menaces with spikes of plume agate and cave spider silk. On the item is an image of plank busts, the blockaded roads, the large, intricate, searing metal low boot in cave spider silk. On the item is an image of Iden traded traded rinses. The dwarf in cave spider silk. Iden is making a plaintive gesture. The artwork relates to the drowning of the dwarf. Iden. That's an odd thing to put on that. In the greatest swamps in the late winter of 175, on the item is an image of an olive tree in cave spider silk. Alright, so that... Oh, really? I can't give it to the queen? Well, alright, so I need a new broker and a new bookkeeper. Freddie Mercury, you're now the broker and the bookkeeper. Partially just so that I can assign you this stuff. As an image of people drowning? Naturally. Drowning in the queen's eccentricness? The real question is, why can't I find this thong? It's like not listed here anywhere. Already stolen? No, it's probably being moved. Yeah, it's being moved. Unless it's just so low value that I've got like multiple items that are worth more than it. Which is definitely possible, actually. I mean, the fact that I don't know the value of it, so we'll have to wait a little bit until she... Does she need an office? No, she already has one assigned, duh. Yeah, and that's an important thing to get sorted too. She's eating first. Eating a plump helmet, because of course she is. That is too goddamn funny. Gonna go conduct a meeting. Might actually be a bad idea giving this dwarf this. She's gonna be too busy conducting meetings. All right, well, I've already done a video on Plain Pact a couple months ago. Time has no meaning. So for this particular thing, I just need to pull this lever, and that turns this on, and that's going to cause these to stab up and down repeatedly. It was the first lore video I did. The video on Plain Pact. Don't actually want to do that automatically. I just want to actually confirm that I'm using the right material. Let's do that. Hey. Slowly getting shit done. Goblins can become necromancers, yeah. I've seen plenty of Goblin Tower in my day. So going to build another round of fortifications up here. Getting close to doing these too. Need to make sure I don't get a dwarf stuck in there. And I also want to do this. I think that's as far... Yeah, it's about as far in as I want to go. We're going to go 2 deep. We're going to go back up to... all the way up. All the way up to our weird, little, tiny, impish monster friend. It's going to go all... Okay, nope, not there. Just going to go... all the way down. It's fine. As long as it doesn't fall out of the cavern layer. Except I'm going to go all the way back up to the middle, and I'm going to seal that side off, where there was an open bit, which is right there. So I don't accidentally let this creepy bugger out. Down here. I'm going to go from over here to you. And this is going to be the entryway for that Forgotten Beast. We're going to put this Forgotten Beast right here. I could try and trap some of these critters. Also, for full transparency, for people who are just, watching the stream and chilling today, it's probably going to take me like another 3 hours to get to the point to be actually able to fight these things. So keep that in mind. I'm also still kind of hopefully waiting on more friends. By that I mean more dwarves, but that's a question of whether or not they'll actually trade with me again after the stuff that happened to them. So, and that's neither here nor there, so I'm not actually sure as to whether or not I will be able to trade with them, but I would like to. If we could get like, I don't know, 40 more dwarves, that make this a lot easier. Second immortality as in like second breakfast? Immortality and then second immortality. Well, they haven't made a sequel to Immortality yet, to my knowledge. I know that the first one was quite well received, but didn't sell that well. Does anybody know what I'm talking about when I'm sitting here talking about Immortality? It's a video game. It's an FMV game called Immortality. People quite liked it. But it was an FMV game, so FMV games don't generally sell great. It was by the person who made Her Story. If that rings any particular bells. This all the way around, in fact. Immortality 3, even less killable. Well, at what point is it like Immortality 4 plot armor? Why would they make us? Nobody has even finished the first one. What's funny about that statement is I'm not actually sure if you're talking about the game Immortality or not. Like, genuinely, I'm not sure if you're talking about the game or not. Which is maybe the funniest part about this entire conversation. You could very well just be talking about the video game Immortality. Getting more iron ore is what I'm doing. Fortunately, we've had no Forgotten Beasts on this layer that can fly yet. I'm able to get away with a lot of things I wouldn't normally do. Let's go this way. All the way around. Besides, I like leaving risks open in my forts. What's the fun of the game if there's no risk? Is the area over the cave in safe from damage? What? The area over. Oh, it depends on if they get caught in the dust clouds or not. If they get caught in the dust clouds, then no, not safe. If they don't get caught in dust clouds, then yes, safe. Just gonna tell them to do 80. I don't know how much we'll have, but we'll have a bunch in a second. Like right now. Wait, no, not right now. Right soon? In a moment? Un momente. Right now. There we go. I wonder if you're gonna cave in if I deconstruct this. Nope. Okay, that's good. I mean, I could use cave-ins, but I'm not sure how that would allow me to safely encroach. Like, are you referring to, like, against the demons? It's starting to sound like a soap opera. The guys who tried to sell me weed once are having a very loud, heated discussion outside. I'm just kind of amused by it. No, I wanted to mention it, but that's about it. But they are straight up arguing about something or another. Probably about being productive members of society. More for your setup than yours. You were thinking about carving wall sheets of stone. Just remember, constructed walls do not maintain their structure when they land. Stone walls, so like carved out walls do. So if you're gonna do that, just don't use constructed walls because it's not gonna go well. And that's about it. Hey chat, you wanna know what's cool? I need 4 more paying resubs. Not gifted or primes. 4 more paying resubs. And we've officially got Partner Plus as of the 1st of October.
Woo!
So that's kind of exciting. 4 more. Which means if we don't get it tonight, we'll get it tomorrow. It was over Anime Girls. I can't hear what they're saying through all of the N-words, so I'm just kind of trying to tone out their conversation, to be honest with you. For 1 whole year, which means this time next year, or I guess basically 3 months ahead, I will do some sort of subathon incentivizing 6-month subs. All right, now they're playing music. I'm gonna go close my door. Pick up some of that stuff. I have a very, very, very good directional mic for a reason. I'm just not even going to go down that route in case somebody takes it out of context in a bad way. Let's go Dwarf Dork. I have to be careful with things like that in this industry. I know you're being silly, but I'm just I can't even acknowledge the joke. When you terrace out a cavern section like that, is there any risk of cavern creatures sneaking in your fort? 1,000%. 1,000%. If I put an overhang, significantly less unless they can fly. Because there is no creature in the game that can climb over an overhang. Also, this side is now ready for mud puddles and water. We've gained this up here. Real good for dwarven moods. I make another one. Yeah, if you haven't seen any yet, you're pretty unlikely to see some suddenly pop up. So I'm going to end up sealing this off. So I might as well get ahead of it and just build our way down and in. How am I going to do this? No, actually, I think I'm going to go right here. Deconstruct these two. Oh. I was going to say I'm going to go down a layer. Nope, can't actually do that. Okay, well then, instead of doing that, we're going to go... I could go this way. And I will dig through these additional pieces. And then I can seal this off on this side. No, savagery has been no joke since version 50. Satchimal, hello! How are you? It is good to see you. Now, if anything in regards to like those people outside talking really loudly, if anything, I'm just... It just makes me aware that people might be able to hear me nattering on. Which makes me go, I should be very conscious about how loud I'm talking, I guess. Because, like, yeah, they tried to sell me weed once, but at the end of the day, you gotta get by. So I don't actually hold that against them. I just think it's more of a funny anecdote that the guys that tried to sell me weed once are being loud again. More than anything. It only really annoys me when they play music on their phone right next to my window, which they do sometimes. At which point, then I go out there and glare at them until they stop. Because I've asked them to not do that probably about a dozen times now at this point. Although usually it's late at night. Like, late at night, they have this bad habit of, like, playing music on their phones at 2:30 in the morning and then rapping along with it. At which point, then you get very sleep-deprived, recently woken up me going, could you fucking not? Could you just fucking not? And I have to check in with the status of our Forgotten Beastie tunnel. You never know, they might be viewers. If those dudes were viewers, I would get a restraining order. Like, I would seek police protection because of the shit that I know for a fact that they sell right there. I like to dig a shallow pit with a retractable drawbridge over your stairs and fill the pit with lava and have multiple drainage tubes, and that way nobody can get in unless I want them. Yeah, there you go. That's one way to do it. You only really need to do that in, like, super active evil biomes, though. That or you can just, like, put a wall over top of it. So, chat, are you guys ready for tomorrow? Because tomorrow, all of Twitch is going to turn into Payday 3 for a bit. Maybe not all of Twitch. A large portion of Twitch is going to turn into Payday 3. Getting attacked by ravens again, it seems. Also, I don't know if you just saw that, chat, because I clicked through it too quick. Flame Fiend has given birth to a boy. The Flame Fiends are multiplying. At least it's not like sextuplets or something. I need more doors. Turns out. I mean, I'm just saying that though those flame fiends are pretty hot, living up to their name. So over here, I'm just going to wall this off. About making a demon zoo earlier. That's so much work though. Like, holy shit. I'm assuming all of my miners are currently still just, yep, they're still up here. Doing all this stuff. Oh. That's a dark force of vileness. Early summer. Good timing for them to show up, actually. They're also seeking a parlay. Which means... That's a bard. Which means I can save this bard's life by simply waiting. So, these look like dwarves, but I assure you these aren't dwarves. These are actually goblins. They come from a goblin faction, and I can prove it by looking at the images on their helmets or images on their chests. If you look for ones that have those tiny little brackets there on either side, it means they have an image, which is a image of a ratweed, the image of the symbol of the legendary curses of goblin civilization. So these are goblins. These are not dwarves. So I do have 2 shots with this. But not a lot. Goblins of beards, these are dwarves. These are dwarves enslaved by goblins. Kidnapped dwarves enslaved by goblins. All right, so step 1, turn this on. Let it stay on for a little bit. Although, fuck, where's Steve? Where's Steve? Steve? Steve can't stand. His right leg is gone. Did you lose your right leg to a raven? I have a feeling they're gonna kill Steve, chat. There isn't much I can do. They're probably just gonna beeline for him. Oh, wait. Steve can still move, so that's good. Vomit is not a strong material? No. Okay, that gate's still shut. Steve's just kind of doing lappy boos. I mean, if Steve walks back to the fort, I will save Steve, but Steve clearly needs a bath first. I'm also kind of surprised Steve hasn't managed to, like, freeze to death or something. Also, because I think part of the reason the goblin civs are mostly just attacking me with dwarves is because metal is very, very, very rare, and half the dwarven civs in this world got wiped out super early because they didn't even have metal. Okay, so they are down here. The siege is literally right there. Come on, Steve, you vomit derp. So what do you think, chat? Is Steve going to survive this fight still neutral? Or is Steve gonna die? Actually, hold on. I need to know. I need to test this. Damn. I'm very disappointed. Steve is not technically a historical figure currently. Catastrophe of the Flowery is what Steve would technically be. It's just walking around killing ravens. A really big, smelly, vomit guard dog. So because dwarves can pet friendly entities, even though you don't see it in Fortress mode, they can do it. Do you guys think that Steve is going around getting pets from the dwarves? I mean, he doesn't hold on to grievances, and he is quite ambitious. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he's killing another raven. He likes a little excitement now and again, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He's often cheerful and somewhat quarrelsome. Yeah, that's right. Say that again. Comes the siege. How big is this siege? 45. All right. You know what would be hysterical? If I had some way of aggroing every single one of the cavefish men, so I could force them into hell with the demons. I've just got to say, that would be hysterical. Unfortunately, that isn't an option. Well, Abel Bacon, why are you naked? Oh, it's because you're a woodcutter. Well. Abel Bacon is just running around with no clothes on. Abel Bacon, go put some fucking gear on. Jesus Christ. Siege is still creeping ever closer. I'm still trying to decide if I should use the lower drop or the upper drop. Actually, it's the lower drop. Oh, the lower drop isn't even droppable. All right, we're dropping both of them on them then. And hopefully we don't get assaulted by elves this year. And if we do, we lock the door. So Steve is currently hanging out over here. If Steve gets into a fight with them, I lock the door once again. Uh-oh. Steve? Steve? Steve, why? Steve, don't. Steve, please. Steve? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do the smart thing. And lock the door. Steve? Steve? Maybe I did the wrong thing. I could have saved him, chat. Steve is now aggro with us, probably. Unless they... Nope. They, Apparently he just killed an agitated giant tree frog. Huh. Just gonna let Steve walk away. Wrong window, what? What do you mean? Oh, you're typing Linux commands in chat. I was like, what do you mean wrong window? What did I do that was wrong? Curious if these guys can get stuck in the cage traps, because if they can, I can just let them walk forward, but it depends on if they've scouted here or not. Nope. Oh, yep. Okay, got him. I see there's just no cage trap in that one. There you go. Okay, okay. And then this guy turns around. You have bolts? No, you don't? Okay, well. Probably because they're all forbidden currently. And turns out there is no ammo in that bin. Well, that's pain in the butt. Kill this one particular dwarf. There's one specific mace dwarf. My dwarves all dive onto it. And he falls over pretty quickly. Seems like the lasher lashes the mace dwarf in the upper body with the iron whip, chipping the bone and chipping the shoulder's left bone through the iron mail scarf. Skirt, probably, actually. Where Steve is pretty far away. Still neutral. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for good luck? Or a vile force of darkness, whatever you think works better. My soldiers then book it. Caleb the peasant has been found dead. Well, they killed some rando peasant who was up there. I don't know why the rando peasant was up there. That's not my fault. Got this injured dwarf. Have you been pelted? Ah, I see. You got bolted. Look at that. Iron bolt strikes the sword dwarf in the lower right arm, deflected by its gauntlet, but did get hit by a iron bolt, which bruised the leg through the chain leggings, which knocked him over, and he screamed gruesome wounds and actually dropped his shield. And is seriously injured. Which I say is pretty good. Well, someone's shooting bolts successfully. Looks like a bunch of them are going to go get ammo, probably. Also, that peasant didn't actually count as me losing population. Uh-oh. Okay, so I guess he's neutral to the baddies until I start fighting. So I'm going to try and pull this lever again. Require me to be very careful. You able to make it? Come on in, Steve. Get into the fort. I love how Steve just disappears behind a chicken. There's something about that that is very, very, very funny. Okay, so... All right, we're gonna pull the lever, chat. We're gonna do the big splat. Except this is gonna be a double big splat. So let's see who's pulling the lever. Let's see where you are. Sweet. You are literally right here, and it's Jetpack Tuxedo who gets the honors. And chat, I have a question for you. Do you want to see the big splat in ASCII? Or with graphics on? ASCII? Chat says ASCII. 1 for ASCII. Anybody else? Press 1 for ASCII, press 2 for graphics. Steve is definitely in the Fort Preox. Everyone's saying ASCII? Okay. Well, here it goes. Dwarves? Oh, I see. It should just have been pulled. All right, why haveth it not been pulleth? There it goes. I was gonna say that took way longer than it should have. Anyway, it worked. Ow, my ASCII. Apparently we lost a masterwork of Abel Bacon. Siege is not broken yet, really? Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, that is impressive, if that didn't actually... Why are you murdering the cat? You dickbag. Literally beating the shit out of a cat. The cat did bite the mace dwarf, though. So, shoutouts to Kitty. ASCII vulnerability 100%. Yeah, there you go. Also, are you a member of my fort?
Bring out your dead!
Yes, you are, in fact, a member of my fort. Well, good luck. Oh. Climbed a tree, maybe? Oh, no, left the map. Nope, dove into the water. And you're dead. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyway. I get to open this drawbridge now. And now I got 2 layers of that I gotta rebuild. Not just 1, 2. And I'm going to connect you to this. And do this. And also we can turn this off. And I can pull this lever. And I can unforbid all these bodies. Why jump into the water? Because it's shallow there. And it's an escape route, in theory. I don't know why these are set to be dumped, but they are. So one of these at a time get built now. Will Steve ever become evil? Yes, if we aggro him. So Steve is evil. That's the part I guess you don't understand about Steve. Steve is prime evil. Maximum possible evil. But currently is neutral. If we start fighting with Steve, then Steve becomes pure evil. Evil. Be more specific. How did he end up neutral? There's a bug with them right now where they are always neutral. If you discover a Archangel, they are by default neutral in Fortress mode for some reason. And they are findable when digging too deeply and greedily. We actually had a second one as well. The other one was some other type of creature. But it got killed as part of the cavern invasions. Because they're listed as current resident and not underworld, and current residents are by default neutral. What's stronger, demons or angels? Highly depends on the demon, highly depends on the angel, because they're like forgotten beasts, right? They're made out of random materials, so it depends on what they're made of. If they're made of snow, very weak. If they're made of, like, glass, quite weak and can be cracked. If they're made of, you know... As long as I don't attack it, I'm safe? Yeah, unless it gets attacked by something else. That isn't like another neutral entity, like the birds. But currently it's doing a pretty good job cleaning up the ravens in the vicinity, so I'm not going to complain about it. Suck, Zool. Got the ghost. So I'm assuming some of these have probably been forbidden. I don't know the specifics, okay? All I know is that if something attacks it, it attacks me. I don't know the specifics, okay? This is my second time encountering this bug. I've had people in chat say that they can go and cease being neutral if an enemy army attacks them, or if you attack them. Someone else in chat yesterday stated that they can stop being neutral if agitated wildlife attacks them, so I kind of just need to keep an eye on them, basically. I couldn't tell you exactly what makes them neutral. It's a bug, which means it could be almost anything. I love how people always assume that I have the very, very, very specific responses to the exact situation. I have no idea. This is my first time really encountering this particular bug. So I genuinely do not know. I know this game pretty well. I don't know the ins and outs of every single bug in the history of Dwarf. Yeah, I think it's certainly a fun quirk, but you know what's not a fun quirk is Chad assuming that I have every single answer about the fun quirk that I've encountered for, like, the second time ever. No, it's all good. I'm mostly just rambling my frustrations about video games in general.
Hello, Blind and Chat.
Hello.
Writing to you from mostly beautiful Munich, Bavaria. Thoroughly Octobering Mine Fest, and loving the lack of specifics in the world.
But
Stay beautiful, and counting down the days until Twitch Music Fest.
you missed Gamescom, though. Gamescom happens there, and you missed it. I would say you're late, actually. But I hope you're having a good October fest, even though it's not October yet. But thanks for the 10th month. I can't believe it's been that long, dude. I can't believe it's been that long. I should be able to believe that because, you know, I've been here for every single day of it, but... Also, chat, you guys want to see something cool? It'll probably hit differently if I show you the full-size screenshot, so I will simply do this. Three more. Just a couple more. Wonder if they've made the slab for Soxul yet. Nope. It is queued up, though. I mean, I would love for there to be, like, neutral angels and such. I would really, really like that to be the case, but I think the idea of, like, an angel showing up and just warning the dwarves of something is a really neat idea. Sub anniversary is in, like, 2 days. Yeah, no, we're gonna make it. Like, just straight up. And then next month, I get a raise, which is crazy. Never thought that would happen. If you asked me like 2 years ago, Blind, do you think you're going to ever get a raise from Twitch? And my response would be no. Absolutely not. Goat Swarm, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you, friend. And thanks for sticking around. Fat grip of sub points. I don't know what that means, but yes, very much so. Your site's getting like $1 an hour more. That's pretty good. Like that's a noticeable raise. Okay, so the catastrophe is fighting with wild boar. So, Steve. Fighting with a wild boar. Cog, the Slayer of Divine, is fighting with ravens. Cannot just stand by. This might require an answer. Well, I guess you guys should go back to training, shouldn't you? Update equipment. I'm starting to think Giant Thief maybe should be removed from the military anyway. Clayborn said post beers chat, so you best all post beers. Chop shop. So many store items and locations. The number of jobs in this fort is ridiculous. It's just straight up ridiculous, the number of jobs that have to get done. To the point where I should probably take most of my military off training and just let them help construct. Also, in other news. Yeah, no, it's still gonna be hard to assign the queen to her thong. Need traitors. I really, really hope that my Dwarven Civ trades with me this year. Really, 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 really hope. Because I could also really, 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 really use some assistance. And extra hands. And some more migrants. I need to trade with the Mountain Home to do that. What are you hauling? Why are you moving so slow? No health problems. Vanori is a very slow dwarf, turns out. Lord Consort's visiting. Must be quite large. That or just equipped it heavier armor or something. Fortify all this. I just need that to finish up. Stuff will speed up a bit again because I'm just doing a bunch of smoothing. I honestly don't do much of these days. Yeah, this is that same fort. Hero didn't make it though, unfortunately. Yeah, no, we dug a little deep, as you can see.
Things are way too quiet at the moment.
Things are way too quiet? Went around the stream? I mean, today's been kind of quiet in general. Views have been great, though, so I'm not complaining. But comparatively to yesterday, today's been pretty quiet. But thanks for the $1.50, Devil Dawn. There is a particular reason why Hero didn't survive, though, and it's not because they died. Hero didn't survive because I had to jump back to a save. Because it was either that or lose the whole fortress to a different beast. So while that event happened, it was merely a figment of our imagination. a few more of these. I'm going to remove a couple more of you from other jobs. You can keep being a siege engineer. You can keep being a doctor. Let's just get a few more mining-specific dwarves. You can go watch the video on my YouTube channel if you like. There's a highlight of it. That's right. Yeah, no, absolutely. I also had to do that twice today to stop that, like, Archangel from going aggro against us. Also, nope, not elves. I don't know why the frame rate just went null. Something's going on. Some kind of suicide squad or shenanigans is happening. Humans are moving, are they? Nope. Something's stuck somewhere. Oh, it's coming back. Either something just unironically just got stuck somewhere. It might just be the agitated ravens. I want agitation patrol. Yeah, now it's back. All right. I'm not sure what happened there. Interesting. Has to have just been the agitated ravens then. That or we're about to get attacked by elves. One of the two. And I'm not sure which either. Although if we do get attacked by elves, I might just lock them out. Because I need to rebuild this. I wish that this thing could be constructed faster. It's my biggest gripe with that system. It's like if only I was actually just using bars or blocks instead of boulders. But the boulders are 1,000 times more effective, so I don't know. It's kind of this like annoying tie between things. So his right front leg and his right rear leg are gone, meaning Steve here is running around and fighting off all of the local wildlife for us with only his left legs? Well, all right, Steve. I was going to say, the goblin finally moved down here. The goblin is haggard. The goblin thief that was supposed to coax this forgotten beast out is haggard. That's funny. But yeah, it's definitely a Wednesday, Devil Dawn. Definitely a Wednesday. Wow, I love how my miners are all still digging up metals. I mean, like, we needed it. I just didn't expect it to go on this long. Holy crap, that went far. Went all the way to the edge of the map. Look at that vein. I think that's probably enough for right now, actually. Let's just do that. Let's let them go work on the things I actually need them to work on right now. Which is get them to go underground. Wax worker was found dead. I'm not sure why. This isn't bedrock. This is claystone. And this isn't even close to bedrock. That's actually pretty close to the surface. Bedrock equivalent for Dwarf Fortress is either semi-molten rock or alternatively, what do you call it? Or alternatively, Slade, which is the unminable stuff. The rarest setting. Claiborne, which I think is very rare. Demons are finding more cavern critters. So it's either serpent men or rodent men. Probably the rodent men. By the literal definition. Gotcha. I always assume people are talking about Minecraft when they say bedrock. That's my bad. And a door right there. Uh-oh. That's bad. So, yeah. Are they friendly? No. All right, dwarves, get the fuck inside, please. You too. Or don't. That's fine too. Wild Peak, PYK, and everybody's running out. So what are you getting hit by? Yeah, okay, so...
Bring out your dead!
So Cog is outside. The Slayer of Divine. I'm gonna let him fight. He is an elite Marksdwarf. But he's already exhausted, injured, and bleeding. Alright, let's open this. Been saving that for times like this. I'm hoping the Necromancer just leaves the map. Hey, free book. Doomid, Crypt Dents, and other topics. This is such a fucking shame. Yeah, but they're significantly weaker the second and third times. fucking shame, man. Okay, so where's Steve? There's no way in hell Steve is not going to end up getting into a fight. The problem is these guys. Like, realistically... Oof. I'm going to do a thing. I'm going to... save. That's what we're going to start off with. I'm going to be careful. This is something that requires a very delicate hand. That would be very funny. But thanks for the $1 suited? Or like the 50 cents or whatever it is after fees and etc. I legitimately had forgotten that those were a thing, by the way. Just for reference. Truly pouring one out for the homies, yeah. No, I really want to try and save these dwarves. Especially because I need these zombies all gone. Thanks for the $5 MB audio. Had to one up the other one. You know what? Let's actually just send them up to here. Another dwarf was found dead. All right, so they're shooting bolts at these things, trying to kill them. Flowery's right there. Okay, he is getting some bolts into them, which will kill them eventually. I'm going to add this to my zone to try and save them. We're going to drop this drawbridge down. I go up to here and I'm going to lock this door again. I'm going to group up my squads right here.
In a meeting, hopefully Strim's been fun, Crypt Lurk.
Thanks for the 6 months, Burner. Stream has been fun. Quite eventful today. We are going to try and save these dwarves. Okay, so the first one to run in is Edzul the Lasher, who is lashing the rotten peasant corpse with her whip, chipping the bone. The force bends the right ankle. Also need to check something. Has the Necromancer left? The Necromancer is left, and we have a significantly higher chance of beating this. Yes, the Necromancer is no longer on the map.
Hype.
Thanks for the $2.50 and the $3 Holy Kai. Just remember, the hype chats are the least efficient way of giving me money. Okay. Got some other zombies running in. Oh, Peek is still alive.
Pee pee poo poo.
Thing can't stand. It's being lashed, just chipping it. Cog, the Slayer of Divine, has been found dead. Dobar, who was just a peasant, was found dead. Was another random zombie. Okay, so this is what we need to be careful about. What are you getting hit by? Okay, so these guys up here have force push, basically. But they seem to be able to fight them in melee, but they quite literally have fall over and take damage ability, which is very scary, I will say. They're stabbing it with the spears, and they keep knocking my dwarves back. Like, these are super fucking scary. Like, see? That. Like, they're just getting knocked backwards. So yeah, I don't think I can do this. I have to go back to the save. We're trying. We're giving it the good college try here. But I don't actually think we can win this. Like, look at this thing. Look how many dwarves it's taking out. We have to be very careful.
Bring out your dead.
Fighting Anakin's ghost, yeah, pretty much. Manticore was found dead, thrown back and died. We'll give it a try, but that's not fair. That's not true. People absolutely use that term. All right. Yeah, no, this isn't doable. Not if we want to be able to fight with hell. I'm just gonna exterminate them. I don't care to deal with this.
This is Sparta!
Thank you very much for the $3, Moose Moose. I'm focusing on fighting hell. And some random visiting necromancer resurrecting a bunch of things is just no bueno. Like, no thank you. This is Stoned Hobo. You expect it to be Hobo's command? Yeah, I believe that. I feel like a jackass doing all this cheating today, but like, Christ almighty. Still losing two very important dwarves, but that is what it is. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Holy shit! We have a chance, chat room. We have a chance. Oh. We actually have a chance. including a headless child. Well, at the very least, we found Claiborne. She is prone to strong feelings of jealousy and has a sense of duty, can handle stress and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She cannot smell because she has no nose, and she is somewhat quarrelsome and bothered by this since she values friendship. Welcome to the fort. Right, point. We have a Gelder. You dream of raising a family. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Or focus impatient. Well. I like how we got a strand extractor. It's like the game knows. We're still fine. I like how, like, we recovered a couple dwarves, but ended up in exactly the same position as we started. Actually, I'm just going to throw these two into the Marks dwarves. Top 2 squads, you guys can stop training and go help. So those intelligent undeads, they literally had like a force push ability. Because the intelligent undeads have a % chance to have a special ability. And the special ability can be like, they shoot out lightning out of their hands. Or not lightning. They shoot balls of ice out of their hands, which knock back and stun. They can inflict pain at a distance. They can do all sorts of like very maniacally mean things with very little effort. That can completely debilitate a whole army. Can I have the special ability to love? Nope. No, they can't. Also, chat room, thank you very much for the hype train. I kind of just like completely blew over that because I was trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. But thank you very much for the train. It really does mean a lot. Let's just make sure those dwarves are in the hospital. Wild Peak is, in fact, in the hospital. Moderate blood loss. Conscious. Needs dressing. Have you gotten dressing? Front teeth are gone. I just realized I don't have a traction bench in here. Do I have tables? No. Unless I'm just completely not seeing it. I have no traction benches. That explains a lot. There's no railings anywhere. Oh, wait, it should be stronger in Star Wars, or it should be stronger here than in Star Wars? I mean, it is pretty strong. At least in the situations where it's needed. I got a pear tree, ginkgo tree, and a plum tree. Let's set you to be gathered. And we'll place that to be gathered. And also, let's just brew drink from plant. I know for a fact I got plenty of plants. And harvesting those is a low priority. Alright, so down here. Probably test this out. I'm sure that it'll work. These are all linked to at least a pressure plate, correct? Yes. So this area is now pretty much good to go. And outside of, like, you know, this dwarf, there shouldn't be much reason for them to walk up here. I just kind of want to test this. Hopefully I don't cause any oopsies on the way. I just want to make sure that this thing works. So let's follow the lever. Go to all the dancer. Who's literally in my military. I like that my military has a dancer. No, actually I don't, because I never once saw a Jedi. Jedi were pretty rare adventurers. I saw Sith, but I never saw them use their abilities. Because I've only ever played the Fortress mode version of the mod, which was just Dwarf Fortress, but you play as Jawas with a billion droids everywhere. And guns were the primary, or blasters, I guess, were the primary form of defense. Raspberry Jedi. That's a term and a half. How does he see if he's blind? How do you ask such silly questions with a brain? And then I'm going to immediately pull this lever again. Pretty cool. You know, normally, 3Soul, I'm totally okay with answering questions about my, like, visual disabilities. But when people started off with kind of inane comments like that, I have a very hard time actually giving you the real answer. There is an answer, though. Just don't care to share, frankly. Alright, so let's continue doing that. Stukos the farmer's been possessed. We'll keep an average sense of awareness on that. Actually, no, let's just knock this wall out. Alright, so we're gonna do that. And this, which obviously needs these on higher priority. Just get them done. Goes all the way up here, all the way along here, all the way I'm gonna stop doing that now. All the way up to here, which goes all the way over there. Which then leads to right here. I'm gonna go up to this. You're gonna get deconstructed. You are gonna get a wall around you. And then over here is going to get a drawbridge in front of it. Not sure where I'll put the lever for it. Probably like right here if I were to bet. I could actually put cage traps here and try and cage trap some of them. That could maybe be a bit of fun, actually. Mayhaps I should do that. Because I'm trying to figure out exactly what I should do with this web spitter. And honestly, I don't know. It's like I could very well just lock it in here behind a drawbridge and just kind of call it a day. But I don't know. Because I could also just use it as like a method of like stopping things from moving, which would also be relatively useful. But I just don't know. One thing I am going to have to do is put a rope/chain up here. Also need to jump back up here and go to my hospital level and see if any of those traction benches have been made yet. Because apparently I have none. Which explains why dwarves have been dying in hospital. My neighbor is texting me. Why is my neighbor texting me? Nothing really important. I'm gonna put a door here. Ooh. That's fancy. Stukos the farmer has created Licotartob. Licotartob. A perfect black opal. And offers it to the Sky of Rims. This is a perfect black opal. All Krastor's ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with square, brilliant cut black opals. And we don't know its value because I haven't had the chance to train my broker. Why? Oh, you're firing a catapult. I was like, why are you firing a... I like how everybody's using this route because currently it is technically faster than the other route, which is true. Very much is true. Give it to the elves. The elves are at war with me. At least all of the elves that are reachable are at war with me. That's kind of hard to do. Alright, so another thing I need to do is I need to build a drawbridge. Raises on this side. Although, I'm gonna make it out of whatever. Drawbridge that's made out of a select material. Make them out of diorite, that's fine. Also diorite. and also diorite. And then there is kind of an issue here, which is I really don't want my dwarves accidentally dodging down and out. Gotta be a little careful here. This is going to be for Mark's dwarves, by the way. There's nothing beneath it. What's the highest cost you can impose on traffic routes now? Highest cost you can impose. I don't understand the question. What do you mean by traffic routes? And what do you mean by cost? If you're talking about these, it's the exact same as it's always been. So, I don't understand what you're asking. And cost is a strange question. $100, apparently. I never use traffic routes, so I mean, you'd probably get your answer quicker if you just opened up the wiki and looked it up, or opened the game up. Deep Space, what up? Hi, Ghost Bat. My guy, my non-guy. There you go. Yeah, I literally never mess with those, to be honest with you. You're on mobile? I get you. The numbers, what do they mean? Depends on the numbers and the situation. What, with traffic routes? I only use them in, like, very specific situations if there's, like, something dangerous flying around somewhere. But it's very rare that I'll actually use them. This update's going to be killer when you play it later. Why? Do you have something planned? Trying to make things as safe as possible. Plan is to make a moat. Cool. I don't want to risk that. I'm going to tell you this. I think you might be over-exaggerating the dwarves' enthusiasm to climb. Just gonna be very honest with you, I don't think that's going to actually work. I mean, I can test it right here for you. And I can tell you with almost certainty it's not going to work. They are supposed to climb more often when stuck. However, I don't think you can actually do that. I think you'll still need to have junk constructions. Sure, but what was the situation for that? Just saying, don't get yourself overhyped. You might still need to make scaffolding. I'm just trying to temper your expectations. That is the recent tree escape changes. Quite literally, that is the recent tree escape changes. The idea behind the recent tree escape changes is that dwarves are more enthusiastic about climbing out of things. But we'll see. We'll see if they're able to climb out of this. Like lava or baddie. Or starvation. But let's see this. Do they climb out? Still one more. So we'll see who's left. Not sure what this dwarf's doing. You okay over there, bud? There's two standing right there. You come over here. And do you climb out? Let's find out. I'm just telling you, don't get overly excited about that change. Because I don't think it's doing what you think it's doing. Having played on this build of the game for quite some time already, I don't think it's doing what you think it's doing. If I actually get like a strike from that, I will consider that a success. One of my big goals with my coverage of Dwarf Fortress, as of late and currently, is to stop people from getting overly hyped about things that I'm pretty sure ain't possible. Because people have this bad habit of getting very hyped over features in Dwarf Fort. And I've had some people blame me for overhyping them on features in Dwarf Fort. So now I take the exact opposite approach, and I try to quell everybody's excitement as soon as I fucking get the opportunity. Because the worst thing ever is when people get overly excited for something, and then they're disappointed. So, I don't know. Because I'm in this weird, fortunate position of being able to, you know, expose a lot of people to this game, I have to do it very carefully. All right, you have a good night. Snooze good. Enjoy your vacation. Wait, wait, who am I joking? Your whole life's a vacation. See when they see it. Really hoping that that save would time with the ad perfectly, but Twitch is taking too long to launch the ad. Maybe they'll come out, maybe they'll just starve to death, who knows? Exactly, yeah, no, Mr. Raven kind of hit the nail on the head with that, actually. Dwarves just kind of do whatever they want. Sometimes they... Sounds like being a Debbie Downer for justice. Well, my name ain't Debbie, but I am definitely a downer. The reason I'm digging this trench is so my Marks dwarves don't, like, kill themselves by jumping out. Brutal honesty at every turn. I don't know, that one was particularly brutal, but... Forgotten Beast, Icky Kasana Ideta has come. A giant eyeless warbler. It has a pair of spindly antennae, and it appears to be emaciated. Its pale brown feathers are downy. Beware its deadly blood, where it be. All right, so theoretically, this one could get into the fort. There's too many Forgotten Beasts on the map now. So it's already vanished. Catastrophe killed another green tree frog, I assume? Yep. It kicked the green tree frog in the right eye, and the injured part collapses. All right, well, if we suddenly start dying... Claiborne, the child, is fighting with an osprey. In chat, I need you guys to all cross your fingers and toes and eyes and whatever else you're capable of crossing. And I need you to hope to Armok, for the sake of Armok, for all that is Dwarfy, that traitor survived this year. Please, 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 traitors, please arrive. I desperately need to trade. Like, desperately. Because if I don't get... I mean, at least we got some migrants this season, so that's like a good sign. But man, I desperately, desperately, desperately need to trade. No, we're still in the prepping times. The title actually may end up being false advertising, depending on how much progress I'm able to make. But I'm doing my damnedest. I mean, demons are right there. I'm building various traps along the way that'll allow us to fight the things. Hasn't even begun. This is true. Well, I mean, it did kind of begin. It began when we dug too deep, but... Also, Dwarf, what are you doing? Dwarf has, like, lost their mind. They're just, like, sitting here going, like, bruh. Uh-oh. And a Forgotten Beast fighting with a Forgotten Beast. Ah, well, Icky's dead. The bird is dead. So that's good. The one that can get in is dead, and then the other one that can't is, you know, far away still. Too hungry to move? I think his AI just ceased to function. That or he was actually trying to climb. But anyway, we dug up from underneath him, so he left. Osprey's fighting with a metalsmith. You're building that, which is good. So this over here, I think, is just going to end up being like mission control for fighting the demons. What I think we're going to end up... Claiborne the Dwarven child was found dead by another child. Well, that's slightly fucked up. Don't tell Claiborne, chat. He didn't have any skin, after all. So... F's for Claiborne. Claiborne, more like Clay dead. Anyway, this right here is going to end up being the mission control zone, I think, for the actual siege of the undead. Eustace the Dwarven Child was also found dead. What is going on? Why did I... Oh, no. Chad, Steve's betrayed us. Steve, you cunt! Steve, you've betrayed us! Why would you do it? Time for Steve's villain arc. So... I need to lock this. Like, now.
NANI?!
Steve is killing Cossack. The ungodly. All right, well, we've got those done. Time to unlock this. How good are you at climbing, Steve? Also, bad news, chat. We didn't get any traders. Ravens. We don't actually have crows on this map. Well, that's a damn shame. Steve is running off scot-free. Yep, and killing some random Baroness. This is the worst possible thing that could be happening to us, by the way. Especially because I have no real way of easily trapping him. Layer below has an aquifer. Biting is a skill. So's miscellaneous object. Miscellaneous object is my favorite skill in the game. So this is terrible for a variety of reasons. The main one being, I don't really have an easy way of killing him. But what I'm really hoping he'll do is path into here. Because if he paths into here, I can lock him in. There is also a thing for him to fight at the bottom. A Forgotten Beast. Let's just keep an eye on where he goes for a little bit. Well, there goes the human scholar. A very big dog. Why? Because he's made of vomit? Well, the traders didn't even show up this season, so... But fortunately, we did get a migrant wave, which is half the battle. Oh, for fuck's sake. What if? What if? I'm going pretty big brain with this. Yeah, no, they're all our angels and archangels are immune to water. So what I'm thinking here is this goes down into the water and there's a way in here. If I dig into this, remove this floor piece, put a door here, and then just don't let my dwarves walk into this particular spot. Maybe I can coax them into a corner like this. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm so angry right now. I can't. This is wasting so much time. Literal years of in-game time. I want to cry, chat room. He's separated out differently. Okay, so he's HF733 divine underscore 3. I would assume. He's gonna go kill them. There is no two ways about it, mate. He's literally gonna go kill them. I don't think there is any way to unfuck this. Unless they happen to get like a perfect crossbow bolt before he gets to them, but... It's not going to F my entire fort, but it is going to extend this fort by another 4 streams or so. basically add like another 30 hours because I'll need to wait another 3-4 years for them to come trade with me again. My home faction hasn't traded with me in about 4 years because the elves ambushed as well as the same time as the goblins were invading at the same time as traders showed up. So they kind of got murdered by everybody. Killed all the wagons. They lost an entire entire round. This was the first year since that they started trading. We barely got any migrants. We got, I think, 2 waves of migrants last stream when I'd normally get like 8 or 9. Will the traders attack? If they get attacked, they will scatter. So watch this. We've saved now. Bam. It's just that. It's that simple. I understand that you're trying to be funny, Dr. Talos, but that isn't even remotely fun. Like, I understand that there's supposed to be a joke in there, but it's not a funny joke. There it goes. Anyway. Crisis averted. In my defense, dude was bugged out anyway. Fuck's sake, though. Steve, you were fun while you lasted.
Woo!
Grumble. That's all I really have to say, to be honest with you, chat. Alright. He did still kill 5 dwarves. Like, we still lost a bunch of dwarves to him, so. Still finding them, too. We lost 6 dwarves to him. Alright, let's get back to trading. So the arrows. Going to try and trade anything that isn't made of metal. So willow, this, that. I'm going to sell shields once again. Oh, I can't sell shields. Great. Awesome. Sort by X. We'll just try and at the very least get the stuff that's close by away from here, because it's sorted by distance mostly. A lot of it's sorted by distance. All right, so it's going to take me like 5 minutes to get over that salt. I'm going to be honest. If I seem a little bleh for a bit, it's like on one hand, it'd be real nice if the archangels could just like attack us, but on the other hand, like those dudes are fucking devastating. Like they are like just the most stacked fucking forgotten beast you'll ever fight, so it's pretty nice to not actually have to fight them, but man. What am I waiting for? You said wait. What would you like me to wait for? This method of getting rid of stuff? I think it's pretty unique to me, because very few people have ever played a fortress long enough to use this. This was a method of getting rid of stuff that I started using in Long Death, which was a fortress that I kept alive for almost 500 years. And I started doing this because stuff wears down and gets old. I simply go through and search for items that are destroyed or damaged. But in this case, I'm also specifically looking for items that are made of wood. So there's no way in hell I'm ever going to let my dwarves equip stuff. Same with bows, because we're just using crossbows. Obviously don't need all these wooden bows. So I don't really need halberds. We can sell those. Can't use the great axe. It's like, yeah, I could melt it down, but eh. In before Freddy can't actually do this job because they're too busy praying. I'm gonna move my broker to Kidranos, the mayor. Steve had to go up for some more milk. He never did come back. Also worth noting, if you're trading, click this button. It'll remove everything that's banned from trading. Just a pro tip. But yeah, used clothes is like super good money. Also, generally dwarves will claim all of the new stuff and then abandon stuff that isn't new, so it's generally pretty easy to just sort by X. Although you can't sort by X in any other search fields, which got a lot of people mad at me in my YouTube videos when I was saying, when trading, just search by X. And they're like, it doesn't work. It's like, yeah, I know. It doesn't work on stockpiles and any other major search fields. But if you go into here, you type in X, you can sort by X. You'll sometimes get false positives, but generally, you can search by items that are damaged. But I should also just get rid of all these, because these are peachwood gauntlets, which are very, very useless. I'll keep the bronze and bismuth. Has been difficult to search after Elon got a hold of things. This is true. Although, isn't the current value of Twitter, thanks to Elon's bullshittery, like currently evaluated at like less, like roughly $1 billion? So he's lost like what like 44 billion or whatever the fuck he paid for it. $43 billion. Pittance. Drop in the bucket even. Finally found Cossack. Let's turn those off for right now and get this filled. Let's give these dwarves a break and let them help. I want the far and away vast majority of these dwarves to be assisting. I like how MMO Junkie up here is pondering scissors. No, we'll let these guys continue just pondering because they're all kind of depressed. Buried under the big X. I mean, the most recent thing that I've heard about Twitter recently is apparently Elon is like throwing around the idea, or Twitter I guess is throwing around the idea of making it a subscription-only service that you have to pay for. To which I have to say, do it you won't, coward. Because you know what that would do? It would just turn it into an exclusive Facebook group. Like, that's literally all it would be. It would just immediately become an exclusive Facebook group. And that's kind of it. So I really hope that they do it. I mean, it's already more or less sub-only, except occasionally I DM developers about shit on there. But, you know. All I gotta say is, once again, if you actually want to, like, follow me on a social media, here's my Mastodon. And if you're one of the 10 people who uses Blue Sky, there's my Blue Sky. I don't know. More people have been following me on Blue Sky as of late, because apparently people have been getting into Blue Sky. But I generally just post on Mastodon, to be honest. Blue Sky feels like Twitter, so thus I'm kind of, by default, dislike it. It's you. You're the two people. I mean, I think I have 28 followers on Blue Sky now. I'm basically famous. I like Mastodon. Yeah, I think, honestly, Mastodon, for me, I'll post my stream, go live posts for the people who follow me on there, but realistically, do you know breathing? No, I don't. Chad, have you ever met breathing? It's an item entitled, Do You Know Breathing? Concerns the preliminary medicine. It's about breathing. Breathing exercises. Follow 4 people on Blue Sky. Sounds about right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I like Mastodon because I actually talk to people on there that I don't follow. But I can't say that about any other social media service. Like, frankly, it's the only social media service I've used since, like, early Reddit and, like, Twitter up until about 2016, where I'll actually, like, have conversations back and forth with people. No, absolutely. Wasn't it? I thought it was 1 million active users. Maybe it's just 1 million users. But yeah, I mean, Blue Sky's growing. I mean, like, a couple months ago, it was 250,000. So it is definitely growing. What? When did you die from? There we go. I actually have a bunch of traction benches I can build up there now. Okay, let's start trading. For 1 set of items at a time. 1 million accounts. All right, there you go. Now, most of the people I follow on dwarves are just popping up dehydrated out of depression. And that was a dwarf that was constantly depressed for a while. We are losing our most depressed dwarves, though. The moods are swinging towards where we need them to be. And I'm training my broker. I'll also give them some gifts if I can. Oh, I mean, that's not even a conspiracy theory when it comes to Twitter specifically. Like, that's just kind of what is happening to Twitter.
Hello. I'm the doctor.
Hello, Phineas. How are you today? So as I said earlier, if you want to train your broker quickly, do lots of little trades because they gain skill per trade, not overall. Yeah, I think that the conspiracy theory about intelligence agencies doing that is a little bit of a farce. But when it comes to Twitter, 100%. And the reason I say that is Elon is not a lefty. Elon does not like lefties. Elon does not like lefties having an easy way to talk. Elon really likes Twitter. Elon really annoyed that there's a lot of lefties on Twitter. Elon wants lefties off of Twitter. It's like not even a stretch. It's just like, yes, okay. Well, I see what's happening here. Can I not give you these as a gift? That's weird. He hates blocks, but also doesn't want to read posts from lefties. Because he's part of that weird internet troll culture of, oh, because I don't agree with them, they must be a minority that doesn't exist. Right? It's like, because I don't agree, your existence is invalid. That's the portion of... It's like the... Man, now I'm just diving into politics. It's the same dumb echo chambers that Ron DeSantis operates inside of. It's like, okay, so you're just in the psycho internet. I get it. Nobody actually thinks that way, really. Except for some fringe subculture weirdos on the internet. Yeah, okay. Allow me to elaborate a little bit. There are people who think that way. They are not the majority. You need to log off, you guess? Yeah. Apparently you're comfortably within the top 5% of the Blue Sky post count? Huh. The person I know who posts the most on Blue Sky is probably Gita Jackson, and it's 98% shit posts. He's, games journalist. Wrote for Kotaku for a while. It's like vast majority just shit posts. Found the original reason the left is called liberal and liberal conservative is whatever you support or not support the New Deal. I mean, man. The thing is, Captain Haddock, and I've talked about this on stream a number of times, the internet is a absolutely horrifically terrible place to talk about politics. And Gita Jackson's fantastic. Just got to say that in general. She's one of the few games writers who writes coherently about Dwarf Fortress. Although I don't think she's technically employed in the industry right now, for many reasons. Anyway, the internet is a horrible place to talk about politics for a very specific set of reasons. You're essentially discussing with people in turn-based combat, right? Which is a term that I've stolen from somebody recently. But you're essentially discussing in turn-based combat because people don't actually get to talk on the internet. You just make a statement, and then somebody responds with a statement. There's no actual back and forth. There's no actual emotion. There's no actual discussion. If you're watching political commentary on the internet or on the television, all you get is one perspective, and they are designed and favored to present it in one perspective and one sole perspective. So if you're watching like a political podcast, listening to a political podcast, or watching some YouTuber, or watching TV, you only get one perspective usually. There are very, very few outlets out there that will actually give you legitimate multiple perspectives. And you can kind of tell, like a particularly good example of this is like when Ben Shapiro went on the BBC and got absolutely fucking shredded by the journalist he was talking to. It's because he's not used to actually talking to people who are designed to pick apart their arguments. So everybody just falls into their own little echo chambers, exists on the internet, and that's the only perspective that they acknowledge. No other perspective works. Like, my best friend is technically like a left-leaning centrist, but in comparison to me, could not be more than the opposite politically. We disagree on almost everything when it comes to politics. That being said, we're capable of sitting in a room and talking because we know that we're both friends and we can get along, discuss why we don't agree with each other, and actually educate each other in some respects. Like, he's explained shit to me that has helped me figure out my politics and vice versa, even though we don't agree. The internet is a horrible place to discuss politics because you don't actually get another perspective. You just hear your own voice, and that's the only voice that matters because it's your voice. So no one's ever going to agree with anybody else because all it turns into is a spitting contest within like 2 to 3 lines of text. Because I see person, I see person, I see person, I see person who doesn't agree with me. Fuck that person. There is no discussion. And because the vast majority of political discussion happens on the internet these days, because that's where the majority of human discussion happens, it's a which is almost why like platforms like Threads are probably being smart, saying no politics, which is, I would actually say, a bad thing for the platform as a whole, yet at the same time, it is going to make it a more tolerable platform for the vast majority of people. But, I don't know. I think all political discussions should happen after 2 puffs of a joint and in a public space, but unfortunately, we don't live in that reality anymore. That was a random rant. I'm sorry. Don't talk about politics on Twitter. And, like, even as an example, if you very much disagree with my politics and you're in my chat right now and you hear what I say and I say it at you, there is no winning from your perspective. There's only me because I'm the one here with the microphone. You have no chance to win against me because I'm the one with the microphone. So it doesn't matter if you disagree with me because I'm the one with the microphone. And this is why all these debate me YouTubers just make me facepalm so hard that I want to, like, scream, especially when they're debating people from their audience and whatnot. Because it's just like, you're the one with the microphone. The entire audience is on your side. There is no winning for that other person, even if they have the correct arguments and you're wrong. Because you're just going to get fucking snowballed by the entirety of that audience. But anyway. I should talk about something else. I've got a miners guild that needs to be built after this. Because made a bunch of dwarves into miners. See, here's the thing, though. Like, no politics social media rules make sense from a platform perspective, but everything is political, right? People don't like to say this, but, like, me using this cheap Chinese Amazon coffee mug is political. Everything is political. Everything. The platform is political. If a platform serves any ads, it's automatically political because all of those ads have an agenda. Even if it's fucking Cheez-Its. Cheez-Its probably funding some political organization somewhere. Like, obviously, there's loud examples of that with things like Papa John's Pizza and whatnot, but, like, everything is political. So if you're not allowed to discuss politics on a platform, that just lets the platform go hog wild with whatever the fuck it wants with its politics. Which is worse, because then you just have a platform that's allowed to discuss politics and an audience that isn't. Which is significantly worse. Are you alive? No, what they are is, when people say that they're not political, what they actually mean is, and this, they don't realize they mean this. I'm uneducated. right? Everybody has politics. Everybody has biases. Everybody has preferences. Everybody has needs. Hopefully everybody's paying taxes. But you can choose to ignore it all. Which means the politics are probably on your side. Which in a lot of cases when change is trying to happen, it means you're probably on the wrong side. It's people who like status quo, right? You just dislike confrontation. Yeah, that's fair. It's just basically saying, I like things the way they are. Which, if you live in the States, basically means... I can't say... Okay, what I was going to say is, how do I say this without somebody taking it out of context in a clip? I was going to say the term, I like, followed by the line, systemic racism, but I'm not actually going to say that because if I were to say that in one line, some asshole out there is going to clip that. So I'm not going to let you do that. So I had to, like, throw a bunch of words in the middle of the sentence. That's basically what you're saying. That's essentially what you're saying. It's like saying, I like it that, you know, people go bankrupt every day because of healthcare costs. There are two things in this world you absolutely hate. The way things are and change. You know, also, Captain Haddock, I'm right there with you. I was so happy the day that Canada got rid of the penny. I'm so happy that Canada got rid of the penny. Like, literally... Canada getting rid of the penny is the best thing ever, and honestly, every other country should get rid of the penny. I too hate change. Whenever I go to the States, I get so mad. It's like, why? I'm so happy that Seattle's more or less a cash-free city these days. Because when I first started going to Seattle every year for PAX, it was never a cash-free city, and I always had to have cash. So I would always take a couple $100 down. And then by the time I come back, I'd have like just a handful of pennies. And it was just like, literally, there was one year, one year when I went to Boston in 2019, I literally walked into a 7-Eleven with a handful like this of pennies on the last day and dumped it into the spare change thing. And the guy just looks at me and goes, are you serious? I'm like, I'm from Canada and I'm getting the fuck out of this country. He goes, all right, I get it. And I walked away. Literally, just pile of pennies. Let's go for cash, honestly. I like having some cash, but, like, pennies don't need to exist. Nickels can probably go. Dimes can also probably go. Quarters is plenty. So many, many, many hands disgusts you. If I had to work in that kind of environment in the current year, I would probably wear gloves. I can say that for almost certain. Probably be wearing gloves. Why don't you wear gloves? It's not like I'm telling you to wear a mask. Change them twice a day. Problem solved. No, absolutely. You shouldn't be fully cashless. It's like the easiest way to completely fuck the homeless. You'll get dirty looks, assuming? It's like so common here, actually. Like, you occasionally still see people wearing masks in like grocery stores and works and places of work around here, but like basically everybody in any grocery store here wears gloves. Same for like almost any retail place. Like even Walmart employees wear gloves now. Yeah, that too. Although I'll tell you this thing about immigrants. I went and swapped out my phone plan recently, Very easy process, but I saved $25 a month and gained 90 or 85 gigs worth of data per month because they swapped their plans recently, which is great. I now I have 90 gigs of data now, and I saved $25 a month getting off that old plan. But I had to wait in line for 45 minutes because there was 8 dudes in front of me. They were all friends, and they all had passports, and they were all getting their first phones in Canada. Shoutouts to them. Like, you know, like, it's got to be a lot of, like, annoying-ass work to immigrate to a new country and have to get new phones and shit, but I almost left and, like, came back later because I was just like, but at a point, like, I'd just been in the line for too long at that point, and I was like, so there's 5 guys right there, and they're all together, and they're all doing the one thing. Then there's this one guy over here at the other till who just is trying to get, like, the best possible deal on a new iPhone. And he's just like, hey, could you, like how can we make this cheaper? And she goes, well, if I sell you 3 cases and a cable, I can take $50 off. And he goes, and how about if I get this case? Well, is that one we can take this amount? And it's like all these different deals he's going through. He, like, went through literally every single possible deal they had for the newest iPhone. And, like, he was literally there for, I don't know, 40 minutes. And the other group finished before him. 40 minutes to an hour he was there. At a point, it just kind of became, like, Schadenfreude for me and just started being funny. So I just kind of, like, just gave up that I was wasting time and just kind of hung out to see how long it would take. Why a new phone while changing countries? Depends on the country you just came from. Not all countries have service in every country. All right, we finally got our trading done. So hopefully we get dwarves. And I need to go build a miners guild. And we have pretty accurate moods or money counts. So I kind of don't want to put it in the tower. Oh, I felt really bad for the girl that was, like, taking his bill, like, prepping it all for him, because he kept on being like, hey, can you go back? Like, how much with this? like he literally had just, like, a piece of paper with, like, all the prices on it. I could fill up half of this with a miners guild, because currently it's all library. But I could cut, like, this side out, this side out, this side out, and this side out. Oh, it's Elfie Din time. That means it's like 5 p.m. Damn. I've been live for almost 8 hours. But anyways, apologies for the impromptu rants. I don't know. I don't even know how that topic started. Like, genuinely. Sometimes that just happens, and it's like, well, I guess this is the stream now. Didn't even lose many viewers, which is, like, rare, too. Generally, when I start rambling like that, people tune out. It was fucking Steve. Steve did many things. Fuck Steve. Everybody's like anti-Steve all of a sudden. So this is going to become a meeting zone. It's going to be a miners guild. Oh, I just realized something. Where am I queen at? Freddie Mercury. Queen Freddie Mercury. Where is your thong? There it is. Queenie now has her royal thong. And this is going to be a new guild hall. Queen Freddie Mercury now has her royal thong. Yes. I mean, she did make it. So, I'm not making this up. This is actually just what happens when you can name things whatever you want in a video game. Someone's going to end up being named Freddy. Thong, not phone. Also, ravens appear to be attacking once again. No, not that raven. Not Mr. Raven is attacking again. Ravens. And a child was found dead, probably killed by the ravens. Or, alternatively, Steve. It's hard to say which. Some migrants have arrived, though, despite the danger. Chat! If you would like a dwarf in this fortress, raise your hand. I will just give one out at random to somebody I see right now. Sadarob, welcome to the fort. You're 50 years old. Sorry if I just called you old. He cracks easily under pressure and is very greedy. He has an overbearing personality and is swayed by emotional appeals. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, prefers to present himself modestly. He tends to avoid crowds. He has a sense of duty. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and does not go out of his way to help others and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he often feels lustful and probably will be eaten by a demon. He lives a fast-paced life, and he has an active sense of humor. And he is given to flights of fancy. When he's nervous, he sometimes cracks his knuckles. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art. And personally doesn't particularly value loyalty. Not putting you in the military. Do you have any family, actually? No. You just worship a god. The next one here is Pig Finite. Pig Finite. Or Pigfinite. She enjoys being in crowds, has an overbearing personality, and is very rarely moved by curiosity. She dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. She probably would really like to learn about the lever then. She is trusting and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. I read that twice. And she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, has a greedy streak, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She occasionally overindulges and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally doesn't respect a society that's settled into harmony without debate and strife. And finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, which is why she's still a peasant. She doesn't particularly value loyalty and doesn't really value skills related to fighting. Well, how to not get put in the military 101? Next up, Mr. Raven. Or, you know what, let's just go with Raven, because this is a lady. Raven. Raven has no sense of vengeance or retribution, is obsessed with order and structure in her own life, with everything kept in its proper place. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding and often takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and is quick to anger and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and enjoys the company of others, and could be considered rude and has a greedy streak. Dreams of raising a family and personally thinks working hard is an abject idiocy. Word. You, however, are going to be put into the military. So if you get eaten by a monster, I'm sorry. Next up. Hi, Lanix. How are you? Let's go with, sorry if I'm skipping you, Telenartho. I see you there. I'll give you a dwarf. I'm just prioritizing people who haven't had one in a while. Canadian Pagan. Canadian Pagan. Hi, Canadian Pagan. Thanks for all the raids as of late. You're one of the most consistent raiders of me, by the way. He is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, is quite ambitious, and tends to be passive in discussions. He often feels discouraged and has little interest in joking around, is quick to anger, and is very humble. He's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and can handle stress. Occasionally overindulges, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and doesn't particularly respect commerce. He has a thin frame with some fat on it. He's going to join the military. Becoming a spear dwarf. Dogs, one up. Thank you very much for the 5th month. That probably means, that pushing of that button there probably means that we only need 2 more resubs. Let me double check. Sorry for the pause here between dwarves, but I must check. I must know. We do, in fact, need 2 more resubs. 2 more paying resubs or brand new subscribers, not gifted or primes, in order to qualify for Partner Plus. I got some crimes to convict. Dr. Talos, thank you very much for the subscription. 1 more. It's easier to explain just the single tier 1 subs. We're getting some livestock. Ah, sweet. Another one. Next up is Lanix. The 2nd, I think? The sequel to the original Lanix. Also, seriously, Dr. Talos, thank you very much for that subscription, and enjoy the ad-free viewing. Lanix has an incredibly calm demeanor and would never, under any circumstances, speak up or otherwise put forth its point of view in a discussion. He has a low sense of self-esteem and rarely feels strong cravings or urges.
Choo-choo.
Getting there. Suited giraffe. Rarely feels strong cravings or urges. He has a low sense of self-esteem and only rarely feels strong cravings. He is very curious and sometimes to his detriment. He is sometimes cruel and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He doesn't often feel envious of others and whispers when he's thinking hard about something, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally finds the very idea of competition obscene. Feels that those who attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior is vain and offensive. An Aasimar dwarf. Everybody needs a good Aasimar dwarf. Speaking of Aasimar dwarf, actually, you know what? I'm gonna do this. Playing favorites now. Dr. Talos. Actually a fisher dwarf. She is avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth. She actively avoids exciting or stressful situations and could be quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Word. And doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings and is stubborn. Is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Well, there you go. You're going to live longer. And, enjoys the company of others and does not really easily hate or develop negative feelings. It needs alcohol to get through the working day and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Personally, greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors and disregards tradition. Dreams of raising a family. I will leave the game paused until ads are finished. But thank you for the little chewing gum session. Suited giraffe. Appreciate you. Oh, by the way, in other news, apparently Crystal Dynamics is getting a fuckload of layoffs. Thanks, Embracer Group. This is true. Your last one was, in fact, around for about 2 hours. 2 to 3 hours, something like that. Got a dwarf and they died the same stream. right, we'll name some more right after the ads are done. You're shocked every day that your dwarf is still alive. Yeah, me too. What's with all this random livestock? Okay, there we go. You're a trader. Artistically inclined trader. All right, so I have to scroll up way too far to see who wants a dwarf. So if you'd like a dwarf, they pick me.
Cha cha cha.
Thanks for the train, Devil Dawn. Actually, you know what, Devil Dawn, you haven't had a dwarf in a while. Devil Dawn. Just cha-cha-chad. Good morning, Stone. You're dead. I had to memorialize you, unfortunately. She is greedy and she's greatly moved by art and natural beauty. She has a calm demeanor and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She tries to do things correctly each time, and she has a sense of duty. She doesn't often feel lustful. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family. Doesn't personally see sacrifice. Values sacrifice and sees war as a useful means to an end. Fida, thank you very much for the $5. Build a slab right now. Get on the slabbing! I mean, considering you're joining the military, probably should. Welcome to the fight squad. The squad where you fight. Also, my king keeps demanding I make slabs. That seems to be everybody. All right. I think we're going to end up actually doing the fight with hell tomorrow. Today's mostly just been preparations. Admittedly, I probably could prepare faster, but I want this area to look cool. Thank you very much for the train chat, the 2 subs, and the 700 bits. Remember, we just need one more paying resub, and then officially we will be getting Partner Plus, which is cool. Exciting. All right, so up here, I'm going to station, I don't know, some cow. This right here. Be connected to that. So good. It really is. It really is something. Dwarves are still hauling all this crap out. So literally all I have to do is unforbid this. And then he's gonna zip himself down. And things will become immediately quite a bit more convenient. Hey. Yeah. Miner was found dead? What? Again? Probably Arish. Nope, they heard someone named Mincott. Esmel, the Baroness here, is throwing a tantrum and is guilty. Hervad, the doctor over here, feels pleasure and is currently in conflict and doesn't particularly care. Now here's the real question. Are the traders going to be able to leave? There's like 5 wagons in a stack right there. I know of a cave with a dragon, so are you asking, do you embark on that, Tile? I mean, are you ready to fight a dragon on day 2? Potentially. Also, you're asking Twitch chat. What do you expect is going to be the response? Maybe it's a friendly dragon? As friendly as Steve? A meal for kings. This is true. I don't understand why the vast majority of the dwarves are in existing conflicts, like, at all times in this fort. I don't actually know what's going on that they're constantly in existing conflicts. I kind of wish I could dig underneath this, but if I dig into this, then immediately baddies can get in. Which is probably not a good thing. Angry dwarves be angry? Yeah. But I don't think that, like, existing conflict necessarily 100% means that the dwarves are just angry. Pretty sure it means that they're in there's something that's hostile to them close by. But yeah, the music is actually one of the things that I was the most excited for with Premium Dwarf Fortress releasing. Just simply that we get like a whole soundtrack, so I didn't need to just keep listening to video game soundtracks all the time. I was so stoked when music finally started dropping for it. All right, let's get some tables in here. And some chairs. I think I'm out of tables. Yep, out of tables. Let's just do and rock tables. Let's do one of these. Let's go clay statue. Make 100 of those. Give them something to do. I also gotta say, I've never actually embarked on a dragon cave before. It's not something I've ever done. So congratulations, you are venturing into realms of things that I've never done. Also, I'm just going, oh man, I really wish that minecarts wouldn't remove the flooring beneath them. I always think, it's like, yeah, I'll put a minecart here. That'll look cool. And I always think about it and I go, but then it'll look ugly. Could I put rollers here as like a floor decoration? I could. Oh. That's an interesting idea. And I could put like a mechanism right there and like an axle along here. Like, does it need to do anything? No, not technically. I could just add a random route Place a stop right. Oh, I see. It did place the stop. Yep. Just couldn't see it. You guys also can't see it because it's like at the very bottom. Throw a minecart right there. So that looks cool, you know? Yeah, you can train a dragon. I've done it. The problem is dragons are kind of unwieldy when you train them, and certain things can go aggro with them. But they can be trained. You know, it's kind of funny. I got 20 adamantine wafers, 7 raw adamantine, and a bunch of adamantine thread. I kind of want to make some adamantine pickaxes. Just so that my miners are just, like, stacked when they need it. Like, give them the highest chance of survival or whatever. You've killed a lot of ravens and wild boars. Time to get back to training, Dwarf. It's a power move. Well, I mean, dragons can be... So for clarity's sake, with dragons, they can be caught in any cage. Doesn't matter what the cage is, as long as it's a cage. So they can be caught in a wooden cage. And then from there, you can give them basic training. And then after they've done basic training, they can then be released and put onto, like, a chain. But you don't ever really want to release them from the chain. And dragons are also, like, super duper 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 valuable. So you kind of want to be careful with them and not just, like, throw them away willy-nilly. Wooden cage? Yeah, wooden cage is the funny one. Waiting for that to get placed, but there's so many construction jobs right now. Still making iron ballista arrows. Yeah, bought from the elves. Wooden cage bought from elves. So a grown wooden cage, the ultimate disrespect for a dragon. So, chat room. I have 2 YouTube accounts, right? Got my main account, and then I've got my second account. YouTube sends me like 2 emails a week asking me to turn on memberships for my second account. It's like, grow your audience with memberships. Like, but I already have memberships on the main account. I don't need memberships on 2 accounts. That is fine. I will live without the extra $8 a month or whatever I would make. If that. Wooden cage, not cave. And also for reference, my second YouTube account can be found by typing in what's the word? You can find all my VODs on my second account with exclamation point VODS YouTube chat. That's the second account I have. It's where all the VODs go, which oddly enough gets like a third of the watch time with significantly less views. Like, I'm going to flashbang you guys for a second. I want to show you this. It's funny. This is the main, this is the second account, right? It's got 7,400 hours of watch time in the past 28 days. The main account over here has had 26,000 hours of watch time because the videos are way shorter. Which I think is very, very funny. So the result is the second account actually does really well because of how much watch time it gets. Also used to be why the the main account used to make a lot more money. There it is. It's right here. So let's put that opal up here. Where do gems be? You know what? Let's just put a bunch of sapphires up here. Bunch of blue diamonds. A couple red diamonds. I was going to put that artifact one, but this works. Have Crundle meat and organs. Clearly they're farming Crundles. I've farmed Crundles before. Well, I mean, Crundles are not intelligent creatures, so they are essentially livestock. Militia commander is throwing a tantrum. I think I need to remove Arash from this position. Whoa! B! Thanks for the 50 bucks. Holy shit. Seriously, thank you so much. I'm going to move Manticore Alpha over to the position of leader of this squad. But thank you very much. Yeah, I think you almost doubled today's revenue just now. Let me actually double check that. I want to say wrong numbers. Okay, not quite. But you did add just like another like 70% on today's revenue. So thank you. Up until that point, I'd made $65 today. Well, thank you. Well, this should skyrocket up with these gem windows. Tables in. There we go. Well, thanks for helping me continue to do it. Continue to do it. Liking words. Cool little lizard statue. Doing a mining demonstration. Demonstrate good times. Come on. I was going to say, I wonder if they actually finished that. Yeah, they do. Oh, that looks weird. Because it doesn't have a direction to go. Huh. Rollers are strange. You just watched your death from yesterday? You did literally get stuck behind a door. Or behind a wall, I guess. There we go. Value high enough. In fact, I think your body's like still there, isn't it? Yeah, your body's still there. You almost made it. Almost. So very close to making it, but you didn't. I'm literally just refreshing to see when revenue updates so I can see if I've, you know, I guess the word I'm looking for here is waiting to see if I've acquired Partner Plus. But, you know, I won't actually get it until October, so it doesn't matter that much. What do I need to acquire that? I need 2 more people to resub, or 2 more people to subscribe at tier 1. Or 1 more person, not 2. 1 more person to subscribe at tier 1 or resub by the end of the month. So we've got it. Basically, there's nothing that you can do individually. I've got a bunch of bridges that are not connected to anything. I think because you are connected to this one. This one, right? So this one I'm going to call Web Seal. This one right here. That. And then this one. Be connected to that, and then 1 more right here. That's basically it. Is this connected? Is this one connected to anything? No, it's not. Let's attach 1 more lever right there. So this one. B, thank you very much for that. Doesn't count towards the total, but thank you very much for gifting the subs. Because, like, the kind of silly annoyance with the Partner Plus stuff is it doesn't actually count if you gift subs. It only counts if people are manually resubbing.
Yay.
I try to, like, clarify this to people every time, but it turns out people only listen about 60% of the time. It's okay, though. We're going to start training them down here. But thank you very much.
Thanks
Also,
for content
Ultra
creation.
Mega Helmet. Thanks for the 2nd month with Prime. There you go. Sada Rob. We got it, theoretically. Now I just need to wait for the thing to update. But that's it. We'll get Partner Plus. I can take the command out of the title. Edit it so it just says we did it. There you go. 350 has been updated. Commands removed from the title. We done did it. It's like giving me half a coffee. Currently, yeah. Although, because I get to transfer it into Canadian money and back, yeah, it still is like kind of giving me half a coffee. Well, it depends on where I buy the coffee. If I buy a coffee from the grocery store, it's $1.50, so. Also, my phone just sent me a notification. What's that about? Oh, it's an irrelevant thing. You drank the other half? Oh boy. Still have like 1/4 of a cup of coffee left. Well, that's kind of nuts. Like, if you asked me a year ago if I would ever get 70/30 from Twitch, my response would be, ha, no. But yeah. Yeah, I don't really know what to say now. We done did it. Somehow. I did it my way. Certainly did it some way. You connect them to stockpiles, deadlies. Then they take them to the stockpile. And then what they do is when an item needs to go into that stockpile. Dwarf's being recovering wounded. What's going on? Instead of manually walking to the stockpile, they pick up the wheelbarrow and then wheel that to the location of the item and then use that to take it to the stockpile, essentially removing all weight from the item. So instead of the item being heavy and taking forever, the item becomes weightless and they can just push it effortlessly. But they do have to have enough wheelbarrows and they do need to push them to that location. So I'm going to say if I could find a dwarf with a wheelbarrow, I could show you. Here's one. This kid is pushing a wheelbarrow. In this wheelbarrow is a lot of diorite, apparently. I actually don't know how all of that diorite's in there, but there's a lot of diorite in that wheelbarrow. It's supposed to only take one thing, but yeah, this kid's pushing all of this stuff up here with this wheelbarrow. Weightless instead of a lot of weight. Yeah, it speeds up stone hauling, and it's good for any other heavy item hauling. Furniture, stone, that such thing. Poor child. Pushing the wheelbarrow? Well, I mean, they are 2 years old. Honestly, Dwarf seems pretty content. Probably doesn't feel anything anymore. Down and up the stairs. I mean, I wouldn't worry about it too much, okay? They got wheels designed for stairs. Somehow. They got wheels designed for stairs, yeah? Mm-hmm. Definitely. Definitely wheels designed for stairs. Very specific dwarven technology. Stairs, maybe, okay, how about this? All of the stairs in Dwarf Fortress have like little lats, a little slit down the middle of them, so you can just wheel a wheelbarrow right up it. Like it's got like a little built-in tiny wheelbarrow ramp. I like my theory more than Deep Space's theory. Deep Space's theory is pretty good, but also, speaking of things, numbers that we hit. We got back up above 800 subs. Admittedly, like, you know, most of those were gifted. But, like, hey, nice to be back up above 800. Cheers, chat. So I love the fact that this wheelbarrow is just full of boulders. I was unaware that this could happen. But apparently I can dump them out of here. Which probably just makes this into a very, very, very heavy... Yeah, it does make it into a very, very, very heavy wheelbarrow. This one's got 2 in it. I'll bet you it's from jobs getting canceled, actually. I wonder if that's a new bug or if that's old, because I've never seen that happen before. You're seriously injured. Do I have enough doctors? Bone doctor, surgeon... Diagnoser, doctor. Feel like I should assign some more of each. Do another diagnoser. Sadi can have this job. Another surgeon. Sombre can have this job. Another bone doctor. Laya can have that job. Another bone doctor. Gilab can have that job. There we go. CJ is very slowly dressing this wound. Also, rip all of your tickets. 1 for 3 on tickets today. There you go, tell him. So this dwarf has killed 2 of my dwarves. This is Arash. Arash is a competent spear dwarf. What squad are you in? You're not in a squad. Did I already remove you from a squad? Oh, I see. You're a high master lasher. So you must have been in this squad. You're not anymore. You're also being taken to prison currently. So there is that. Being taken to prison by Errol. Yep, you picked up your gear and your training. So you're taking the time to learn. So, can I just shout out how funny I think this is? So this dwarf is no longer in the military as of the time they get into this prison cell. You know what that means? You know what the result of that is? Their clothing gets stripped. So this dwarf is in prison and have now had their clothing and has now had their clothing stripped. What a way to go to jail. $112 days for vandalism. 112 days being naked. You ain't surviving that. No way in hell. Yeah, I don't know. Why are they always vengeful? If I could figure out what this was, keeping dwarves would be happy would be so much easier in this fort. But they're all just perpetually, constantly, forever vengeful. It's so strange. This whole fort is bizarre. This fort's got some really bizarre things going on. Uh-oh, frame rate decided to not for a minute. Probably random birds pathing. Meanwhile, I'm just slowly filling the whole map with lava. I should, you know, it's been fun. I'm going to turn off this pump. This is getting a little silly. At some point, I'm going to need to actually go into the lava. So I'm going to pull this lever and shut these pumps off. Actually, no, I can't. I can't, because if I do, it'll also remove power for the rest of my mechanisms down here. So I can't actually do that. That's kind of funny, but also can't actually do that. I'm also going to do some things to try and work on the frame rate a little bit. Exterminate cave underscore fish underscore man. And, oh. Well, that makes sense. I understand now why the frame rate low. Guess this is partially ready. Yeah, 99 gobos. Probably not actually on the map yet, though. Or they're that. That was the other suspicion. So, fun fact, if you didn't know. Did you know, chat, that anybody can ambush when they're enslaved by elves? These are elves. These ain't goblins. Like, yeah, there's a couple elves. But these is goblins. Not elves. All right, well, let's pull this lever. It's early winter. Let's get these dwarves patrolling crossbows. Anyway, Olam the dwarven child who's stumbling around obliviously. We're about to lose another very depressed dwarf, which is unfortunate. Who is your family? Well, your sister, your father, and your mother are all dead. This is the end of a family tree. Rest in peace, child. Rest in peace. Look at this dwarf. Wood-wielding bow dwarf. See? Another one bites the dust, I suppose.
Bring out your dead!
Nothing in your quiver. I need to redo some of my bolt stockpiles, I think. Specifically this one. That or I just need to make more bolts. No, I don't. Where are the majority of them then? Oh! That kind of explains it. That kind of actually really explains it. I thought I removed bins from these ages ago, but clearly I didn't. And let's do the same with this one. Okay, and also kind of depressing. This dwarf game is kind of depressing sometimes. So what I think we do, chat... Oh, shit. What are you doing? Why are you going this way to drink? Going to turn this on and off again. Okay, you decide to turn around. That is wise. Smartest thing you've done all day, Dwarf. Look at all these bolts. Get your bolts, dwarves. Is it apparently gonna get layers? I heard about this a while ago, actually. Oh shit, they've got ward dogs? What actually do they have? 99 goblins, 33 dogs, 17 horses, 7 dwarves, I'm assuming. It's a pretty scary siege. They do have decent gear, too. Although, actually, no they don't. Their sprites just look like they have decent gear. They're just using wood. Okay, so I was super scared of these dudes, and now I'm just like, oh. Alright, I mean, I still don't particularly want to fight them if I can avoid it. I'm going to station these guys up here. These guys all have bolts, that's good. You also have bolts, that's good. It's always cats, man. Okay, well that's one. Okay, so I can use the splat plat on a portion of them. So once I see them pop up into this middle chunk here. Wait, what? So this goblin got friendly fired? Got hit by a ginkgo wood arrow. My dwarves are using bolts, not arrows. So this goblin got friendly fired by one of them. Also, holy fuck, that's a big siege. Okay. This one got a spear from, or this one was fighting with an agitated bird. Yeah, a lot of these guys are getting friendly fired. What the hell is going on? Flying iron bolt strikes the horse in the lower body. There you go. My bolts are... Okay, that was an arrow. All right, so how many of them are in here? Not actually that many. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here and I'm going to pull this lever. Just once. Satrob, you might want to back up. Okay, I'm going to pull this Splat Plat. I just found a corpse I need to deal with later. This door is about to open. I'm going to cancel this. Let's hope that this doesn't line up with this thing collapsing. Who's pulling the lever? Well, it hasn't already been pulled. So who in the world is pulling it? Please tell me it's not getting canceled because there happens to be a child sitting on it. Okay, so it is going to get pulled in a moment. My dwarves are starting to fight down here. As long as they don't move past this, my dwarves are safe. Urvad here is lashing the goblin bowman in the right lower arm with his iron whip, chipping the bone through the hemp dress. How go the battles? We're still prepping to fight hell. I keep getting attacked and shit. It's kind of annoying, to be honest with you. All right, let's just very much hope that my dwarves don't work their way too far forward before this lever gets pulled. Come on, MB Audio, pull the lever before the dwarves move up. Pull the lever. We're gonna lose somebody. Manticore, dwarf, please, back up, back up, back up, back up. Go back to the, Manticore. I swear to Christ, this child that is sitting on this lever is going to kill us all. Why didn't you pull the goddamn lever? Why didn't you pull the lever, kiddo? Why are you playing on the lever and not pulling the lever? You're gonna be the death of me. Sweet balls of fire. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to cancel the pull the lever job, and I'm going to issue a new pull the lever job. And just hope that MB Audio pulls it. This kid playing on top of this lever is causing the jobs to cancel. That is what's happening here. So I can just let my squads fight through it, or I can pull the lever and kill like a dozen dwarves right there. So I'm gonna cancel it because it's not worth it. So let's just hope my dwarves win. Fortunately, my dwarves are very well armed. These goblins ain't. Although the issue is, I do have some non-expert dwarves. And there's a lot of them. But, I will say, Manticore Alpha here is doing quite a good job. Most recently, the militia commander stabbed a goblin bowman in the right upper arm with his steel spear, fracturing the bone and fracturing the shoulder's bone. And the spear was firmly lodged into the wound after tearing many tendons. The dwarven forces continue to move up and through. Many random dwarves are in the fray of the fighting, punching goblins wildly. Ironically, we actually haven't lost a dwarf yet. 137 is the population currently. Fudiko Casper, once a legendary spear dwarf, is just in the fighting currently. currently is a scholar who is well versed in such things as justification, diplomacy, dictionaries, large sums of numbers, cultural history, star charts, physical features, and the wheel and axle. I think what I need to do actually is build a wall here so that my dwarves can't actually see the enemies, because I think that's the issue here. Yeah, don't make levers high traffic zones. Word. Urvad has been pushed all the way up through the enemy lines and is now in a martial trance, lashing wildly in every direction, dodging apricot arrows, and most recently lashing a bow dwarf in the lower body with an iron whip, bruising the muscle and bruising the spleen through their leggings. Crossbow dwarves up top are firing iron bolts down on the crowd. Maybe not as consistently as I would like, but at the very least, they are firing crossbow bolts up this way, striking goblin bowman on the back line. Flying iron bolt strikes the goblin bowman in the upper arm, chipping the bone and chipping the right shoulder's bone through the jute shirt. A sensory nerve has been torn, and a tendon has been torn, and a ligament in the right shoulder has been torn. Many dwarves are fighting. Our forces are powerful. Combination of children. Kick roast is even helping. Punching bow dwarves in the head. Shouting, "This is my fight too." This might require an answer. Still no deaths on our side. However, we do have dwarves that are both tired and nauseous, such as Arcmaster. Césaire over here with the adamantine shield and the steel spear, equipped with some cranberry wine and plump helmets, crashes through the fray. Having taken out 3 goblins so far in their first fight, most recently punched a goblin bowman in the right leg with his right hand, bruising the muscle. Plenty of stressed dwarves. The enemy army keeps on getting larger. I wonder if I could crush one of them with this. I may be able to actually crush some of them with this, so I'm going to pull that lever. The dwarves actually are backing up slightly, which is very wise. The goblins are still continuing to move forward. I'm going to station my main squads up further forward, because there is no running away from this fight. The dwarven squads move forward with many... I love how this is just like my army plus also kind of just a whole bunch of like peasants, basically. Zephon here. Spear Dwarf stabs the goblin bowman in the upper leg with his steel spear, fracturing the bone through the naff shoes. The force twists the left hip, tearing apart the muscle. Meanwhile, Satarab over here, brand new member to the fortress, is simply punching goblins to pieces. However, did take an arrow to the right lower arm, bruising the muscle through his barn owl leather dress. Fortunately, it didn't hit him in the knees, so he's not yet a Skyrim character, although we are the Sky of Rims in this fortress. Have you killed anything, actually? Wow, you were able to kill one. Hot damn. That's impressive. Dwarves continue moving forward. We've also got our pet cougars and cats taking part in the fighting. This particular cat scratched a swords dwarf, and this random cougar who just happens to be here bit a goblin in the left upper arm. Get him, Dorfus. Good Charles, who's been in the fort for quite some time, is doing good work by punching goblins. And the dwarves continue to move forward as the enemies are clearly starting to run away in absolute fear of our unstoppable onslaught. Bolts and arrows still being released and sent flying. Dwarves punching horses and lashing horses, I would assume. Fighting the last few war animals back. And just like that, the battle is over. This one peasant did manage to lose all of her clothes in the fighting. Fortunately, there's plenty of spares. So it looks like, after that entire thing, chat, we lost one dwarf. Yes, you are. Good, Charles. Oh, boy. Manticore Alpha, well led. Manticore Alpha was the first squad leader in this fight, and also the only one who I think has, like, kept all of his gear. Except for his shield. 18 kills, 4 notable. Well, that was kind of terrifying. I'm going to, put up a wall in the middle of this. And by that, I mean, I'm just going to put a wall, like, right here, basically. Well, I mean, every dwarf in this fort has some fighting skill. And you want to know why? We're constantly being dive-bombed by ravens and osprey. So to live in this fort, you have to be ready to be ambushed in your sleep by agitated ravens, basically. That's literally why everybody is so well-trained and, like, ready to go in this fort. Actually, no, let's just let the squads help clean up. We need the hands. I'm gonna do a thing. This is something I almost never do. Nobody does this. Nobody does this. Definitely nobody does this. Why would anybody do this? Don't do this. Nobody does this. Nobody does this. Nobody does this, and while we're at this, nobody does this. Everybody can still do orderlies, though, because we do need doctoring. The next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a custom order. And the custom order is going to be for burial, refuse, cleaning, and push and haul vehicles. That is it. Everybody does this. We're going to call it Winter Clean the fuck Winter Clean Up. Because it's winter. So we will take care of our patients that need it. The injured. Everybody else is just going to be working on bodies. It was a gamble, but clearly it was the right one. Because we only lost one dwarf. I would have absolutely lost multiple of my best military dwarves if I'd gone through with that. A lot of dwarves going to the hospital, though. Like a lot of dwarves in hospital. Something, winter of our discontent. Yeah, no kidding. Let's just make sure that all my dwarves are doing things. Yeah, we got lots of stitches going through. Lots of cleaning. Cleaning. Good. Good, good, good. Meanwhile, you keep over here is discussing bandages. Very important topic to discuss at this exact moment. Oh, no, we found somebody else. Well, 2, okay? We lost 2. Also, I figured out why this ain't working. Because this ain't built. That's okay. I can set all this stuff to be dumped. I'm assuming this will allow them to dump as well. Assuming. Not supposed to do any gerbs, though. Meanwhile, a forgotten beast composed of steam who undulates rhythmically arrives, and I struggle to... Oh, I love how this can happen. Forgotten beasts can show up in hell. Talk about forgotten, am I right? It's like, can't even get out, even if it wanted to. Okay, why... Yeah, Oh, that's not gonna end well for you. Just immediately getting bombed to death. Look at that poor steam beast. Oh my Christ. Oh boy. All right, so I'm working under the assumption that this actually ain't gonna work. Because I've got other things I gotta get fixed. Okay, so you go away. You go away. Leave orderlies on, we'll leave hauling on. We'll try that. I need to start seeing dwarves dumping stuff. We're storing items in stockpiles. There's a lot of wound dressing and stuff going on up here, so I guess this is important. Oh, we've run out of cloth already. That's something. Imagine being in that fight and having marched for days to get there to die and then not even be notable enough to have your name remembered. Sounds horrible. I mean, like, from the perspective of, like, something that, like, a goblin would want, yeah, that would be awful. It's like just getting wrecked, evaluated, cleaned. You were cleaned with wild boar soap. Received cave spider silk stitches and neck. Baron consort of bells jumped. Then you received... cave spider silk dressing on neck. Did you get any kills in that, Shark? No, you didn't. Kaiser the Keen? Tellin Artho. Kaiser the Keen. Who'd you kill? Tellin Artho. Well, I mean, suboptimal, but, like, just need dressing in your neck. Dwarves are all starting to get up and get back to work. Oh, I found your murderer. I was like, I wonder if you killed anything in that fight. Oh, I see. You killed Tellin Artho. Long time ago. Who killed you? Kaiser the Keen. I feel like I've told you this before, probably, but maybe not. There we go. Okay, so dumping does in fact work. I will be avenged. Will you, though? I don't know about that, man. Maybe. Ah, we're fighting with agitated osprey once again. All right, well, I'm going to go up here. I'm going to remove the make rock blocks jobs. We have plenty of drinks. I'm going to get rid of the collect sand jobs because I don't need them. Melt the metal object jobs, don't need them. Those I can leave, those I can leave, those I can leave. Actually, no, those I don't need. Got plenty of drinks. Cancel those clay statues. Jobs are down to minimum. Let's just get stuff constructed and stuff put away. Because turns out, a lot of bodies really need to go. This fortress is a mess. Currently, an absolute fucking mess. But on the bright side, I think we're actually starting to get migrants. So, assuming we can continue to just get migrants, that's a pretty good spot to be in. Let's go up to here. Remove all these. This is a body I need to get to. Edzul's mangled skeleton. Put a ramp there. That's what makes it fun. I know, I agree. It's certainly exciting, and it's certainly interesting. But it's also terrifying and dangerous and, you know, all of that. Gonna keep unsuspending this until they build that, because that'll speed this process up significantly. And then I will fill in that last one once those two are done. There we go. Just need the Willow minecart to be put back there because they've been loading up the Willow minecart with stuff, but not actually, you know, doing what they need to do with it, which is use it to automatically dump stuff over. So once they just put that minecart back, this process will be sped up without me having to manually dump everything. All right. There we go. So now the minecart is empty. This is significantly deeper. And I can go over here and I can remove auto dump from all of this. Because everything is just going to automatically be put into the minecart and then thrown over. It's going to significantly speed this process up, hopefully. What track vehicle are you going to go push? I'm like actually not even remotely sure. Oh no! The ghost Toasted, or the ghost of Toasted, should I say, is chasing Elfie Bean. The ghost of Toasted passed. Spooky as all hell, if you ask me. Okay, bodies are getting removed from here pretty quick. That's what I like to see. I love how I've just got dwarves that are just like tired and exhausted all the time. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do a thing. I'm going to make a new burrow. This new burrow is going to be hell, right? Quite literally. This new burrow is going to be hell. It's gonna be called Fugging Clean, damn it. And I'm gonna remove that. So this is all hands on deck, basically. Child goes up there to sleep. Fair. There we go. Well, this is maybe the least humane way of doing this, but it'll be fast. Chat, I've been doing a horrible job of communicating with chat, so how are you guys all doing on this fine Wednesday? What have you guys been up to? Playing anything fun? Work been interesting? Bored shitless? Send help? All of the above.
Cheese for everyone!
Before the 2.0 patch tomorrow. Oh, right, yeah, they're... You know, it's funny because, like... It's very rare for a game to launch that horribly and actually also get content afterwards. Like, that doesn't happen. And it's so weird to see that game, like... That game launch in the state that it did. And then also, like, they're talking about sequels now. It's nutty, in my opinion. Also, I'm going to go back down to this and allow them to just do all. Just get them out of here. We'll make things for our dwarves if we need to. Starting to see hungry dwarves. I think we'll do this until the 10th of Opal, and then I'll put them back on normal. With a custom Witcher player character? Not to be mean, but it wouldn't be a Witcher game then. It'd be in the same universe, but wouldn't be The Witcher. Did a No Man's Sky? There is one way where I'll disagree with you on that. No Man's Sky was a team of 20. CD Projekt Red is a very large studio. So CD Projekt Red should have done better. And the second thing I will say is the reason... Is the reason Disco's gone into a Fey mood. The reason, or part of the reason as to why I don't agree is the reason No Man's Sky happened. I'm stuck in a loop. No Man's Sky happened is because Sony marketed it poorly. And then the studio head compensated by exaggerating and bullshitting so that he wouldn't, like, lose his publisher, basically. Which I kind of don't blame him for. It had a terrible launch. Not that bad. It was Witcher 3 launched poorly. Yes. But not that badly. Yeah, well, the false advertising was largely the fault of Sony in regards to No Man's Sky. That was largely Sony over marketing it. Let's turn this off now. Okay, so still going out and hauling stuff. Storing owned item. There you go. Claim to clother's shop. What's up, Swifty? It's good to see you, man. Cleaning self. I don't fucking blame you there, Dwarf. PC yak soap. Like, I don't even want to do anything else until all of these bodies are cleaned up. It's just... all of this is awful. Yeah, Cyberpunk is one of those games where I've never played it. I don't think I ever will play it. And I've watched enough of it to know that I really wouldn't like it if I did play it. Because I'm pretty sensitive to video game writing. I really don't like the way that game is written. Like, I've listened to quite a lot of the dialogue in it. And a lot of the dialogue is what I would describe as written by a non-native English speaker trying to sound edgy.
Hi from a Japanese train with no sound.
And it's kind of painful.
Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
Chat, say hi, FG. I have so many peacocks. So many goddamn peacocks. I guess they gave birth to a bunch of baby peacocks very recently. There's things fighting. Hopefully it's nothing dangerous that's gonna kill me. Can open that up as well. Where am I currently? I'm gonna take a pretty big risk. I'm gonna demand a one-time tribute from this squad. From these dwarves down here. Gonna demand a one-time tribute. So that they hopefully start trading with us, because I need more ways of getting rid of all this shit. Like, absolutely, I need a better ways of getting rid of all this shit. The worst part about this is literally nobody is like... I was gonna say there's one child dumping items. but like I've got so many bodies I need to get out of here. So many. Try this again. But I don't really want to go into here and just cancel all the jobs. Oh, it's literally just stuff needs to be put away. That is it. Stuff just needs to be put away. We need to do like a season of cleaning. What do you need? Of color, leather, skin. Yeah. Gems shining. Got it. You got those gems. Tree of life. Do you need wood? Out of wood, am I? Holy fuck, I'm out of wood. Puts me into a pretty strange spot for this particular fort currently. Just constantly getting assaulted by ravens. I just need to get rid of these bodies. Majority of this stuff is just getting put like down here, right? I'm actually just gonna get rid of this stockpile for right now. Just stop it. Let's get rid of a bunch of these hauling jobs. Is empathy, remembering, discussing an acquaintance's problems. There we go. Now I've got dwarves being placed in tombs. That's what I needed to do. Several jobs getting placed in tombs. Good. Bunch of kids are all dumping items now. That's what we need. Okay. Good win, Bastet. Good win, Bonesaw. Congratulations. 2 out of 4. I mean, still up. Still up. Still up on the day. Let's see what happens quicker. Dumping or not dumping? By resetting this. Certainly, yes, the points don't matter. All right, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock them back on the clean damn it spot. The squad has all left. So let's get everybody back in here. Back to cleaning. And our strange mood dwarf over here is hauling logs. Getting what he needs. So tempted to use Fast Dwarf. This is part of the reason I don't like using DF Hack, is because it just makes me sit here and be tempted to use it, even though I know I shouldn't. Although this fort is still alive because of it, so I guess there is that. Not in a snowstorm. Love that there's just a dead bunny in the middle of this, because, like, somehow a bunny died in the middle of that fighting. I use it to occasionally fix bugs. Like, occasionally there will be an issue that pops up that I can't fix without it. Like, example, something gets caught, or like, let's just say there was a fight and a bunch of stuff got set on fire, and now my frame rate is going to be 0 until the fire burns out, or I can just extinguish all with DF Hack, basically. It's kind of like, when streaming, it's useful to have access to console commands, and it gives me access to some console commands, essentially. That's all it does, really. Can you ask for a game recommendation? Are you asking to recommend a game, or you want me to recommend you a game? I mean, maybe. Or thing to ask for permission for. What kind of game are you looking for? I mean, yeah, you don't need to ask permission to ask for that. Ah, we found a dwarf dead, contorted in fear. Thanks, ghosts. But I guess the question is, what kind of game are you looking for? Depends on if it's something I'm versed in. Otherwise, I don't know. Pretty hard to say. You want to scratch a detective noir itch, but Shadows of Doubt does not run smoothly on your Linux gaming complete. Oh boy, that's a tough one. Because, like, the reason Shadows of Doubt is doing so well is there really isn't anything that does that. Also, for whatever it's worth, that game doesn't run well on anybody's computer. Yeah, I guess Disco Elysium has, like, some of that vibe. Cool, we got a sleek wool face veil. Decently valuable, too. Yeah, I guess LA Noire. Disco Elysium's another good one. What was it? I think The Dex? Or Dex something? Yeah, literally just Dex. Nope, that's not the game I was thinking of. There's a top-down cyberpunk RPG that's very sleuthy. Let's see if I can find it. These recommendations are terrible. I mean, there's like Sherlock Holmes games. There's a bunch of those. Actually, this is a bit of a stretch. Go play Deus Ex. Go play the original Deus Ex. It's not technically sleuthing, but very similar gameplay vibe to like Shadows of Doubt. Except like, I would argue it's probably a better game. I would say just go play Deus Ex. Go play like Deus Ex or Thief even. Like go back in time a little bit. The problem is like there's so like detective games is a very Game Deck. That's the thing I was thinking of. Yeah, Game Deck is another one of those. Game Deck is very sleuthy. I played a little bit of it, bounced off of it pretty quick. Game Deck. Yeah. Yeah, this. This is pretty sleuthy and has demo, so you can try demo. This is the game I was thinking of. This is like a cyberpunk detective thing. But genuinely, I would say just go play Deus Ex. Sweet, they came back. How did they do? They went to go demand tribute. In the midwinter of 178, the Sky of Rims demanded and received treasure from the glacial guilds in Tool Land. Meaning... maybe they changed how those work. It looks like it does. Wonder if they still trade with you. That's how it used to work. I'm not going to demand ongoing tribute because I don't want to make them kill me, but... just gonna throw these cages out. Well, me locking them all in a very small space seems to be getting the job done. Hate having to do it this way, but hey, it's working. Slowly but surely. I was gonna say, does Alpha Protocol even work? Speaking of games that launched poorly. Just because, like, you know, that subject came up earlier. New Vegas? Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. That is a very difficult set of suggestions, but hopefully we were able to give you some good ideas, Zoomzang. I feel like everybody in chat right now is just going through their Steam libraries going, "Duh." All right, well. I feel like I'm just torturing these dwarves right now. Like, I'm just forcing them all to clean up bodies, basically. Like, that's all that they're doing. It's cleaning up bodies. Frog Detective. I've never played those games. I wonder if they're any good, actually. Tex Murphy. Damn, jumping back in time. Actually, didn't they make one of those like a decade ago or something? Didn't somebody make a new Tex Murphy for like no reason? I vaguely recall this. I don't know if I'd... I think I would recommend Deus Ex over System Shock when it comes to like sleuthing. There's a lot more investigating in Deus Ex than there is in System Shock. But System Shock is a very good game. And that remake is pretty baller. Lately, no. Have I played it? Yes. The last time I played Odd Realm, it had like, I don't know, 30 hours worth of content in it, I would say. And that was around the time he put out the last major update. The thing about Odd Realm is people complain that Dwarf Fortress has a slow development cycle. Odd Realm makes Dwarf Fortress's development seem like a racetrack. Odd Realm puts out an expansion pack sized update like maybe once a year. But it usually like adds a third more content onto it. Odd Realm is very weirdly balanced. It's kind of a slow game. Like it has like no logical pacing to it. But playability wise, it's been fine for a while. I've never played Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, so. Actually, here's a curveball. Go play Dishonored. Dishonored's got like sneaking and assassinating. It's not quite sleuthing, but I'm just like recommending immersive sims now. No. They put out a Tex Murphy game more recently than that. Wait, yeah. Tesla Effect, a Tex Murphy adventure, 2014. See? They made a Tex Murphy game in 2014 for some reason. I don't know if it's actually any good. It's got very positive reviews, so it's got to be decent enough, I would think. Terrifying FMV and all. If they cast Bob Odenkirk in one of those, I would play a Tex Murphy game. Actually, could we just get a Better Call Saul game in the style of a Tex Murphy game? Can we make that happen? Who do we need to yell at to do that? It's been a cult classic since it came out because it didn't sell well enough to be a classic, as far as Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines goes. Some meth production minigames. Yeah, absolutely. No, I would totally play a Better Call Saul video game. That'd be awesome. It'll never happen. We'll never get it. But I would play it. There's literally nothing I can do right now. All I can do is just wait until the dwarves put shit away. I've never actually played a Troika game, so... Like, it's one of those games that I've read a lot about, but I've never played. So one of the reasons I'm, like, I guess one of the 5 people who's going, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2? What? But I have a strange relationship with that game because I'm what I would describe as well acquainted with the head of community for World of Darkness. So, known her through the industry for, oh boy, almost as long as I've been in this industry. So it's like, well, I guess I have to go see this game whenever it's like at a convention because gotta say hi. Although I will say that trailer they just put out actually makes it just look like Dishonored with vampires, which, frankly, I might actually be here for that. Because I really liked Dishonored. Dishonored was very fun. Everybody is just putting shit away, basically. Everybody is just putting shit away. It really does until you notice the bodies everywhere. But yes, it is a pretty looking fortress. Although I'm quite annoyed right now because what I really want to be doing right now is working on my assaults of hell down here. Building this out. Instead of like being up here picking up pieces and like keeping the fort alive. No, we haven't even fought with the circus yet because every time like I'm getting like a good amount of work done on that, I have to stop and start over because, you know, some other calamity happens or whatever. It's been a pretty active fort, I'll put it that way. Yes, Dwarf Fortress. Very, 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 very much so. Absolutely, it's Dwarf Fortress. And this fort more so than others recently. And we're fighting with the eagles. I was gonna say this doesn't even go all the way to the top. No, it does. Dwarves don't know how good they got it. There's no vomit ring. There's no animated crab legs. Not recently, anyway. Okay, let's just... There is, however, no apparent reason random lag, which is quite annoying to deal with.
Subies.
The fuck's going on, game? Rev, thank you very much for subscribing at Tier 1 for a 10th month. Really means a lot. You guys have helped me get that 70/30. Which we have now, by the way. It's like the money hasn't updated yet, so I can't see it, but guarantee you we'll be getting 70/30 at the start of next month. So thank you for keeping that sub alive. Without people like you, it would be impossible. Or it would have been impossible. They're still fighting with stuff. Some butchery jobs going on. It's ravens. It's always raven. Send you guys out on agitation patrol. Nowhere near as long as yesterday or the day before. I've been going really long recently, actually. Because I've been intending to stream other games, but chat, like, goaded me into taking this fort down to hell. Which we did. And I want to properly fight hell, but things keep happening because it's Dwarf Fort. Current fort was doing 3 things, and of all things, brewing fell off even though we had enough material goods and drinks were being made and population 180, we go again. Well, I mean, sometimes you just start over. You made sure you wouldn't forget your sub for a few months just to help towards the 350? Hell yeah. And I will keep an eye on it to make sure we requalify next year. And if it turns out we aren't going to requalify, then I will do a push for it again. Hello, Undeath Lol. You did, in fact, catch a stream. What track vehicle are you going to go push? Very curious. Ah. Brahms, thank you very much for the 23rd month. Good to have you around, dude. What the hell is going on with this? Load from this. I beg your pardon? Why are you also accepting wood? Anyway, it should just be bolts. And this should have no arrows. What is this game? It's a little indie game called Dwarf. You have dwarfs and you fort. It's pretty simple, really. It's a game so simple the child could play it. And as for why I'm playing it, because I'm clearly a child. All right, it's time to go back to the clean the goddamn fort, damn it. Archery ammo is fixed, and this exists now, which is a better way to view all reports and notifications, and you can adjust announcements within in-game now. So you can go to this, and you can change announcements without having to restart the game or edit a text file. So yeah, pretty good patch. Also, it runs on Linux now, natively instead of in Proton. Looks like Kaiser the Keen lost all of his teeth. Assuming it's the rotten meat that's causing us the issues here. While being in a quickly refilling reservoir, yes, naturally. No, there's a Justice to All. Ages ago, there was a photo that showed up on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, and it was somebody, you know, and their kid playing Dwarf Fortress. She was like 11 and playing on a laptop without a numpad, so she was playing like old school Dwarf Fort, like version 44 or something. On a laptop with no tile set, just ASCII, without a numpad. And it's just like, the caption on it was just, I taught my daughter Dwarf Fort today. It took her like half an hour and she picked it up. And she's playing the game quite proficiently now, a couple days later. And it's just like, and all you adults complain that Dwarf Fortress is too hard. Was literally like the body of the post. It's just like, all of you grown-ups are complaining this game is difficult. Meanwhile, my kid learned. This is very funny. I'm just gonna check your body, even though you probably have a coffin assigned. I am shocked that the number of depressed dwarves is so high, or so low still. I would think it should be so much higher than this. We're gonna have to do a lot of maintenance on these dwarves after this. Basically spent all of winter just hauling garbage. Just garbage. Constant garbage. Right, so I could just kind of go back to working on things I do actually need to be working on. But the problem is, it is genuinely going to take so long to get all of these bodies cleaned up. I should probably just try to get all of these bodies cleaned up. There's a book there. Time spent with the stars. Really wish we could haul all of our books back and do things that we actually need to do, but instead we just cleaning up bodies. Really, really, really makes me want to, like, cancel this whole defensive setup we have up here and just replace it with lava. Just be like... So yeah, it's garbage season. Yeah, when the enemies show up and then we have to spend the rest of the year just throwing their corpses away. Garbage season. What's that on the ground? Okay, it already got cleaned up. There was something on the ground I didn't recognize. Maybe vomit? Just waiting for someone to come over here and pull this lever. That should close. Someone should immediately come and pull it again. There we go. Now let's jump back down here. Cat did in fact get caged up. So I can close this door. I can pull this lever and hopefully not get anybody stuck in this. I'm also going to connect this to the silver tummy once and for all. I've decided to do that. So the dwarves will prioritize drinking down here, because there is a sprinkler in there. And having dwarves down here would be convenient and helpful. So got a dwarf coming to pull this lever. Also got a dwarf placing an item in tune. Also begs the question of what, but... Ah! Well, looks like the, Looks like winter is ending and a dwarf just drowned. Are any of my dwarves drowning? I hope not. None of my dwarves. Sweet. Just dump visitor dwarves. Just the small brain visitor dwarves are insta drowning. Oh, I guess the lever was pulled. Yep, lever was pulled. Hopefully nobody got squeezed. Now that that's all done, time to scroll up to our Webby friend. And let's see if our Forgotten Beastie here will obey commands, because we never really know. Okay, well, you are moving back and forth, so this is a good sign. All right, Annie, you. Goes down. I am sacrificing a cat for this beast, by the way. Continues to go down. Good, good, good. Chat, can I get a, I don't know, across your fingers or something for good luck? Maybe a round of beers? Because this creature is hopefully going to be instrumental in our fight against the Forgotten Beasts. I mean, demons. Cough. I gotta say, Pop Nemo, pretty good emote. Pretty good emote. Sorry, kitty. I'm now going to make the kitty invisible so we can't see it. So I don't feel bad about it. But, anyway, we have succeeded. Our dude is right here. Then I can make some cage traps. Going to do some of that. I'm going to do some of this. I'm also going to make a stockpile about yay big. It's going to just be for bolts. Not made of wood. Just bolts. And anything that I put in there is going to be forbidden. I'm also going to make a patrol route. This is going to be called Demons. Ah! Okay. That's going to be from there to there. To there. To there. Okay, actually, let's try this again. It's going to be from there to there to there. Currently, they're just going to go train them. So now this needs to be filled up with ammo. I'm also going to, like, where's the majority of these? All in here? I might just make more bolts. Just not worry too much about it. That or those might just get put in there. What's the best way to get new books barring trade? You have to, well, I'm stealing them probably. Or alternatively, I'm sorry, I missed that comment. It's been a long day. We're at hour 10 of stream. I would say either stealing them or copying them, but trade is the best way to get new books. If you have a sheet, then you can make choirs at Dwarf shops, or craft shops. And then choirs can have books copied by scribes. So as long as you have a library with books in it, scribes can copy onto choirs. Man, I can't remember the last time Dwarf Fortress was over 1,000 concurrent players at this hour of the day. Like, legitimately, I can't remember. Wow, Dan, thank you very much for that Prime sub for a second month. Like, look at this graph. The game went up, we went up to 195 concurrent players today. Then it dropped down to like 1,000, but it's holding at like 1,000. What's going on? Like, it's had like this weird kind of steadiness for a little bit the past few days. People staying up late playing Dwarf Fort today, I guess. Yeah, yesterday even, it was down to roughly the same numbers around the same time. People binging again. Oh no, it's definitely the quality of life update, but What are we doing for bars? Because, like, I could make adamantine bolts, but... Fuck me, those would be expensive. So I have 301 lemonite. How much charcoal do I have right now? 58? Did you die? That's a good question. Raven is still alive. You didn't kill anything either in the fight. And also I need to get you training. Thing collapsed on the surface? Oh, a tree fell over. Is likely a game to be played offline on a laptop as well, more so than any other games on Steam? Yeah, but it's nice to know the normie audience numbers, you know? Because I think that, like, I think you're probably correct for the core audience of Dwarf Fort, but I'm not entirely certain I agree with that on the wider audience of Dwarf Fort. Like, when we're talking about the, how do I word this? When we're talking about the, like, old school core audience, yeah, you're probably right. You are probably quite correct with that feeling. But when we're talking about the wider audience, the new audience, I don't know. There's probably some truth to that, though. All right, let's I think build a additional set of water parks. What's my favorite part so far? That. Just that easily. And it's not even in the patch notes. Not even in the patch notes. Hey, you're well on your way if you have like 50 hours. But yeah, no, this is my favorite edition. Would it be like uncool to say that my favorite part of the new patch is the fact that more people have tuned in the past 2 days? Would that be like an unfair thing to say? Because that's honestly, like, if I'm to be completely honest here, that might actually be it. But, you know, I have very specific needs because I'm an internet panhandler. Two. It's hard to see, but We've trapped down here, very content after being near a waterfall. I'm actually kind of surprised by the resilience of these dwarves. Very stubborn. I mean, I think you would need to be. Little interest in joking around. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. She does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Speaking of things being fixed, when are they gonna fix cave adaptation? See, it's like just not a thing in this version. It used to be such a major stressor, and now it's like not a concern. Just not even remotely close to a concern. What's up, Impeccable Penguin? Now, I have a question. If you're an impeccable penguin, does that mean you're impeccable? Or does that mean you're not peckable? Because a penguin's a bird. So there's layers to that name. Because you're either a I'm peckable penguin or impeccable penguin. Isn't it like a 1 out of 1,000 chance per tick of impacting dwarves? What, for cave? I have no idea what the numbers are for cave adaptation. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see. I mean, it would be neat to have, like, locked doors just get ripped off their hinges. I want there to be another day like the one time Tarn thought it would be a good idea to turn on structural integrity in cave-ins, and then everybody's forts collapsed, and then they turned it off. Looks like one of my grizzly bears finally died of old age. Apparently I've got another baron traveling here. You can embark over mountains with DFAC. There's an embark anywhere code. The thing is, you don't really want to do that because you won't get traders. Because they can't get to mountains. I don't know. I like to way overthink people's names. Impeccable Penguin. Hi. It's good to see you. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this. I'm going to remove a good chunk of it so they move down a little bit. Also going to remove a good chunk down here so that they move up a little bit. Because I want these dwarves getting nice and showered. Because frankly, they've earned it. Also say that your beak is impeccable. True. Like I said, there's many layers to that name. Carrying a wheelbarrow down to here to speed up this hauling process considerably. All right, so now I can go here and do this. Do this. This, do this, and of course this. And I can do this, this, that, that. And there we go. Now that I've done that, from here, begin this. So I'm going to make wooden corkscrews. Hello, audio.
the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Wooden pipe sections. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Well, I can almost guarantee that if nothing terrible happens in the next 40 minutes, we'll be able to besiege hell tomorrow. Are they actually doing it? I know that Brian's been like shitposting about it. I'm just like skimming through Brian's tweets, but yeah, I don't know. It'll make for a very interesting interview. I've asked them several times, and basically, like, the way it's come down to it is it looks like that's something that'll happen around the game launching. Which at this point, maybe it'll get delayed. Who knows? But yeah, no, I don't disagree. I have actually been able to speak with one portion of the team now. Got to meet Jason, who does the writing, mostly. Okay, so I want them to basically circle around these statues. Because this military requires mental health. Currently, they're lacking in that. But how you been, audio? I think tonight might end up being a cheese running night, chat. Been better? I know that feeling.
Cheese for everyone!
I do, in fact, understand that feeling. We require pipe sections. That needs to be carved out, but at the very least I can do it this way. Okay, one piece at a time. Except I think I screwed this up ever so slightly. All right, so now that I've done that, I'm gonna do this. Screwed up a few of these, actually. And then down there needs to be done, so I can do this. Some of these base statues have actually started to go into place. I can't click on you. You're moving too quick. Okay, you're bringing iron bolts down. Not bad, though. I've been quite happy with the amount of time I've been able to cram out of the stream as of late. We've been making pretty good time. Also wonder, do you guys think that all these dwarves have bedrooms? Wow, everybody has quarters. So I guess that's one thing that's good about this fort currently. Everybody has a bed. Everybody has a place to sleep. No matter how terrible it is, everybody has a place to sleep. I guess that's good. It's like, it might be an awful place to live, but everybody gets a nappy time. Like, what could be so bad about that? Everybody gets a place to sleep. Kind of tempted to pour a bunch of water down into here, not gonna lie. Wow, some of those got done already. Got a bunch of people making enormous wooden corkscrews. Ah, that sucks, audio. Suddenly having to do night shift stuff really, really sucks. Especially if you're not expecting it. Like, that's something that requires physical and mental preparation, in my opinion. Hey, look, it's a statue of Swimming Carcass. Who's got such a long name, this is a messy statue. Standard notched the branded column. The item is a well-designed image of Swimming Carcass, stranded notched the branded column, the dwarf, in stoneware, by Kel. Swimming Carcass, standard notched, the branded column, is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the dwarf, Swimming Carcass, standard notched, the branded column, in Starfield in the mid-spring of 167, meaning that dwarf's been here for like 12 years. Oh, what's up, white dog? How's things, mate? Good news, though. If to anybody who missed it, if you type an exclamation point 350, we got it. We done did it. We get to be a fancy Twitch partner. As of, like, you know, the end of this month. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, I wonder if we get a fancy badge. I doubt it, but because, like, there's the, like, Twitch ambassadors that get fancy badges. I kind of doubt. I have a feeling we're gonna look exactly the same as every other Twitch partner. But I'm gonna get paid better. Thumbs up. Well, that's cool. Getting paid better is nice. Dwarf wants to practice a craft. I feel bad for you there, Dwarf. Really, really, really do. But, like, mate. Not a huge amount I can do. What are the majority of dwarves doing currently? A lot of constructing buildings. And assembling ballista arrows. Body pile ain't so bad. Yeah, it's gonna be nice to give Amazon like $200 less per month. Maybe more than that. It's gonna be nice to give Amazon like $600 less per month. It's got done doing a 40-hour fast with tuna and relaxing. Ooh. Tuna's pretty good. I don't know what I'm doing for dinner tonight. I need to figure that out. All I know is that it's probably going to involve potatoes. I ripped a bunch of potatoes out of the illegal gardening activities I've been up to. Didn't do as well as I'd hoped, but they also didn't get great sun. So, you know, it's about as good as you can hope for, really. All right, now there's two things I'm going to do. This is a very quick way to get rid of everything that makes dwarves go, ah! Okay, so you go into here and you select dump all, and then you go to corpses, and you do the exact same thing. Illegal gardening is the best kind of gardening. To be totally fair, for full clarity's sake, nobody actually cares that I'm gardening illegally. But I plant potatoes and other things around my, like, the building that I live in an apartment. So I plant potatoes and radishes and beets and lettuce and random shit just behind the hedges because nobody maintenances the garden properly in this building. So it's kind of like I get some free food and I get to grumble about how my building does a terrible job managing my building. So it's worth it. It's a good time. There's a goblin dancer running by. It's win-win. Yeah, I get free food and they get slightly less weeds in their garden, because I do actually, like, weed the garden, too. I'm just, like, straight up not allowed to fuck with that garden at all, but, you know, what are they going to do? Fucking sue me? I'm planting potatoes. If anybody complains loudly, I do actually just give them food. Like, one of my neighbors was like, I don't think you're supposed to be doing that, and I gave her a bunch of garlic, and she's like, all right. So, not only am I committing in illegal gardening activities, I'm also committing in bribery. Like, well, I mean, I gave one of my other neighbors a handful of potatoes. Like, I mean, what are you gonna do? Complain that I just gave you free potatoes? I mean, come on. It's the guy who's always yelling outside my porch. I mean, some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Chat, would you like to be a brand new migrant in the fortress? Is the perfectly legitimate question here. This is, cross-eyed and painless. That's a name. Cross-eyed and painless. She is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. Is swayed by the emotional appeals. So, she's swayed by emotional appeals and is very polite. Observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible, and has an overinflated sense of self-worth. Often acts with compassion and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and likes a little excitement now and then. It isn't particularly ambitious and tends to not reveal personal information, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and tends to think before acting. When greeting others, she always smiles nervously, scratches her ear whenever she's bored. She tends to scratch her body when she tends to stretch her body when she's thinking, and she blows out her breath when she's annoyed and needs booze because she's a dwarf. She personally thinks working hard is an abject idiocy, word, and is disgusted by merrymakers and finds friendship burdensome. Who else do we get? A duckling. Is that your pet duckling? Yes, that is your pet duckling. So you have a pet duckling. Anybody else? A cow. Just some random cow. Then we get Muthcat, the carpenter, who is going to be Stellintus the second? I think? Something like that. Stellantis, too, is a perfectionist. He is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. He tends to not reveal personal information, is quick to anger, and doesn't hold on to grievances. He has an active imagination and often feels lustful, tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He has a sense of duty, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally dislikes cooperation and doesn't really respect commerce. Is a talented furnace operator and a high master carpenter. The third, okay. The next one is the clerk named Kickroast, who's now Sage Bitey. Sage Bitey is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings, is very curious, sometimes to his detriment. Is somewhat quarrelsome, though he is conflicted by this for multiple reasons. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, is brave in the face of imminent danger, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he has a greedy streak. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he often doesn't experience strong cravings or urges. He often touches others during conversations when he's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and that might send him to prison. He personally values honesty and values a harmonious existence and doesn't see cooperation as valuable and dreams of creating a grand work of art and is joining the cops. Boink. Next. Next up here is Lanarno. Okay, that should not be caps. Lanar, L-A-N-A-R-O. And no. Lanarno. Lives at a high energy kinetic pace, almost never feels discouraged, does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, you'll like it here, and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, often acts with compassion, doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and can sometimes act without deliberation. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and doesn't focus on material goods, enjoys the company of others, and scratches her ear when she's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally finds leisure time wasteful. And is thus joining the cops. Why is there fighting sounds? Kestrel. Okay, cool. All of that excitement for a bird. Next up is this glassmaker. This glassmaker is Bobtron. Bobtron finds humor in most situations, only rarely feels strong cravings or urges. He is very greedy, tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He tends to be passive in discussions, is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he does not tend to be swayed by emotional appeals. Often talks to inanimate objects when he's nervous, and often touches others during conversations when he's excited. Prison joke, yada yada, I'll make it again. He personally doesn't see cooperation as valuable and dreams of raising a family. Has no friends. Well, good luck with the family thing. Although I will put you into the military. All right, so they're all military-wise. You smack things for Big Boss? Yeah, and Big Boss is Abel Bacon, who is the king's nephew, which is kind of funny. This hunter, dreams of raising a family, competent Marks Dwarf. Toss you into the Marks Dwarf squad. Step right up, you Dorfus. Finds those that develop weapons with fighting is distasteful. I mean, that's fine. We need hands. What you? You're a kid. Welcome to the mind grinder. I mean, the fortress. It's very nice that we're actually getting migrants again, though. Jesus. Not a military dwarf, you might live a while. You'll live a real long time if I make you into either a doctor or a scholar. Those are the longest lived in the fort so far. In terms of mastering a skill, welcome to squaddies. Right, we're gonna start a new squad. We're gonna make you another metal spear. And I'm going to say schedule, no orders. But you're going to train Oppum's ears. Good luck, dude. Today, my apartment still smells like sauerkraut because I'm making, 5 liters of sauerkraut currently. Which is not a bad thing. I don't mind my apartment smelling like sauerkraut, to be honest with you. But, you know, it's surviving, hanging in there. It's literally all of the cabbage I grew this year. Another headless weirdo. There you go. I would make you hungry constantly. You kind of forget it's there. It's one of those, like, it's a stench so potent you forget it exists. It's like the line in the Blues Brothers where it's just like, how often the trains go by? So often you won't even notice them. This fort has been a struggle, though, I tell you. Jesus. There's talk about gardening in the Southwest in October, but I can't. There's a talk about gardening in the Southwest in October, but you can't make it because work and you're so mad. There's a talk about. Well, I mean, what's the point of talking about gardening? Just garden. Like, maybe I'm coming at this from the wrong angle, but like, you want to garden. Just do it. You already in a squad? Yeah, okay. You're not a new migrant. You're just here because reasons. It's really difficult there. I mean, all about timing. You either have a shorter season or a longer season. If you have a short season, you just got to be really careful with your timing. I'm very lucky in that I live somewhere that has a very long season. It's part of the reason I kind of have zero intention of moving anytime soon. Holy puppies. Chat, look away. I know it's horrible. I know I'm a bad person. But these baby peacocks gotta go. So do all of these kittens and puppies. They gotta go. I'm also actually... going to do some mass gelding. Oh, no point in gelding the ones I'm going to kill. Any more, or is that it? You ended up running out of stockpile and lost all your meat? Yeah, it doesn't even... I don't even care about the meat so much. Like, that's not even really a worry for me. My only real worry is that... He says as he literally makes a bigger food stockpile. My only real worry is that... no seeds. Actually, just none. Let's just do meat. Mr. Topok was found dead? What? Oh, was killed by a raven. Man, that sucks. No, not nuts. Lack of nuts. Yeah, it's death cause. So if somebody just randomly appears dead and you're like, what in the world? You can look it up. Wow, are literally all of these forbidden? Okay, not all of them, just most of them. Plus a bunch of other things that are suspended. Cool. Let's just make sure that I have enough gear for these dwarves. Yep, there's enough gear. Just a matter of them grabbing it. But they were just, if it happens in the around the 1st of spring, it was probably just old age. 1st of spring is almost always old age. All right, I'm going to do a thing. Being owned. I need the frames to get better on this fort. Even if it's just a little bit. Anything else that... All right. Hopefully that'll speed things up a little bit. But they don't need to put all of the stuff that they own away. Just get this thing done a little bit faster. Also, I've been streaming for almost 11 hours. So, you know what I think that means, chat? I think it's time for us to say goodbye to this fort for the day. But,
for everyone!
Who here's up for a little bit of cheese runner? Just, you know, asking for a friend. And you can say goodbye, YouTube, if you like. We'll be picking this fort up tomorrow. And fucking fighting hell, I tell you. And if I don't, I'll retire it by the end of the day. Which means I might be on for a very long time tomorrow.